Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Explaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. Sorry I am late today. Let's get this thing fired up here, and then I'll get the guests in. The
understanding of this process is somewhat basic. So I'm going to try to walk through this in a way I can glean what
right
the
at the
evidence
beginning of
is
the
and what your conclusions
cross-examination
are.
of the
Absolutely.
pathologist.
So tolerate my somewhat sophomoric approach to this, if you would. Okay?
Of course, and I'm sure you'll be fine.
So let me understand, first of all, let's talk about Maggie for just a minute. And were you shown photographs of the back of her thigh that were taken at the scene? The
No,
back of her calf, I'm sorry.
I did not.
Okay. So let me see if I can find these. And it'll take me just a second. I thought I had them laying right out here.
Oh, rustle the papers. Okay. Whew. Again, to everyone joining, my apologies for not having the stream up a little sooner. Just went ahead and must have reflexively turned off that second alarm.
I apologize. I thought I had everything sitting right here.
Shut up, Dick Poon.
I may.
If there's an item in evidence, you don't have to show it to opposing counsel to continue with the witness.
This is not in evidence. I apologize.
This is not in evidence.
Your Honor, I would offer into evidence Defendant's Exhibit 115.
Any objection?
No objection to say, Your Honor.
And could I get that, please, on the screen?
Okay, just a couple more links to send out.
Have you seen that photograph before?
No, I've not.
Okay. In your, I noticed in your autopsy report, you remarked that there is a bruise on the back of the leg in that similar position, correct?
Oh, I don't recall. Can
Could
I?
you look, please? Thank you.
Woo. Bronco went live because I was late and he didn't know if I was
I
going to
don't
wake
see
up
in
and
my
start.
report where
He should
I
be
remarked
probably
on
popping
of a
over pretty
bruise
soon.
on the left leg.
Okay, so was there a bruise on the right leg?
Morning, Christy. How are you?
I don't have
Rumble
any,
stream is live.
I didn't make any comment about that in my
So
report.
no one asked you to opine about any issue on the back of her left calf?
No, and I did not observe that at autopsy.
And by the time it got to autopsy, had her body been washed or?
No,
Okay, but if this is mud, you wouldn't necessarily expect to see
it
it.
could have fallen off, correct?
Correct. So, you're not asked to opine about whether this was whether there was bruising on the
Gentlemen?
back of the left calf, which would have been consistent.
Morning, sir.
Stepping on her calf.
No, I was not asked about that,
Okay. And you were not shown this photo.
correct?
Okay. And just to deal with Maggie a little bit further, you testified yesterday that the shots were consistent, I think, with someone circling her.
Well, I didn't actually use that term. I said that she was shot from, at one point from behind her and at one point from above her. So that could mean that there was it could mean that she was turning before she got the first one and then fell, because she could have also been moving.
Well,
So
we know that the shooter was moving because some wounds have stippling, stippling and soot. Am I saying that correctly?
well, there was no soot, but
Now,
just
what
we
does
have
soot indicate?
soot is a contact wound.
Okay.
So she had stippling, which is not quite contact, it's further back.
3 to 4 feet?
Well, usually, we don't see it more than 3 feet away. So it's somewhere within 3 feet.
Okay. And so she may have been turning. The shooter may have been moving straight on. I mean, that's as good an explanation for what you saw as somebody circling her, correct?
Yes, I mean, from my perspective, based on the autopsy, that is a reasonable explanation.
Of course. So the reasonable explanation is she's moving, trying to perhaps avoid being shot, turning around, trying to run, whatever, right?
Well, she could be turning around after getting the initial shots.
Right.
And then if the shooter was still stationary, then she could have gotten that one. So it doesn't imply that she could have been moving, not just the shooter.
Okay. And the ones without stippling were the barrel of the gun would have been more than 4 feet away from her.
Well, it's kind of a rough estimate, but I would say, it would be more than 3 feet, possibly more than
And that would be the barrel, the end of the barrel of the gun.
That's right, because that's where the gunpowder starts coming out.
That doesn't mean the shooter was 3 feet away. or 4 feet
Absolutely
away.
not, just the barrel of the gun.
Right.
Squizgar says, for your lateness, I demand a refund of this
And you
$20
testified
super chat.
about why there was a wound that would appear to be
Squizgar says, was watching Law and
parallel
Crime
to
before you
her, and
started.
your
Even they are
indication is
talking
a
acquittal
shot
now.
that would have hit her kidney or
It's going that badly, is it?
she might have been bent over.
No. The
Law and Crime.
injury to the pancreas and kidney was on the right side of the abdomen,
Right.
and that went from front to back and exited the left back. The one that was kind of along parallel to her body was on the left side of the body going up.
So why did you testify that one of the shots would have been so painful she would have bent over? What was that consistent?
Yeah, that was the one to the right side of the abdomen, and the reason
I think the defense may push hard on a two-shooter theory
I believe
here.
it's probable or, quite likely that would have caused her to bend over is because a subsequent shot was going sort of upward in the body. And it's hard to imagine, that wound going upward and then into the head unless she was bent over. So it's a possible explanation of how she was in a position to actually get that
So
gunshot.
she bent over and it would go upwards. Why? What-
Because if somebody is standing behind her, and there's no close range here, but at least a few feet away,
So she got shot, turns around, bends over, and then you're saying,
she could have turned around or not turned around, or I don't know if she turned around or the shooter's moving.
okay, did anybody ask you to look at the pattern of ejected shells from the blackout?
I wasn't asked to look at those.
Okay, okay. So your conjecture, opinion is based on purely the wounds and trying to figure out how that happened.
Yes, so I basically, I do the autopsy, I have everything to do with the body, and at the time, I never heard anything about, I composed my autopsy reports
Right.
without any reference to the scene.
Okay, okay. So let me move along to Paul for the moment, okay? And you indicate that the first shot would have been buckshot to the chest.
I believe that that was most likely the first shot.
Well, because the second shot is basically executes him. in
He would have fallen to the ground.
Right. And clearly he was upright when that first shot was made.
Yes,
Okay, and it goes in his chest. And would he have to be turned diagonally to the shooter for it to come out his left armpit?
no, not necessarily.
Well, if he shot straight on with
Yeah.
that buckshot, and if that was a
Yeah.
contact wound or
No, it's a close range.
close range, closer than 3 feet,
Yes,
okay. Can't estimate how far.
I can't, you'd have to test fire.
Okay, so the chest shot, if it's straight on, wouldn't it just go right through his lungs and his heart? and kill him?
Yes,
Okay,
so this was shot at an angle across. So that might indicate that his body was positioned perpendicular to the shooter. Now, the shooter could also shoot from the side, doesn't necessarily shoot from the front. So we can't be 100% sure about
so
these things.
if you're the shooter and
Yes.
I'm Paul, and you shoot me with that buckshot, if I'm faced to the side, would the results be consistent with your autopsy examination?
Yes,
Okay, and we know that some of those pellets, you think his arm was down by his side.
I feel confident about that.
Okay, and the reason for that is there are pellet holes in his arm, right?
No, that's not the reason. The
Okay.
reason is because there's bruising around the exit wounds. They're kind of shored exits, and then we have corresponding bruising on the underside of the arm. So it indicates that they were in close proximity at the time the pellets exited and then re-entered. Because if there was a distance, we wouldn't have the bruising around those wounds.
Okay, and do the pellets go through his arm?
Yeah, there are pellets that exited through the arm.
And so there's little pellet holes on
Correct.
his arm exiting.
Yes,
Did you see a corresponding entrance wound with the pellets?
yes, the entrance pellet wounds were on the inside of the arm.
Right, and then they go out, and I think they struck things after that, as far as you know.
I don't know what happened to them after they left the body.
So either the shooter is to his right,
Yes,
shooting across,
yes,
okay, and you think that shooter would have been closer than 3 feet, but you can't say how
Right.
close.
right. He could have been to his right, or Paul may have turned his body in that perpendicular manner.
He, are we sure it was a
But
he?
either way,
Yeah, that's
there would have been almost
presumptuous.
immediate bleeding. Well, not a fatal wound. There would have been immediate bleeding from that wound, correct?
There would have been bleeding. It's hard to say how much, but certainly I would expect some bleeding.
But if there were footprints found halfway into that feed room, and those are Paul's footprints, would that indicate to you that he had stepped in his own blood?
Oh, that's certainly possible.
Okay, not inconsistent with what you have.
Correct.
And
That's their line with
that
this witness.
second shot,
With a lot of these witnesses,
would
not
have
inconsistent with. Build the alternative theory.
as I understand it, Mr. Barber, can you take your coat off and come here, please? I hate to do this to him, but
Oh, all
I
right.
can't really do it to myself.
She's not as enthusiastic as she seemed to be yesterday.
She doesn't get to pontificate and be in teaching mode today. She has to react to whatever he says.
So if you would step down here, with permission, Your Honor, may she step down? Okay. And what I'd like to have you do is we need to not block these folks over here. Let's see how we do this. Or that gentleman right there.
Want me to stand back here?
That
Does
would
she
be
drive a
good.
magic school bus? That's
And-
my question.
This guy's got to be 100 pounds heavier than Paul Murdaugh
Well,
was.
unless I get in their way. Let me see if I can avoid not falling over. Okay, so we've already talked about this wound. Yeah, left side. Okay. This wound, which goes in right about here. Show the jury where the wound went in.
Yeah, it was like between the sternum and the left nipple, so kind of right over there.
Right over there. And Mr. Barber's a little bit taller. He was, I think, 5.
Yeah, I measured his height. I don't recall.
We'll talk about that in a minute, but I believe Mr. Barber's a little bit taller than he was. But
If he's 5 anything, that
we
guy's a
need to
lot
know
taller.
that because I'm going to ask you to sort of chart things out. So the entrance wound is here and is consistent with him being, how about Mr. Barber, turn just a little bit that way. So the shot would have gone like this.
Yes. That's approximately correct, and it has a slightly front to back.
Slightly front to back,
Right,
about
but
like that.
mostly it's right to left. He's
Okay.
right to.
How about raise your left arm for me, please? So, and his arm was not raised, but I want to point out, it comes out, we're going to see some pictures in a minute. Okay, turn it a little bit this way. So it would have come out right under his arm,
Yes, we do have the exit pellet wounds there.
and we also have wadding, do we not?
Yeah, we have wadding stuck in the underside of his left
Okay.
armpit.
And then it goes through his arm,
Yes.
still coming front to back.
Well, it's left to right, but there is a slight front to back because we have some exit wounds on the back.
Okay, so if I told you this is a narrow room, have
Okay.
you seen any crime scene photos
From here? No.
from,
Oh, yeah, from this case, crime scene photos in my career, yes.
in this case?
I really didn't, I may have been shown a very small photo, like a couple of weeks ahead of trial, but I didn't form any opinions based on
If I
that.
told you that small room, the gap between some stacks of dog food here and the wall and the little thing over here is maybe 3 to 4 feet. And this buckshot goes through the back window on this very narrow, very small. So that would be consistent with what you're saying. Some of the buckshot comes through, and that was buckshot that you shot with in the chest.
Yeah, it was shot, you don't remember the exact size. Buckshot is usually bigger, but yeah.
Okay, assume I'm not
Yeah.
misleading.
She doesn't know the size?
Some shot.
Buckshot goes through and hits the back window.
Uh-huh.
That leaves holes in the window and hits in the door, the window frame, and goes out. One of them embeds in a tree back behind. So that is consistent with your findings, correct?
Yes.
That first shot. I'm sort of intrigued. Is there anything about the exterior of this shot? What's beveling? You know what a bevel is, beveling?
Yes, of course. Beveling is a pattern of defect through a bone. So when there's a gunshot wound that, for instance, goes through, let's say we.
Creighton Waters is moving in behind her in case he needs to kill her for bad testimony.
Handgun wounds generally.
Right.
I've got
the
robot voice again. I'm going to drop
when
out and
there's
come back in.
basically a hole
Okay.
in one side of the skull, I can tell which is an entrance and which is an exit, even without looking at the skin. Okay, so for instance, if I get skeletonized remains with a hole through the head, I can see which is the entrance and which is the exit because the bone bevels in a characteristic way depending on the direction of the bullet.
What is a bevel?
Yeah, bevel is like an angled
Welcome
chipping away of a hard surface.
So if a bullet goes through, then I guess the head is all bone, right?
Well, it's like a solid bow. Right?
Right, so you can tell this is the entrance because, I mean, is it like,
It's the entrance, on the outer table of the skull, it's a smaller hole. On the inner table of the skull, it's a bigger hole. So the bone is beveling outward as the bullet goes in.
so it would bevel in on the entrance and bevel out on the exit?
Yeah, well, bevel in, meaning sometimes people don't always use these words consistently, even forensic pathologists. But there is a inward beveling, but means it's kind of beveled outward. So
Bevel
the
outward,
entrance-
inside the wood, you see something would indicate.
wider, yes, it's
Wider.
wider on the inner table of the skull than the outer table.
And when it exits, do you have a narrower bevel, if you will, or defect on the inside than on the outside?
Yes,
There's a lot. Okay. So was there, since this didn't enter bone, is there beveling with the flesh?
no, it doesn't bevel because there's too much elasticity
Okay.
and also just shredding. Frequently, we can't see beveling on long bones either. The skull is kind of a flat bone, so it has that characteristic.
Okay, and the second shot, as I understand it, you indicate can you, well, first of all, assume that he is, so maybe we just forget about the feed room for just a minute, okay? So show the jury, please, where the initial, I mean, there's a shot, it's shot with a shotgun,
Yes,
and it is more than, since there's no stippling or soot or anything that would indicate a close shot, correct?
correct.
So more than 3 or 4 feet away,
More than 3, yes.
more than 3. And where is the initial shot? Where does it hit?
On the top of the left shoulder,
When you say the top,
the apex.
okay, are there
Apex
pellets in here?
Yes,
In the apex?
yes.
And I'm going to show you an X-ray in just a minute and have you demonstrate on Mr. Harvard, where that hit. And they're shot in here.
Yes.
And you indicated you thought his chin was bent to the
Yeah,
right.
this is something that I believe not necessarily have to be bent, but I do think it was at least tilted in this direction. The reason being, if this is in a horizontal direction and then goes through his cheek, let's say he's just your head up, and let's say it's just going through here, and it would just kind of hit like over this side of his head, okay? But meanwhile, it's kind of over here, so, and then it's, the exit wound is back there. So at least we have a little bit of directionality like this. I don't know, if he was completely turned to the left, it would have gone through his face. But I think it makes the
Hopefully you're
most sense
fixed up
knowing
there,
that
Andrew.
a
Fixed now, I
wound
had to reach into
travels
the
in a
computer.
straight line, basically. Of course, these are
That's working, yeah.
pellets, so there's going to be a lot of destruction. But the fact that his face was spared from damage indicates to me that he had his.
So it seems like the
head
shotgun blast
somewhat
came from
turned. I don't know
opposite
exactly
sides
how much,
of
but
his
that it
body.
kind of
The one
forced
came
the top
across
of the left shoulder
the torso
into
from
this
right
left,
to left,
you
and then
know,
the second
neck
shot went
area,
left to
and then
right
exited
to
the
his
back of
head.
the on the top.
The X-ray pictures while he's standing up there. Here we go. Good. Wait 1 second. See if we got one. I'm going to show you where you're standing right there, these pictures, and see if you can identify them. And If so, we'll put them in evidence, and then I'll put them up on the screen. So I'd like you to look at these three photos and tell me if you can identify this. Am I speaking loud enough for the full report? Am I speaking loud enough when I'm facing that way? Okay.
Yes, these are X-rays that were taken at the commencement of the autopsy.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer defendant's exhibits. 111, 112, and 113.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
So could I have, please, step over. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's see, 113, please.
Let's get to the questions, buddy. You can do it.
Okay, so this is his left arm, correct?
Yes,
And this material up here, we see these little dots. What is that?
yeah, those are the shotgun pellets.
And they are, yeah, that's perfect. And so we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, along that line, 20, along these would be pellets that would be along here, correct?
Well,
Yes.
that's not buckshot.
And they begin at, is this his shoulder? I mean, the shoulder bone?
I thought buckshot was like very few
Yes,
pellets.
It's, no, the
9
soft
pellets.
tissue of the shoulder. The soft tissue of the shoulder.
Okay, I'll give you the
Yeah,
pointer, you
okay.
know what you're doing.
Yeah, this is the humeral head,
Which would be-
humeral head, which
Should
is,
show on Mr. Barber where
yeah,
that
this
is.
is the bone of the humerus. So our humerus is that
There's
long
nothing
bone
humorous about this, ma'am.
from the shoulder joint to the elbow joint. And we can see that.
I don't think
this
Alec is finding
basically-
any of this
it's not really
testimony humorous.
Perforating the bone.
Well, the
There
gallery
is some
sure was there a minute
development
ago.
at
Jeez.
the edge of the bone, but it's pretty much on top in the soft tissues.
Okay, and it goes on for a ways, and then if you would show me exhibit number
Well, I guess
112.
the 3-inch Magnum rounds can hold 12.
Okay,
it's still
and
not
would
20.
you focus on the upper right-hand corner, please? There you go. Now, that corresponds to this large picture, that orientation.
Yes.
Okay, so what is this showing us?
Part of the question would be, did they
There
recover
are,
any actual buckshot from the
significant
body?
numbers of pellets.
Are they just
also
going off of what was embedded in a tree behind the shed?
Show us on Mr. Barber where that would be.
Yeah, so the entrance is here and pellets are basically spreading. So they're not, it's not, they're included. There are pellets in the left side of the neck area over here. And then there's also some going into the brain.
Okay.
I think we're talking
And
about
let
the
me see if I can
headshot
count
though.
those. So, I mean, are these part of what we looked at before?
Yes.
Okay, and how far down did the new one start?
It's a different view, so may not include all of them.
Okay, so, but a number of them.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of the x-rays is basically to show what kind of ammunition remains in the body, if any.
Did you remove these pellets?
Not every single one, a representative number.
Okay, so there's an exhibit that was shown to you by Mr. Waters of some pellets that you
Yes.
recovered, but that's not all the pellets you recovered.
That's all the pellets I recovered. I don't stay for days to recover each pellet. It's actually a lot harder than it looks. Here they look like you know exactly where they are, but you can fish for like an hour to find one pellet. It's fairly small and there's a lot of tissue, and
So
I get a handful of them, and that's sufficient.
Did you keep the buckshot separate from the birdshot? Because this is birdshot.
I don't think any of it was actually buckshot. Buckshot is very large. So they were all, I believe they were all collected together.
Okay, so you thought they were all birdshot?
No, I didn't make that conclusion. They're some kind of shot. I didn't make a
So
determination.
you didn't determine the.
Yeah, that's really.
It's a very obvious
the
size difference.
firearms, I'm the pathologist. It's the firearms expert to determine what kind of shot it is.
So
I said shotgun pellets, and that's
Right, so-
sufficient.
if previous expert testimony was that the chest was a buckshot and the head was duck shot or some sort of bird shot, you're not going to disagree with that?
I really didn't, it all looked similar to me.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen different
Now-
size pellets. They're not like close.
It's a 10-fold size difference. I mean, it's, yeah, not close.
Let me see Exhibit 111, please.
She was clearly not prepared for that question.
Can you, I guess the lower left, well, maybe not. Let's start with the lower left of this, his left, lower, right there, okay? This is the total picture.
Okay.
And so what does this represent?
Yeah, we can see his upper and lower teeth here, the upper teeth, the lower teeth. And so he actually did not have any fractures of his teeth. So the projectiles were going behind the teeth. His teeth were not all fractured out.
So would you show on Mr. Barber where these pellets would have been?
Yeah, this is just a two-dimensional image. So they're anywhere between here and here.
So it just basically blew the back
It's
of
hard
his
to
head off.
say based on a two-dimensional.
Yeah.
Okay,
It
and
seems like-
I think, show us where you think the exit wound was.
On the right side of the top.
The back of his head.
The top of his head,
The top of his head.
toward the back.
Towards
Yes.
the back. And if you were to extend out the shoulder wound, the neck, the path of these pellets, and then the exit wound, I mean, did you actually see an exit wound? Was there?
Yes, it was a blown-out exit wound of
And-
the skull, and that is how the brain left the skull.
Well,
It had
actually, his
to-
skull exploded, basically, correct?
Well, the skull, and there was a defect there. I could not reapproximate the skull, so there's a piece of skull missing.
Was there a bevel around that piece of skull?
We don't get beveling when there's shattering of the bone.
Okay. We'll pursue that a little bit later.
It's
but-
not a typical feature. You could potentially see something that you can say, well, this looks like a little beveling. But in my experience, that's very difficult to assess because there's so much damage and fragmentation of the bone.
Take that pointer, please, using Mr. Barber as a manager. And show us the path of that shotgun blast.
So it was going along here and into the left side, I believe, makes most sense like this, and out the top of the right side of the head.
So if you, and that was, you say, at least 3 feet away.
Yes.
Okay. Let me have that pointer again, please. And if you would step right over there. And just turn a little bit this way for me, okay? So your testimony is, and correct me if you need to step over here and correct the angle.
No, I don't like that.
Okay, well, show me what you like,
All right. I like this straight,
right?
and then, because this is basically not, it doesn't look like it's going upward. It's going straight and then entering around there. So we have two
But it
distinct
blows out that.
defects, a defect here and a defect there. So I believe the head was at least angled a little bit like that in order for the corresponding
changed the
continuation of that
angle.
defect to go in there. But I don't think it's going upward. I think looking at the left shoulder, it looks like it's kind of and if it was going upward, we wouldn't have as much in the neck as we do. So I think it's more like straight on.
But that would still be coming upward at some angle, right?
No, I think it's more straight. I really,
Well, how does it come out the top of his head?
well,
Good question.
That's because if his head is like bent like that,
Right.
then it's going to go in.
No,
that
that's still not the same angle
It's
though.
straight, it's
No.
gonna go here and then out the top of his head?
Well, it absolutely could. The thing about the neck.
Oh,
and
okay.
to
The
twist
thing
and
about it
turn,
is,
so it's not at all inconsistent with that. It's most reliable that we can look at the shoulder wound and see that it's kind of, it's very difficult to assess the angle from where you're standing. And
I'm a
that's
little
only
flustered on
because
this.
the head can bend and twist. And so we can only know where it entered and where it exited. And it's possible the head could have been twisted or turned to correspond.
Would it be more consistent if he turned your head the other way, Mr. Barber? Like that to get it out the top of the head?
That could be. However, we have a defect over here. So how did that happen?
Pull your head back.
Well,
and
you're
take the
supposed to tell
thumb
us
over in
that.
direction. In other words, let me adjust him.
you're
Back
muted,
and
Andrew.
then over that way.
Yeah.
Is that
Somehow
consistent
the
with
shot
it
has to
coming
come out
in
the top of his head.
here, going
Yeah.
this way, and then out the
Yes,
top of the
I
head?
think that the head tilt to the right, as you've just demonstrated,
Right.
is perfectly consistent with that. However, because the hole here is here, I think even if his head's to the right, it would still be turned like that. Okay, now that makes sense to me.
So,
Right.
so the shooter would be at least 3 feet away from that right there, right?
Yes.
And would he have it up or would he have it down or? you
It's
think-
hard to say, and that's because the head can tilt. We only have one area.
head can
of
only
an
tilt
entrance to
so
interior.
much.
Seems to be approximately horizontal, but it's impossible for me to say whether it's the entrance is kind of below him or at his level or potentially above him with Paul leaning over. It's hard to know, and that's because people aren't necessarily standing up straight, and they've also the thing about injuries on the head and neck. There's so much twisting and bending possible.
Okay, Ms. Barber, stand up straight. You get the correct there? Okay, I'm sorry. So now what you tell us is basically from here back on his skull, let's see, why don't you stand over there for just a second so we don't block him. From here back on his skull, and I've looked at your autopsy pictures, all this is gone.
To the right side.
To the
Yes,
right
and there
side.
were fractures on the left.
Okay.
So we know it's going in a left-right direction.
Do you have a seat for a moment, please? Thank you. I may be done with you, but don't put your coat back on. Okay, if you go ahead and take the stand again, please. Okay, let me ask you a couple preparatory questions. Are you familiar with this book?
Yes,
Okay, and it is like a definitive, I mean, I'm told most pathologists have read this. And
yeah, it's a highly respected book on gunshot wounds.
Okay, so
Gonna start
if you
reading.
go to page 228 in this book,
Tell me how the fuck you came up with your analysis.
sorry.
By the way, Nick, I texted you a shot size comparison chart
Okay, I'll pull it up on the break.
if you want it or not. So either way is fine.
I mean, it's an insane difference.
Can you identify this as page 228 in this book? Those images?
Yes,
Oh,
228.
showing, say, a copy of page 228.
I mean, there were problems right there in that testimony. How are you going to say it's at a flat angle? They want her to say it's at a flat angle because Alec is tall. But if the shooter is short, it most likely would come from a lower
Exhibit
angle,
116.
which would make
Is
more
this a
sense
copy of what
coming
I
out
just
the
showed you
top
out
of
of
his
the book?
head.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer this into evidence.
State's going to
Says
object.
state.
Your Honor, no objection.
Admit it.
Oh, he wanted to.
Okay, could I have this on the screen, please?
He knows it's not going to be good for him.
Can you do this for me? Would you show me the first two slides up top along with what's written there?
He's not going to
Okay,
read it.
so
He's gonna make her read
the
it.
caption on this is show the sequence of events that occur at the muzzle on the firing of a shotgun. Note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds in the contact range. So the first A is the shotgun being fired, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes. I didn't
Okay.
read the captions.
What now?
There's captions at the bottom.
Are there
Yeah,
captions at the bottom?
so-
Okay. No, I don't think there are, but I'll show you the book.
Okay. Okay, so I imagine that's sequence.
I didn't write the book.
No, that's right. Okay.
So the sequence of a shotgun shell being fired are, the first one is it being fired. The second one, note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds on contact. And the third one is at contact range. And then you see on the last one,
I don't see them on my screen.
I'm sorry, okay, go down to the last two. There you go, C and D. You see I guess at the front end would be the pellets and the gas would be preceding the pellets. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that's correct. This is depicting contact range. It specifically says at contact range.
Right.
So pellets are not yet released from the wadding.
Okay, well, we're going to go a little bit further on that in a minute. Let me,
Yeah.
referring again to, well, let me ask you this question. If this book says contact shotgun wounds of the head are among the most mutilating firearm wounds there are, you would agree with that?
Yes,
Extensive destruction of bone and soft tissue structures with bursting ruptures of the head are the rule rather than the exception. correct?
yes,
These are the wounds of which an individual said to have had blown his head off, right?
yes,
In some cases, this is almost literally true. The skull may be largely fragmented and the brain pulpified. Large fragments of the cranial bulk and cerebral hemispheres are often ejected from the head. The scalp is extensively lacerated due to two factors: the charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combination of the propellant.
Objection to formal question, Your Honor.
What is the
He's
question?
not done with it.
Does this, and one pathologist told me this is the Bible of gun wounds for pathologists, is that correct?
Well, there's a lot of literature, and this is a highly respected primary source. It's not the only, but what are you asking me about?
Does the shot, well, are there two factors which contribute this, the things we just talked about, the shattering, perhaps even the ejection of the brain? Are there two factors? The charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combustion of the propellant.
Okay, well, he's actually discussing contact shotgun
ma'am.
wounds, and that's not what we have here, but we have similar destruction.
Right, well, we're going to talk about that in just a minute. But this is about a contact wound, I agree.
Okay,
You have not indicated it was a contact wound.
correct.
We're going to talk about that in a minute.
Okay,
The shot directly, does the shot on a contact wound from a shotgun directly fracture the skull and shreds the brain while at the same time producing pressure waves that increase the severity of these injuries as well as ejecting the brain tissue?
yes, it frequently happens that way.
Okay. The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, I'll make this a question so we don't get ejected to. Does the gas entering the closed chamber of the head expand rapidly, adding to the pressure waves, acting on the bony framework of the skull. The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, if the muzzle's right here, all the gas has to go directly into the head cavity, and it has to go somewhere so it bursts out, rather than just being from the wound itself. So that's what he's talking about with the contact.
So it's your opinion that, well, let me ask you this. If the shotgun muzzle was 3 to 4 feet away, would gas have entered the body?
Well, it's still a very destructive
Not the answer to the
wound.
question.
In my experience, there is still a huge amount of energy that would enter the head from a shotgun wound, even if it's not contact.
Okay, and perhaps I misstated the question.
No.
Would
Perhaps you misanswered.
gas, just a yes or
Yeah.
no, be fine, from 4 feet away, enter the body and be destructive?
Yeah, I don't know if it's gas that's causing the destruction.
The answer is
but,
just no. Just
um,
say no.
there must be some amount of energy that's causing this destruction, because a shotgun wound to the head, no matter what the distance, causes. But whether it's due to gas or not, I really can't answer that question. This is not something I've done not experiments like this as in the book.
But this is a book you check for reference, correct?
Well, it's a good source, but, I don't know whether gas would be responsible for the destruction of the skull from a few feet away.
Well, that went from
There is
Bible
destruction of the skull. I
to
don't know if it's attributed.
one
or
among many to
specifically
a good
gas or to
reference real
other
quick.
factors. So I really can't answer that. And if he says that, that's fine, but I don't know. He's talking about a contact wound. I cannot
I wonder if their
necessarily
expert is the
extend
author
that
of the book.
conclusion to
That'd
what
be
would happen
hilarious.
a few feet away. But there
Okay.
is frequently destruction of the head.
I understand that there was massive destruction of the head. I'm just trying to get my arms around the
Is there gas?
definitive work on, one of the definitive works indicates that the most instances, the vast majority, that kind of destruction is caused by gas on a contact wound.
Well, this is a mechanism that he's describing based on experimental data. And I'm a forensic pathologist. I've not performed this kind of experimental data, and nor would I
I've performed the
extrapolate
experimental
from
test.
his conclusions about a contact gunshot wound to whether the same amount of gas is produced at a distance.
Well, ma'am,
I mean, it's common.
Dr. Reamer, we can walk through.
Maybe
this.
I'm crazy, but it
These
seems
are
common
based
that that's
on-
not going to happen at 4 feet away. And
These are based.
there's what,
not on
hydrostatic
some
shock?
experiment, but actually on people that typically shot themselves in the head, contact wound with a shotgun. Would that surprise you?
Well, these are depictions of shotguns being fired. Contact shotgun wounds to the head cause massive destruction, and a lot of that is from gas buildup.
Okay, now we're on the same page. Literally. So it's your position, there's a lot of energy when it's fired from 3 or 4 feet away, hits the shoulder, hits the neck, comes through and hits the head, and the head explodes, correct?
Yes.
And have you had a number of autopsies you've done of victims whose heads have exploded as a result of a shotgun?
Yes.
Okay. And many of those were contact suicide wounds?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had one, and we can talk about the details of that, where someone was shot from 3 or 4 feet away, no initial contact with the head? You would agree, no initial contact with the head.
Correct.
It goes through the shoulder, the neck, and then the head explodes. Have you ever had one of those?
Yes, these are very dynamic, and he still actually had a lot of his head there. Sometimes with the shotgun wound, the entire head is basically, you don't really see very much up above like the teeth. So this was, there was obviously horrible destruction of this skull, but his face was intact, and frequently a contact causes fractures of the face. So, and I don't see any evidence of contact range discharge on the left side of the neck. So it was not my conclusion. That was not my opinion that this is a contact shot wound.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. Your position is the energy by a shotgun blast that went through the arm, through the neck, and then up to the brain still had enough energy. Is it the energy caused by, is it pellets going into the brain?
Yes, well, not just pellets, but there's also fracturing of the base of the skull, which is a bone that holds underneath the skull. And that fracturing with sufficient force can actually push the brain out.
And
So
not only
it's a
push-
variety of mechanisms that could contribute to the destruction and the loss of brain tissue.
So fracturing at a
Not only
horizontal
pushes-
angle would push the brain. I don't.
fractures the skull. In this case, the brain was brought to you in a separate bag because it ended up laying at his feet. It went up in the air and then plopped down at his feet, correct?
Yes,
Oh, poor
The entire
Alec.
brain
most of it, yeah, except for
He's
the
going to
brain.
have a medical emergency.
floated
Here.
out of his head.
Yes,
And the skull was at least almost destroyed around where you say the exit wound is, correct?
yes.
Now, did you
Give the man some
indicated the state
earplugs
did
for
not
this
show
part.
you
Jesus.
any crime scene photos, correct? Or
Yeah, I really didn't look at them. Yeah. I mean, they might have said, oh, here, this is a picture of the wall, but I didn't look at them. And they were thumbnail size. So this is a couple of weeks before trial.
Okay, now if you would put back up exhibit number, here we go. Exhibit number 112, please.
How you feeling, Jeff?
Wonderful. I'm feeling perfect.
No,
It was like a
I don't think
24-hour
that's
thing that
That's the chest.
took
I
24 hours to
apologize.
get over and then 24 hours to
113.
revitalize the body. I feel great now. Just trying to
That's
hold all
good.
my darkest jokes inside my head because they're funny here, probably not if they come out of my mouth.
Why would you keep your darkest jokes inside your head?
Can you
Because
Paul
people
let
might
his out
object
all
to me
over the
saying
floor.
area
Paul
where
can
those
star
are-
as the Scarecrow in the next production of Wizard of
Yeah, no, right
Oz.
there.
Oh,
Things like that. They belong
So
up here.
at his shoulder,
Kind of thoughtless of you, Jeff.
I know.
how
No-brainer.
how big a spread is that? I mean, as it comes in, is it 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches, that wound?
I didn't measure the spread of the pellets.
why not?
Okay.
What?
So, how about, I apologize to the jury, this is pretty graphic. How about pull up 109?
About an inch a yard, typically, depending on the choke.
Okay, so this depicts a very big wound in the shoulder, correct?
Yeah, that's a typical appearing shotgun entrance wound.
Okay, and would you come down here for just a second, please? We go. Hold on, wait 1 second.
Do you want to see these photos? Show the pic. They're not going to. They're filed under seal. Anything graphic is filed under seal in this case.
You're right. I need to offer these.
Your Honor, we state the request that the defense be exhibited evidence before the judge and the jury.
I apologize, Your Honor. And this is exhibit number. Got multiples of these. What's this exhibit number? I'm sorry. 109. 109. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Oh. I apologize, Your Honor. I got ahead of myself. Won't take 2
Looks
seconds.
like people have stopped coming for this particular part of the trial. It's looking pretty empty.
They may have put some restriction on there due to the COVID scare
Yeah.
to enforce some social distancing, although some of these people are really close together. So maybe not.
This is state defense exhibit number 109. Have you seen that before?
Yes, this is my autopsy photo.
Offered in evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Would you put it up the screen, please? Now, as we look at this photo, we see this is the entrance wound,
Yes,
and then it goes in here, correct?
that's correct.
So, but this is a much larger wound than the next one in line, is it not?
Well, that's okay.
Well, let me ask you this, in terms of understanding a shotgun pattern, as we saw in the photo, starts out basically the size of the shell, right? If you just answer the question and then you can explain. Does it start out as the same size as the shell?
Yes.
Okay. And as it goes forward, the pattern expands, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it continues to expand even after it hits something, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now please explain to me why this wound, and it looks like it's, I mean, if you use me on my left shoulder, what is the,
Yes. I'd be delighted to tell you why this entrance wound is larger than this one, even though what you said is correct about the spread. And that's because the entrance wound to the left shoulder, it's not straight on perpendicular. If it was straight on perpendicular, then we would have a smaller hole. But this is going in a tangential manner across. So we're not really looking at a perpendicular, entrance wound that's going to make a round hole. So as it's coursing along the top of the left shoulder, we get more of an oblong hole. In contrast, its continuation into the left side of the cheek is kind of straight on at a 90-degree angle. So that's why that is smaller. So there was nothing about this that was inconsistent with what I would expect from a shotgun wound.
so tell me, so you're saying this second hole was made in this direction? Is that what you're saying?
I just said that was a continuation of the logical sequences. It went through here, it's causing a lot of destruction, and then entered the left side of the neck.
So that big wound is because it's in a different direction than the small one, is your explanation?
At a different angle
Right.
along the surface of the skin.
Okay, and there's no pellets in his face, are there?
There were some pellets that we saw in the x-ray,
But not in his face?
not in the front of his face.
Right. So as it continues on, is there any evidence that it expands even more?
Well, it did cause, there's so much destruction, we can't exactly, have a single, easily tracked path. Because when the skull is involved, there's so much expansion, usually either from gases or just from the blast of the projectile.
You can't say it's from the gas, though. You wouldn't say it.
We can't really track. It caused an exit on the right side of the back of the head with loss of the brain and lots of skull fractures, predominantly on the right side.
Okay. But you would agree with me, that wound appears to be much larger than the next wound?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And you have an explanation for that. Could the other explanation be that this is an exit wound and that is an exit wound? Could that be a reasonable explanation? I'm going to show you something in a minute that may assist you in making that decision. But is it a possibility?
That is not, I do not believe this is consistent with an exit wound from a shotgun. There would be a lot more destruction because it would be coming, if it had to be
She
coming.
doesn't
from,
do well off script.
like somewhere else.
How about a contact wound on the head, on the back, right back of the head? What would you expect to see on the bone structure of the back right of the head if that was a contact wound on the head?
Well, I would not expect the brain to come out. We would have had opening of a lot of skull. We would have had a path through the brain, which is not at all what happened here.
So if there was a contact wound, and we saw a moment ago, and you agree, that the gas would enter first, explode the skull, the brain would pop out. Did you find any pellets in the brain?
I don't remember if they were from the brain, but the brain was basically intact. A contact gunshot wound to the top of the head would cause, a huge defect of the brain.
Right, because the gas going in on a contact wound would create such a pressure, as we just read, that the skull would explode and the brain would pop out.
No, I don't think that would happen from a wound that was going toward the brain from above. I think we would have just certainly destruction of the brain, but it wouldn't just pop out because it's in the path of fire. There's going to be massive destruction of the brain. It may end up on the floor, but it's going to be in multiple fragments. So in my experience, doing this for a long time, I do not think
They're
that
trying
the
to
brain
get
would
the
have popped out
trajectory to
the way
be
it did
this
from
way,
an entrance wound on the
and this
top.
being exit wound
Okay.
rather than entrance wound.
Now, let me ask you to look at
Which I guess the justification would be the beveling would be much smaller at close range because you're going from this and through the cavity that it would come out
this
and
is
not
under
have a,
seal, and I would
There-
also,
all the
Your Honor,
pressure
ask
blow it
the
out
other
that way,
photos
I
I
guess?
put in be put
Would
under
explain my hand's not up.
They're under seal.
Thank you. Would you put defense exhibit number 59, and I apologize to the jury for the graphic nature of this. Go ahead.
We have to rethink this
I
whole
would
case.
like you, do you recognize this?
I've not seen this photograph.
Would you disagree with me that's a photograph of, it's been testified, Paul Murdaugh
It does
at the
look-
scene
Yes.
and the way he was found? You've
I
never
don't
seen-
know how he was found.
Okay, but this is a photograph you've never seen.
I've never seen this photograph.
Okay, let me get one thing before I ask you questions about it.
It's pretty common for the forensic pathologist to be familiar with the crime scene photos to kind of build out a narrative of what might have happened to cause the injury.
yeah, it would help them develop their theory of what happened.
If you would,
But it's amazing how many forensic pathologists are wacko. So many of them have this kind of weird demeanor.
his head,
Yeah. I think it takes someone special to do 5,000 autopsies, right? Like,
and
especially with some really gruesome ways of people dying.
make it a little bit, can you make it a little bit bigger, please?
In the Zimmerman trial, the pathologist was
So,
routinely
you
washing her
see
feet in the sinks, in the stainless steel
A
sinks.
sort of semicircle
Gross.
defect in the skull right here. You see where I'm looking?
Do it again.
Right here?
I do see a defect, yes.
Right, in the skull,
Yes.
semicircle.
It does have a semicircular.
Okay. Can you determine,
Does
from
change your
looking at the
opinion?
photograph,
Well, yes, it does.
any beveling?
As I said earlier.
There's a semicircular
beveling is,
defect up here in the skull.
Not really too reliable when we have so much destruction of the head. But if you're asking me if that could have been a
Yes.
contact shotgun wound to the top of the head with a kind of curved entrance, I would expect to see soot. We always get soot from contact wounds, and it's deposited on the outer table of the skull. So there is no burning, no soot on the outer table of the skull to
Did you
support that.
take an autopsy photo of this area of the skull?
Well, when he came in, I do believe I took an area of the skull, but it may not have caught that.
Okay.
picture.
Did you shave his head?
No, I did not.
You did shave Maggie's head for a head wound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you shave his head? To examine this, you would agree with me, had his head been shaved, you would have had a better look at this wound.
Well, I believe that my assessment of it was
Come to the
correct.
conclusions.
And without, usually shaving is along an entrance wound, not an exit wound. So I determined this was an
You
exit,
presumed.
and shaving is not done on exit wounds. I shaved Maggie's because that was an entrance wound, and it gives me an opportunity to see the margins of the entrance defect.
I guess what I'm asking is, you decided that was an exit wound without shaving the head, without
Watch
looking
Buster
for
picking his nose
without
back
looking
there.
for- so-
Jeez.
Because you would agree with me that to do that,
Buster,
effectively, you have to shave the head.
To
Buster.
observe marks on the skin.
Oh, he's chewing his
Yes,
fingernails.
But also,
Yeah.
there would be soot on the outer table of the skull.
Well, did you look for it? You apparently had already decided.
Yeah, well, I did look. I didn't take a picture from this angle necessarily. I did take a picture after from the top of his head. But my determination, based on my experience, was that the entrance wound was over here. Doesn't mean somebody else cannot disagree with me. But that's my opinion.
Somebody can
Preview.
disagree with you,
Nice.
and that
Someone's
would
gonna
be a
disagree with you.
Reasonable disagreement.
Well, I would say that people can disagree, but that doesn't mean that, doesn't change the truth.
You would also agree with me, though,
Oh.
that your notes contain no mention of the lack of or presence of stippling or soot on that part of his head. You never looked for it, did you?
Well, I look for it. I look at all of the wounds, and if there was, I would have documented it. But I don't document the absence of soot or stippling on what I determined to be an exit wound.
but did you examine it to
I don't
determine if it
see
was an exit
any
wound, or did you just
note
assume?
of yours where you
Dang.
examined that exit wound in detail? I mean, shaved his head, looked for some distortion that would be inconsistent with the conclusion you'd already come to, correct?
Well, I came to the conclusion based on my examination of the entire area.
Okay, and as this book indicates, the vast majority of this kind of damage, the vast majority, I mean, they say most probably, almost certainly, is a contact wound to the head that injects the gas, which explodes the head. Is that not true? You want to
No,
read the book?
I do think that you're kind of, you're extending his statement. He's describing
Is he?
contact gunshot
You
wounds
can't
to the
explain the
head.
mechanism by
Actually,
which
a
the
contact
pressure
gunshot
buildup
wound
would
to the
blow out a
top of the
skull
head
from
like
4
that.
feet away.
Like I told you, it would have caused fragmentation of the brain, not ejection of the brain, based on my experience. And then there would be a lot more, we would have a lot more fragment. It would never have just left the rest of the skull intact. We would have had fractures of the face. There's massive amount. I don't believe that the
Listen to her
the,
frazzled on this one.
the fractures of his skull are consistent with that being a contact.
It's all her
shot.
demeanor. The same word said in the calm tone of voice.
I
would be completely
understand
different.
that is a massive
It's this
destruction of the
frantic,
head from
defensive
shotgun
demeanor.
wounds. But in this case, we do have the brain basically left intact. We don't have a path through the brain. It's a very dynamic, there's gases, there's pellets, there's fractured bone.
Gases
But
again?
in my opinion, based on my experience, that was not an entrance wound, and that this was not an exit.
And you indicated, I looked at your autopsy report, that well, first of all, do you believe this was caused by pellets entering the brain cavity?
No, I think it's a combination of different things. I don't think it's from pellets.
Well, there's not a lot of
specifically.
things that
What
can
was it?
be.
I think it's from the gas buildup in the brain and fractures of the skull and that.
You wouldn't
just
testify
basically
to
a lot
gas
of gas
entering.
buildup.
So
The head
that's
from
where did
4
those
feet
gases
away.
come from?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of energy from a shotgun.
Energy is not
I'm sorry.
gas.
If you'd answer my question, where did the gases you just testified that
Not from
caused
3
this
feet away.
come from?
No way.
From the shotgun wound.
A shotgun wound you testified was created by a weapon that was more than 4 feet away. The gases traveled through the air.
Oh, they're experts.
Traveled through that shoulder.
Rip
wound,
this apart.
Traveled
Yeah.
through the neck, and then exploded his head.
It's not just gases, but it's a combination of gases and.
Well,
and
how
the,
much was gas?
The pellets as well.
But there would have been a significant amount of gas involved to explode his head.
Yes.
And there would be
How does
pellets.
that gas get
would they be present
into
in
the
brain
wound?
After that brain exploded?
The brain, the pellets may not have reached the brain. The brain may have been ejected just by virtue of the skull fragmenting and base of the skull pushing it up. It's not possible.
In other words,
for me
I don't have a
to,
fucking clue.
say exactly why the
This
brain
is
came out
incoherent.
here.
But you would agree with me based
This
on
doesn't make
literature,
any
it's much
sense.
more common.
How
for
would
a contact
fracturing of the
wound where
lower
the gas
skull
goes in,
push the brain
contact
out
explode the
through
head?
the exploding upper skull?
In my experience, a contact shotgun wound could cause this type of damage, but it would
Okay.
frequently cause even more damage. Like a lot of times, there's just massive destruction of the entire head. At least the front of his head was, front of his face where bones were intact.
I hear what you're saying is that it would have produced massive destruction, but it would have always included massive destruction of the face.
Okay, well, let me tell you, there are other reasons that why I concluded that the entrance wounds were.
Got to answer the questions, man. Got to pin her down here.
We have a lot of, basically a bunch
Letting her
of
change the subject.
tight pellets over here.
Right.
If they would be more spread out if the entrance wound was here. By the time it got to here, there'd be a lot more pellets over a wider area.
many
Why?
Well, it would,
Yeah.
I'm
she
not
can't
saying
quantify
more
that.
pellets, I'm saying there would be a
It's 7
wider
inches.
spread of pellets. This
Wow.
was still in a
9 inches, 12?
relatively narrow range. It
Man
was
measurements
along
is
the
8
top of
feet
the
from here to
shoulder.
here, but-
So,
From my head to my shoulder on a direct line.
yes.
How far is that?
Well, honestly, the spread would not, I don't believe they would have been as tight along the shoulder.
How far
I
is it?
think
Answer the
and
question.
we also would have had a larger defect probably on the.
A larger defect
Look.
between here and here?
Oh,
Every
she's getting mad.
single shotgun wound and gunshot wound, they're each a little bit different. So a lot of this is judgment and assessment at the time
Oh,
of the
no.
autopsy.
Well,
And it's not theoretical whether there's gas buildup or not gas buildup. I can see this as a shotgun wound. We have pellet entrance defects around this large defect.
Okay, pellet.
Someone's
you told me
asking
you
why
could
he's
do
not
a
pinning her
bevel
down to yes or
assessment
no
on
answers
skin.
because she
How do you know
sounds
their entrance
terrible.
rather than exit on
That's
skin?
why.
Well, I'll tell you.
I could.
And the reason is if pellets are going through the shoulder, we wouldn't have a big, large, oblong defect. We would have holes from the pellets, not an oblong ovoid defect. So you'll recall on his arm, Paul's arm, those pellets, they came from, and then along here, we just basically have pellet exit wounds. And we
Crumb?
don't have that on the shoulder. We have basically
Is she
a
coming to Vegas
larger
next?
confluent wound that was not caused by individual pellets.
What
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
What is she
then.
talking about?
You can take that picture down.
She doesn't even know.
It's not my opinion that is the entrance wound is to the top of
And
the head.
could you
We know
put
that.
up- No, we don't even need to do that. I don't need to see the picture. The chest shot goes through his chest, comes out under his arm, right?
Yeah, on the left side, yes.
The left side comes out under his arm. And what do we have? What do we have on the inside and outside of that arm?
We have pellet,
Coming in and out. We have a pattern of pellets,
yes.
just like the pattern of pellets that you're talking about on what you say, the exit wound here. Exit wound from about the same distance, pellets. From the same distance, pellets, correct?
Well, there are pellets in the shoulder, but we
Yes.
have a ovoid defect at
One
the
of my
top
big
of the left
problems is
shoulder.
why do the shots come
They're
from
not
two
a bunch of
different
individual pellet wounds. We have pellets
Under her
embedded
theory.
in the tissue, but the actual defect, we don't have a defect like that on his arm, even though it may be the same distance. And the reason is because the pellets are exiting, but each one is going through the left arm individually. Okay, whereas if this was the entrance at the right side of the top of the back of the head, it's a good thought, let's think about this. And it was coming
It's a good
through
thought,
the
okay.
head, regardless of what happened to the brain, and then exited here and then went along here, we would have a lot more individual pellet wounds on the shoulder as opposed to a large, like huge, big area of skin and subcutaneous tissue loss. Pellets don't cause that type of damage on their own.
So you and I both counted something between 30 and 40 pellets in that shell pit and shoulder wound.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, there were something like about that.
Do you know how many pellets are in a duck shot or bird shot 12 gauge shell?
No, I don't remember. That
So
is
you don't
something.
know whether that was 90% of the pellets or 60% of the pellets or 50?
No, I
Would
do
that
not.
make a difference to you? How many of the pellets that were fired ended up there?
No.
But you're
No,
saying just because the wound here is bigger and the wound in his chin is smaller, doesn't mean the shotgun pellets spread out, right? They spread out and they don't contract. You would agree with me? Just please
I don't
answer-
really
please
know
answer-
whether to agree
Please answer
with
yes or
you because
no.
I'm not understanding your question.
Okay, let me rephrase it.
love how you signed to the jury now.
If you view that wound on his shoulder
Don't confuse Frau Blucher.
as the entrance wound, and I believe you have,
Yes.
you would agree with me that it is, whether it's coming across the top or whatever, it is a bigger wound than the wound in his chin. In other words, are you saying that those were so focused that they, as they went through or across the top, they actually contracted?
No.
Okay.
I explained that this was larger because it was tangential across the top of the
Okay.
shoulder. So
But
that's the kind of.
You agree with me that reasonable people could have a difference of opinion about these facts?
Yes.
Okay.
You just got
Why you
reasonable
get the big
doubt.
bucks?
He just got the expert to admit to reasonable doubt to her own
2
testimony on
seconds to
how he
make sure I put
died.
everything in the evidence I wanted.
That was just rubbing that special brand of salt in her wounds there.
And he did it on Valentine's Day. What a monster. No box of chocolates for her.
I was excellent lawyering. I don't think she even knows that she answered that way. It'll catch up to her eventually, and she'll be like, "Damn it!"
To everyone that says he's a dumb old
Watch this
boomer
state,
lawyer,
watch the
That
state
just-
scramble on redirect.
Everything out over here.
yeah.
Try to repair the sinking ship.
The rest of this.
I
Yep.
mean, that is just proof he's playing rope-a-dope with these people.
She's for the streets.
Good luck on redirected, buddy.
Please tell us again your theory that
Your
you
job
just
is
said
to do what? What do you do?
I do an autopsies in order
You're
to
just not my
determine the
job
cause
for
and manner of death.
advance.
And
Your
when
job
you're
to blow up
asked
the
do an
state's case.
autopsy, are you told any sort of conclusion to come to, or do you just look at the evidence in the body before you and come to whatever conclusions that body tells you?
Yes, and I examine the body.
Oh, recross
And
will
I
be
come
funny.
to a conclusion based on reasonable medical certainty, based on my education and experience.
So is it part of your job to look at crime scene photos and that sort of thing? Or are you relying on what the body tells you?
My job is to look at the body. That's my job. Crime scene photos, crime
Did
scene
you
evidence.
shave the head and
somebody
look
else's
closely at that?
Is somebody else's project. That's
Not
not
my job.
incorporated into my conclusion.
I want to talk a little bit. We've gone into a long examination about the top of the head, and you talked about soot and stippling. So I want to make sure the jury understands the difference between the two. You saw stippling on the chest wound to Paul, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, explain to the jury the difference between soot and stippling and what that tells you and what it doesn't tell you.
Okay, so the stippling is like the pieces of gunpowder that deposit on the skin when something is fired within 2 to 3 feet from the barrel of the gun, not the shooter, from the barrel of the gun. Soot is like real burning powder, burning marks from very hot gunpowder that's still basically burning, and it causes like a burning wound. That's the soot. And we don't see soot except within a few inches, depending on the gun, but we would like
So soot is a
not
burning
expect to
wound.
see soot further away from 6 inches. So the fact that we have stippling but no soot, we can fairly say it's between it's not closer than 6 inches, even though I know it's most likely within 3
She
feet.
never looked at the
All
crime
right, so
scene
you observed
photos. Folks.
stippling
There's no
on
point
the wound to the
exploring
chest of
two-shooter
Paul, correct?
scenario
Yes.
with her.
Did you observe stippling anywhere else?
No,
All right. Did you observe any soot at all on Paul's body?
no,
And did you, particularly on the top of the head? did
Yeah,
you
for
observe any
her
soot there?
information, I
No.
mean, they could have been right next to each other.
You were
There's
asked a
no
little bit,
idea
you
the
testified
layout.
yesterday about, the tilting of the head and the manner in which the shotgun blast went through the chest, through the shoulder, into the neck, and then out the top of the head.
yeah, I think that's a reasonable conclusion.
And that still is your most likely conclusion, is that
That's
correct?
my most likely conclusion
All right.
to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. It
So
doesn't mean
reason-
it's 100% the
Oh.
only thing, but that's my opinion based on my experience.
Terrible
How many
answer.
autopsies have you done?
Approximately 5,500.
And how long you been doing this?
20 plus years.
Okay. Dr. Reamer and Professor Reamer, correct?
Yes.
Whoa.
You were asked about the
Bolster
book
her up there.
Bolstering.
and all that discussion that the defense counsel was talking to you out of the book, that was dealing with a contact wound.
Because we all
correct?
know there's no bullshit.
Yes, I
professor
mean, I'm
out
not
there.
going to disagree with a book, but that's, the discussion is
You're not gonna disagree with the
regarding a
book?
contact shotgun wound.
All right. And when your expert opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you saw no evidence of a contact wound in this particular case with Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked a lot, and let me ask you this. A lot of what was in that book, when they're talking about those contact wounds, they're exploring someone using a shotgun to commit suicide, correct?
Well, frequently contact wounds do indicate a suicide, but potentially people can be shot by another also at contact range.
All right. And your manner of death that you
Like
determined
here.
for Paul to a reasonable degree of medical certainty was what?
Homicide,
Homicide, which means?
death at the hands of another.
And did you see with this shot to the chest or the shot that went through the shoulder into his head, any evidence whatsoever that this could potentially be a suicidal wound?
I do not believe that it was at all consistent with a suicidal wound.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
In your expert
Shot to
opinion?
the
Yes.
chest, and you're to blame.
Let's talk a little bit more about the head wound. And you've been asked a lot of questions about the possibility that this was a contact wound from the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes,
And your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is that it is not.
it was not.
Okay. And let's talk about, just very quickly, without belaboring the point, some of the reasons. First of all, you saw no soot, correct?
Correct.
And then also with the damage inside Paul's head, did you see any evidence that would indicate that the force? Did you see any
Yep.
evidence that would
Objection
indicate
leading.
to you from the damage
Still
that
leading.
Paul suffered, that the force of the shot was going this way as opposed to
You agree or disagree?
going down from the top of his head as opposed to
Yeah,
going?
I don't believe
come
that it was
on.
going from the top of his head down. I don't think the damage to the head was consistent with that.
Okay. And with the brain, you said that the brain came to you in a separate container, is that
Yeah,
correct?
the most of it.
Objection leading.
Yes.
And did you, in examining the brain, did you see any evidence whatsoever that would have been consistent with the force of the shot, including the pellets and everything else going into the top of the head and into the brain that way?
No, I did not see any evidence of that.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes,
Did you find any wadding in Paul's head cavity?
I don't think there was any wadding.
You don't think there was?
You were asked a lot about the shoulder and how it was, in the picture you were shown, it was more, in that picture at least, it was kind of a gaping sort of wound. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And his shoulder was it kind of squinched up in that picture a little bit? I don't know if that's a technical term, squinch, but
Winched?
You mean the photograph?
the photograph. that
Degree
you
of
showed.
medical
Well,
certainty.
I took a picture of his, the shoulder area.
Was it squinched though?
Yes,
Okay. And just so I understand, as opposed to a direct on wound and the sort of the size of that, and then a wound that goes along the side of the shoulder, like you identified in this case, explain to the jury again how those are going to create different shapes of wounds.
yes.
Your
So,
Honor, not in response. He's asking her to explain again. That would be repetitive.
I sustain the objection.
Nice.
Was the wound to the shoulder, was that straight on or oblong to the side?
Yeah, it was a tangential type of shotgun wound.
With that shoulder wound that you've identified that as the entrance wound, the initial wound,
Yes,
would you still expect to find the pellets in that wound consistent with what you saw in Paul?
yes.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond. Nothing further.
Yes, just a couple questions.
There's a couple
I want to
questions
make
I'm
sure I
gonna ask
understand a couple of the answers you gave to the Attorney General. We
Looking at
previously
sanctions.
established you did not see any real crime scene photos in this case.
Correct.
In many crime cases or some crime cases, do you look at crime scene photos to help you or assist you in your opinions concerning certain things on the autopsy?
No, honestly, I don't. It's my job to examine the body, and I come to my conclusions, and I don't really, look at the crime scene photos. I could potentially ask for them if I saw something very unusual, and I'll say, wow, how did that happen?
This
Or
was pretty
sometimes
unusual.
I'll see an entrance gunshot wound that has, I'll assess it. There may be a lot of, glass around it, and I'll say, well, did this go through a window first? And I'll ask that question. I don't actually have to look at the photos. So there is information that I might ask, but, looking at the crime scene photos is really, not something that I do to help me come to a conclusion. Whatever's on the body, I will rely on what I see on the body. And if it fits with the crime scene photos, fine. But if not, I have my conclusions based on the body.
But you just conceded you do occasionally ask to see crime scene photos. Occasionally.
No, I don't ask to see the crime scene photos. I will ask to see, ask if something, like I just recently had a victim of multiple gunshot wounds. And I thought she may have been sitting in a car. Nobody told me anything like that because there was a bunch of glass fragments kind of on it. All the entrance wounds were to the left side and all the exit wounds were to the right. And then there were fragments of glass and kind of car parts, banging into the skin. So I was like, was she in a car? But I don't ask to see the photos. Really, I don't, it's not part of, my evaluation of the cause and manner of death, doing an autopsy.
But like in this case, you had conversations with investigating officers, did you not?
At their request.
So?
Did you have a conversation with Sweat Agent Owens about the bruising on her calf?
Well, I did not actually observe that at the autopsy. So
That's not the question.
I really couldn't come to any conclusion. And it's very possible that was dirt from a shoe that was already gone by the time it came to me. I'm not autopsying the bodies at the scene. There's transport, there's movement into a body bag. But it may have been asked to me, but I distinctly said I didn't see that.
But you did have a meeting after the autopsy and your report with, I believe it's Lieutenant Owens with SWED, the chief investigating officer, and discussed did he show you the muddy print picture?
Objection beyond the scope.
Your
Objection
Honor.
is sustained.
Oh, look at his face.
Okay.
All right, Judge. Fucker.
Well, I think that's probably all I have. Thank you so much for being here
sure.
today. But an opinion is an opinion, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good objection by Creighton Waters there.
Ladies
That
and
was
gentlemen, we'll
outside
take
the
a
scope
break for
of-
about 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the
redirect.
case.
Wow. And Taylor Business just attacked her lawyer in court.
Yeah, I saw.
Sweet.
I saw. Gosh, that case is going to be great.
Damn it. But it got postponed from March 6th. Damn it.
Oh, that's too bad.
Who just attacked their lawyer?
Taylorship Business. Wisconsin
Okay.
woman who is accused of murdering, maybe unintentionally, we don't really know, her meth infused lover, then chopping his head off during the act of sexual intercourse. Or wait, no, strangling him to death with a choke chain during the act of sexual intercourse, then chopping his head off and fondling his corpse for some period of around
3
2
hours.
hours. Yeah, 2-3 hours.
Yeah, the charges are first degree intentional murder, mutilation of a corpse, and SA in that order. That's the
Yep.
order. That's the
She
order they
also-
were performed in.
She was arrested at her house. She pulled up in her van with his legs in a crock pot box, but she left most of the body at
Covered
the scene
in
of the crime.
blood with underclothes and hands.
On top of her laundry. She had her laundry basket with fresh laundry there, and then a box with this guy's legs sticking out of it in her car. She put his head in a bucket at the scene, though, because I guess she didn't want that didn't fit in the box. I don't know.
Both of his heads.
Right. Ooh.
Both of his heads were in the bucket. And
Yeah.
she was telling that to the police when they were questioning her. It's like, oh, damn, I forgot the head. Why did I forget the head? And she was correct. She was correcting the police on their theories of the case during the interrogation. That's not going
Yeah. It was
Frank has left the building.
he's like, I'm done. I'm out of here. This is
Wow.
but Boosh McFadden says, so she's single. Yeah, buddy, go get it.
I can fix her.
It's all yours. Woo. Okay, let me read some of these super chats. Gates of Above says, would it be safe to say Paul was a free thinker considering his mind was on all of the property? Damn. Twisted Life says, I'll be damned, but it's already been 8 months. Good morning, everyone. Hey, good morning. Nick S says, I'm behind, so not sure if this has come up, but buckshot comes in different size pellets. Number 4 buck has about 20 pellets per around 0.24 inches and versus double at 0.33 inches. So the number and the nomenclature used makes sense. But she clarified that, or they clarified that I think it was the bird shot that they believe was recovered. And she said she doesn't believe she recovered any of the buckshot, I guess. Gates of Above says, damn, I feel kind of bad about my previous joke. Hearing about all these details just blew my mind. Gates of Above also says, oh God, please stop her from talking about that female being shot in a car. The judge will allow that evidence in. We have another case within the case. Oh my gosh. So yeah, I thought the cross was excellent. It seems like they're setting up for a completely contradictory opinion on the gunshot wound to the head. I mean, that's what I am gathering. They're going to have a medical expert, or they're going to have an expert who's going to testify that semicircular wound on the skull is consistent with an entrance wound coming from the opposite direction, that the skin ripping off of the shoulder, because that's what I got I guess is that the skin ripped off the shoulder. She says it went this way, but they're arguing it went the other way. That's consistent with pellets coming out this way out of the thing. What's up, Kurt? How you doing, buddy?
Happy
Hey, Kurt.
Valentine's Day, degenerates. How you doing?
Yeah.
Good.
Good. Did you watch that cross?
I did. I was watching it in the background, and I don't like this Emmy. I don't really like the way I don't know. It's just I don't find her particularly credible or informative, or something about her presentation style just it rubs me the wrong way. I feel like I'm being talked down to. I feel like it's just doesn't have that solidity feeling that I've come to expect from a lot of these things. So, and it's not particularly informative as to guilt, because to a lot of this, we kind of knew this, right? This is more detail, but it's nothing in some sense we didn't already know. So her value towards the fact-finding exercise is basically zero to me. They're dead. I got it. Right. And then you want to say it's a homicidal wound versus not a suicidal wound. Fine. So like, this is the value I extracted from it. I don't know if anyone else thought there was anything else particularly informative in this testimony.
Not till cross. On direct, what are they going to even cross her on? Everything seems just kind of bog standard for the death, and then they get to cross, and of course they've seen this evidence, they've seen the pictures, they've had experts look it over, and that's, you can bet that they had an expert say, you know, that this actual indication here on this photo looks to me like there could be a different type of this type of wound or this type of theory. Someone in the chat said, is the defense going to put forth a suicide or murder suicide theory? No. Again, I know people are really hung up on this murder suicide thing, but in either case, the wound doesn't make sense with a suicide. He's not holding a shotgun back like this to shoot himself in the head going this way. And he's not holding a shotgun over here to shoot like up across into the neck.
Yeah, he's certainly not doing that after he shoots himself in the chest.
Right. The chest shot's a big problem with that too. But I mean, typically with a suicide by shotgun, you're going to see the shotgun go under the chin and blow out the top of the head that way, because it's the most logical way to hold a shotgun and commit suicide. I guess if you had like a judge or something, you could do some sort of weird suicide theory. But there's, you know, I think the shell is way too big for a judge.
For those of, I'm not sure if you mentioned the judge is a revolver that shoots shotgun pellets.
Right.
So,
it's a Taurus judge, right?
in case people missed that, because anyways.
Or the Smith & Wesson governor.
Yep.
Why are they all named after politicians?
It's terrible.
I always like the Rhino because it fires from the bottom bore, which I thought was pretty cool.
Oh, I thought it just made a bunch of promises, but then changed after it got elected.
Nice.
But
I think that what the defense was worried about here was, you know, the state's putting all this detail in, like it came in an oblong angle and the head was turned a little bit and the arm wasn't up. And these are all things that the state's going to try to stitch together in closing as a narrative of how this killing was done. But all that becomes purely speculative if the underlying medical examiner's testimony is speculative, right? Just your opinion. Different people have different opinions. You don't really know. You didn't even look at the crime scene photos.
And to me, her testimony, like I'm not a medical examiner, I'm not a ballistics or gun expert or anything like that, but her testimony from the get-go stunk around how that shotgun wound happened. So she's saying it comes in at a horizontal angle across the shoulder, but it blows out the top of the head. And her explanation is like, well, his head could be at a weird angle, but the angle she picks is like turned this way, so it comes out like in this way. But it's like, why is his head turned down? Like what is the justification? He's not to me, I
like
don't
a
see
store mannequin that got knocked over.
Yeah, it's there's
Like
very
that's not a
weird
normal
stuff.
head position.
and it doesn't make any sense. Again, if all of this seems very weird with getting to her sort of conclusion as to how it happened. And my big problem is that the initial shot comes left to right. I think it would no, it comes right to left across the chest and comes out his arm here. But then the next shot comes from the opposite side, going out the opposite way, according to her. And I'm just not sure how or what scenario does that. I don't know that the shotgun blast would spin him around. People tend to have
that's the only one.
Yeah, but people tend to have a sort of a disproportionate idea of what the actual concussive force of a bullet is and to what it does. It's almost nothing.
No, almost nothing.
Yeah,
So-
that comes from watching the movies where you shoot the guy and it blows him through the back window and that kind of stuff.
I mean, you
That
can
doesn't
see it.
happen.
Just look at the D-Day footage. Just soldiers coming up out of the surf up onto the beach. They're being shot with heavy rifles and heavy machine guns, and they just fall on their face.
They go.
They don't get
They
knocked
crumple
backwards.
forward.
Yep, they just
often.
fall down.
Yeah. There was someone did a test a long time ago with like hanging. It was probably hog bodies or whatever, but they hung the bodies down and shot into them, and the amount of movement it's negligible. I mean, there just really isn't concussive force sufficient in a pellet that's the size. Oh, I could pull those up. Bronco, you sent me those. I mean, a pellet. These things are tiny.
There's not a lot of mass there, so there's not going to be a lot of force.
Right.
Worst
No
equals
matter how
MA?
fast they're
Anybody?
moving.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't like her saying that she made her conclusion, therefore didn't even feel the need to check that part of she didn't need to shave the head. She didn't need to check it because she already decided.
Right.
So I put a square on number 12 shot there, but that doesn't really make sense. So it's probably 5 or 6 shot if they have turkey loads or duck loads or waterfowl loads. So it's bigger than what I have boxed in there. It would be just about above the 00 buck, but still way smaller, obviously smaller than
Yeah.
00 buck.
Obviously smaller than number 4 buckshot as well. I mean, significant size difference here. It would
And we know
be-
these were the buckshot was, well, at least the buckshot shell they
What would
recovered
you
at the
use
scene
12
was
for? Like
00.
shooting like varmint?
Snakes.
Okay.
maybe
They
those
have
are
so
the,
little momentum. Like if you had a snake in your garage, you could shoot in your garage, and the pellets are so small, you're not going to really damage anything.
I had so I have a Colt or a Springfield 45, right? And I had shot rounds for that for pest control. And it's probably stuff like that. It's a 45 round, but it's got a bunch of little tiny pellets in it. And I shot a raccoon once, and I shot it in the arm.
Stop the raccoon.
I shot at the arm. It literally just blew the fur off of the raccoon, but it didn't look damaged at all. I was like, "Well, this is worthless." The arm was fine; it wasn't even bleeding. But yeah. So, it was interesting that she claimed. Well, I have no idea. I have no idea what the different pellets are. I just recovered them. Like, all right, I guess. My guess is she didn't recover any of the buckshot pellets at all, like from the body. I think they were recovered from the scene, but maybe not. I guess I don't know. It'd be nice if we could see a picture of the pellets that she recovered, right? Like a little jar with the different pellets in there, but we don't get to see any of that
Jar of brain.
type of evidence.
Bring that into court. That'd be good.
Yeah. But I found it interesting how frazzled she got, how quickly frazzled
Yeah.
she got when challenged, and her
Hasn't
reaction.
she testified in something like 5,000 cases or something ridiculous?
She had
Well, she's
5,000
done that many
autopsies.
autopsies.
Oh yeah. So I mean, it's not like her first rodeo. She should be a little bit more able to withstand commentary.
And if she had just calmly said, "No, that's not my medical opinion," I think she would have come across a lot better. Harpootlian
I
would
think
have
she
had
got
to-
ambushed. Harpootlian came across as such a gentleman at the beginning. I think she got suckered in. She was Valentine's Day. She was getting flattered.
when he
And then
also
the
played
boom.
he played the I'm just an idiot card, right? He's like,
Right.
well,
See,
look,
people believe he's an idiot, even after time after time after time. He does the Columbo thing, the Matlock thing, and you just one more question, or I'm just a unfrozen caveman lawyer, and then he
Yeah.
crushes them in the last 3 or 4 minutes of his questioning.
right. He opened up. He's like, look, I'm just a layman, just asking some of these questions. As a lawyer, I'm clearly not an expert like you. And then they just start setting up all of these different scenarios, and gets her to make the most critical admission, which they're definitely going to hammer on in close, is saying, a reasonable, I think it was a reasonable person could disagree or something like that, or a different opinion could be reasonable. And she says yes. And she was so worked up and frazzled at the time he asked the question. I don't think she even realized what he was asking her at all. It was beautiful.
And add that to the criminologist saying it's a reasonable explanation to have 2 shooters.
Yep.
That's twice he's got them to use the term reasonable or agree to the use of the word.
Yeah.
And most autopsies are not this complicated, folks, and the facts are not that much in dispute. So a lot of her testimony and other trials would have been very straightforward.
Yeah, I am really curious about that. And she seemed to make a big deal out of like how big the spread of pellets would be, ignoring the fact that going from here, I guess, is where I got it that it was kind of low on the head, is the one wound that he claimed was an entrance wound. And to here is really not that far. I mean, as opposed to, the 4 feet away distance that she's talking about with the shot. And I think she really struggled around the gas testimony. I'm still trying to figure out how gas from a shotgun that's over a meter away is getting into a wound sufficient to that the expansion will cause a catastrophic explosion of the skull.
No way.
And I'm having big trouble figuring out how just the mass transfer of the pellets hitting the base of the skull and fracturing it would cause a similar explosion and escape of the brain. Like
after going through the shoulder.
Right. After going through the shoulder and the neck. And that's what he was getting at when he kept saying that, is that so after this happens, you're telling me that it enters the skull, shatters the lower part of the skull, which then causes sufficient energy transfer to launch the brain out the top, fracturing the skull out the top and back almost catastrophically. That it just doesn't make any sense that pellets don't transfer that way. And the gas at not an expert, to me, it seems that the gas at 3 to 4 feet from a shotgun is so dispersed and dissipated at that point that it would have none of that energy. I mean, you can imagine you've stood near a shotgun. Well, if you've been to a gun range and you can feel the concussion hit you, and you could be a couple feet to the side of that shotgun, you can feel the concussion of the gas. That's the expansion coming out of the barrel. And it's so broadly dispersed. There's nothing focused on it. And it doesn't have sufficient mass to carry the momentum forward the way the pellets do. Even birdshot spreads out and loses energy extremely quickly. I mean, that's the whole point of it.
The wadding that's in front of the gas goes, what, 3 feet itself?
Yeah.
No, it goes further than that. But yeah.
But it's I mean, just the energy loss that goes on. I cannot see how she comes to the conclusion that gas enters this wound. And she didn't seem to do that at first. She kind of walked away from it, but then she walked back into it. And then there's no other mechanism by which I can see the skull blowing out the way it did. But if the wound is very close from the other side, that makes more sense, because that gas expansion would cause it to blow out, in some other direction. So very, very interesting testimony.
I was asking because I've never actually looked for my wad from a shotgun after to see how far it went.
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't have any
wad
energy
after he shoots it.
Shut up, Nick. I want to hear the expert talk. What was that you were saying, Andrew?
I'm not sure if I want to continue the whole shot wad conversation.
Let's not. Move on.
Take your swing.
But yeah, I guess that's an interesting question. I don't assume the wadding of the birdshot was ever recovered. And we know the wadding from the buckshot was in it. No, the wadding from the birdshot was on the floor, wasn't it?
No, the buckshot was in his arm, right? It was in the skin.
Yeah, but I feel like they did recover the wadding from the birdshot and that it was on the floor. I don't have that diagram handy, but I think it was on that diagram.
But again, I'd have to ask, how would they know it's not wadding?
Yeah,
I mean, it could be wadding from a shell fired at any time. It's a hunting property.
Sure.
It's not a hotel room where someone killed somebody with a shotgun and all this stuff is not normally there.
Right. But it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what, all I know is that medical examiner got shredded on cross. Does not look credible to me at all. And, I think it seems to indicate that they're going to come in with an expert who has a completely contradictory opinion on the shot. And if that person comes across credibly, the state's got a real issue with their testimony. And interestingly, I don't know that it mattered. It doesn't matter to the state's theory of the case whether he was shot from 4 feet away on the second shot or whether he was executed point blank, does it? Like, does that change who killed Paul in some way?
I mean, only if they're going to try to use their version of the scenario to make the act look particularly heinous and paint the defendant as exceptionally malicious and just generate more emotional hate towards him. It doesn't change anything in terms of facts.
To me, it seems like the better way to do that would be to have that point blank shot. Like, it was cold. He puts the gun up to Paul's head and he pulls the trigger. His own son, he puts the gun right against his head and pulls the trigger rather than shoots him in the head from 4 feet away, which I'm still confused about why that would be the way you do what you did. Like that the whole narrative doesn't make sense to me. I shoot you in the chest. You either spin around or I circle around the side of you and shoot you in the head from like in this neck head area from 4 feet away is really weird. I mean, it's not circle strafing in Call of Duty, right? Like, I don't get the way that this plays out at all. So, but whether Alec or some other person killed Paul is irrelevant to the where the shots come from. I mean, unless it's like Odd Job, right? And the shots are coming all from 3 feet pointing up. That would make some sense, I guess. But I don't know, man. Very weird to me.
This state's case is coming to a close, and to my mind, there's just not really very much here. And I've lost interest in everything they've had to say from the beginning, really, because they started out with so much they started with all this minutia of detail that had no connection and no thread. And so just even in the first week, from a trial presentation, storytelling, trial advocacy perspective, it's like, why does these minutia, why does it matter? And it might matter, but you're not making the connecting threads as you're going along. And you can't rely on closing to do everything. You're not going to try to connect all threads for what at this point is going to be a 4-week trial in closing. It's like, do you remember like the first Tuesday we got together at 3 o'clock when the witness said this? Is like, no, I absolutely do not remember that. It just seems like a really questionable. There's no theming. It's just a lot of scatterpoint data that's supposed to be significant. It's like you're trying to overwhelm me with technical minutia. It's like, we know the phone turned over at exactly 8:49:51 for 3 seconds, and then it went vertical for 12 seconds, and then the camera went on. I'm like, it's like, I'm really impressed that you have all that information, but why do I care? And now we're going to get even worse. We're going to get more of it probably because we got OnStar guy coming. I'm looking forward to knowing about the throttle position sensor and the exact state of the anti-lock brakes and the torque converter and its positioning and what radio station he was listening to. Was it the Eminem album Music to Get Murdered To? Was it that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
That'd be helpful.
Everything is like everything is gun themed or shotgun themed or murder themed or that bitch left me themed.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Gunsmoke. I think they did a really good job of connecting all the minutia on how they collected all of the evidence that showed no murder weapon, no fingerprints, no blood. They showed how they collected all of that non-evidence evidence.
It's like, how did you catch all of this evidence and none of it be inculpatory? Like, how did you do that? That's talent right there. You couldn't find anything that actually puts this guy at the scene of the crime so far. They could put him there 10 minutes before on his own property, on his own house. Like that's the best they can do. And that's something to really consider, is that the best evidence against Alec Murdaugh is that there's a video that was recorded and uploaded to Snapchat approximately 10, but maybe as many as 20 minutes before this murder occurs. And Alec's voice is on it. That's it. Other than that, they have no fingerprints. They don't have a murder weapon. They don't have DNA. They don't have blood. They have some DNA on him, but they don't have any DNA of him on them. They don't have blood splatter from them at all. They can't find the other clothes he must have worn, but he was probably wearing these because there definitely is high impact spatter. Oh, is that going to be the next testimony? High impact spatter analysis. People did send me the the motion for sanctions, which I thought I'd go through at lunch.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
What's the sanctions in relations to?
The high impact blood spatter analysis is there's a lot of questions about that. Hold on. Let me pull it up and see if I can get a quick summary real quick. So Murdaugh motion for sanctions. Okay, so here we go. They moved to prohibit the state from offering at trial any testimony regarding blood spatter from Tony Bevel, any other principal, associate, or employee of Bevel, Garner, and Associates LLC, or any officer of the state, or any other person whose opinion derives from a review of Mr. Bevel's work product as a sanction for Mr. Bevel and the state's deliberate refusal to comply with the court's order compelling production of documents related to Bevel's opinions. Further, Murdaugh requests the court award him costs and reasonable attorney's fees incurred in the motion practice concerning Bevel. However, he asked the court to delay considering this request for costs and fees until after trial. Where is it? Perhaps the most extraordinary leak occurred in April 2022, when the state told Fitz News that a shirt worn by Alex Murdaugh on the night the wife and son were murdered was found to have a significant amount of high velocity impact spatter on it from at least one of the bodies. And the presence of this forensic evidence on his clothing could have only come from one thing, i.e. the spatter indicates that Murdaugh was physically close to one or more of his family members when they were shot. The only possible motive for this leak was to convince the public that Mr. Murdaugh was guilty of the murders before trial, even before he was formally charged. This leak was an extrajudicial statement made on behalf of the state with the deliberate intention to prejudice the present judicial proceedings. It was also a lie. Leaked information was purported opinion of Tom Bevel. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see.
They didn't mention that on opening.
It did so, even though that's because this judge doesn't actually rule on anything. I think this motion is still pending. Let's see. It did so even though the state knew on August 10th, 2021, almost 6 weeks before first reaching out to Mr. Bevel on September 21st, that confirmatory blood test results were definitively negative for human blood in all areas of the shirt where purported spatter is present. SLED never told Mr. Bevel the shirt definitively tested negative for human blood before Mr. Bevel produced his report. In fact, the state never told him until after the defense counsel mailed a copy of the report directly to Mr. Bevel as an attachment to a copy of a public court filing. However, even without knowing the shirt tested negative for human blood, Mr. Bevel's initial report correctly determined there was no high-impact blood spatter on the shirt. It also stated that spatter was unlikely to be on the shooter at all. Only after badgering and a personal visit from SLED officials did Mr. Bevel change his report both to say that it turns out abundant spatter is on the T-shirt after all, and that spatter likely would be on the person who shot Paul, although Paul's DNA is not found in the areas of the shirt Mr. Bevel now says has spatter. In reaching this opposite conclusion, Mr. Bevel cited no new evidence except an in-person examination of the T-shirt after it was destroyed for purposes of forensic testing by the unnecessary application of an oxidizing chemical stain, and after Mr. Bevel told the state it had no evidentiary value to him. The inspection was just an excuse to pay Mr. Bevel a visit by having senior SLED agents act as couriers for the remnants of the T-shirt. Mr. Bevel admits his opinion was not changed by the inspection. Instead, he claims his opinion changed when he realized he could use Photoshop to alter pre-destruction photographs of the T-shirt. And it goes on from there. But
Good Lord.
But I mean, that's
sounds like some standard bullshit, to be honest.
That's why that's why the state was going so hard on the forensic expert yesterday and her blood testing and really getting in the record, because they know this judge isn't going to exclude the testimony. This judge does not rule on any of these motions in limine. He just lets it kind of come in and takes it as it comes.
I'm gonna bang the jury.
Abolish this guy on cross, and they needed her to establish that the blood test. And when did you know? That was the other thing. When did you know about this? When did you tell your supervisors? When did this happen? Because they're going to just hammer on the fact that SLED basically pressured this guy to produce a different conflicting report. And they're going to hammer him on his initial report over and over and over again, I would imagine. Harpootlian saying, I got you on that last one, didn't I? that was pretty funny, wasn't it?
They're having a whispered "fuck you," no "fuck you" conversation.
Yeah.
Your mama. Tell your mom I said hi.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
State calls Devin Newell.
Evan Newell.
Her duel, but I guess I'll spell it.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna hit the bathroom.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Your present testimony about to get before this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
As you take a seat in the witness stand, please.
Looks like another popo.
You can adjust the microphone. State your name again for the record.
Devin Patrick Newell, Newell.
All right. Good afternoon, or excuse me, almost afternoon, Mr. Newell.
Good
How is he
morning.
smiling and frowning at the same time?
Where are you employed, sir?
General Motors.
All right. And what
Oh.
are your duties there at General Motors?
I'm a senior technical expert in advanced driver assist systems.
And can you just give the jury a very short version of what that entails? Very short, please.
I investigate field performance issues.
They call me
and
Mr.
concerns with
OnStar.
Advanced driver assistance systems.
And as part of that role, do you help maintain certain records that are kept by GM in a normal course of business?
I don't necessarily maintain those records, but I'm aware of records that we keep on servers relative to vehicle
Ooh,
data.
you don't
that can
maintain
be
it. You're not the
assistance
records
in
custodian.
our
So
field
who the hell are
performance
you?
Investigations.
And when you say field performance investigations, that's something you.
I'm aware of the
That's correct.
records.
and
He's
that
going to be the
references
guy
to,
that says he
uh,
downloaded it and
what does
gave
that
it to
mean
the
when you say
analyst.
field
And then they'll call the
performance?
analyst.
Understanding how our vehicles may perform in the field, active safety systems include things like forward collision alert, automatic emergency braking. So as we look at how those things perform in the field, vehicle data and other data we collect can be helpful in understanding what is occurring with those events, understanding how our systems are performing.
Okay. And do modern GM vehicles, under certain conditions, upload information to GM servers?
That's correct. We've got telematics units in our vehicles. That's a fancy name for sending information over the air. Those, as part of a normal course of business, those electronic modules in the vehicle collect lots of pieces of data from different sensors and modules in the vehicle. And that information can be sent via cell phone networks and or Wi-Fi back to servers at General Motors.
And General Motors then keeps that information in the course of normal business, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if someone buys a GM vehicle and they're not comfortable with uploading certain types of information, can they opt out of some of the things?
Yeah, certainly privacy, customer privacy is a big concern at General Motors, as you would expect. We've got lots of teams that look at that, investigate and understand that. And we've got various protocols in place to protect the customer's privacy.
Okay. And just let's speak generally again. What specific sorts of information is routinely uploaded from GM vehicles to GM servers?
It can be a lot of different pieces of information. Diagnostic trouble codes with your engines or brake systems. It could be information we upload. We monitor the performance of things like your battery to understand if your battery is getting low or needs some charging, and other pieces of information about what the vehicle may be doing. That can and does include, I would say, GPS information, your vehicle location, and potentially speed and things like that.
Okay.
What?
And that sort of information is kept by GM in the course of normal business,
That's
correct?
correct, sir.
All right. And I'm going to draw your attention to March of last year. Are you aware, at least as of today, that SLED sent a search warrant to GM?
That's correct. I believe a search warrant was sent to General Motors to generally request information we may have about a particular vehicle.
And I know you don't have the search warrant in front of you, but did you make a note of what vehicle identification number or VIN that search warrant was requesting information for?
I do. I have that number here with me. I can read that.
Bet
Can
you
you read
do.
that,
You have it in your
VIN is a
pocket.
vehicle identification number that uniquely identifies.
Gonna be the wrong
No one
one.
cares about the
17
VIN.
Character number.
That's going to be the wrong one. That's why the
1
search warrant
GN
didn't produce anything.
SK FK D0 MR 210998.
Okay. And let's fast forward to last Friday, which I believe was February 10th, if I looked at my calendar correctly. Did it come to your attention that even though that search warrant had been served back in March of last year,
Objection leading.
GM in fact had some information that was responsive to that original search warrant?
Yeah, that's correct. I wasn't necessarily involved in the search warrant back in March, but I
Well, this
did
guy
become,
sounds like a
aware,
tech.
Friday evening that additional information not previously given before existed.
And so GM did in fact have some
Let's
information
dwell a
on
little
servers
bit more on why you didn't give
That's
the
correct.
information in
that
response
had
to
not
the
been
original
previously
search warrant.
provided law enforcement prior to
Let's
last
dwell a
Friday.
little bit more on
That's
that
my
initial
understanding,
response.
yes.
How about that?
And, okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 515, 515.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize this.
515, Exhibit 515.
Yes,
Jeepers.
that's correct. That's a CD with information on it that I reviewed on a laptop earlier today, and I've signed and dated the CD.
All right. And did you verify that the records contained on that CD is the information GM provided in response to that original March search warrant?
Yes, that's correct. I reviewed the 3 spreadsheets, Excel files that were on here, and those are in fact the same information that was stored in our databases and provide to you. And yes, I can authenticate that.
Okay. So those records contained on the CD are authentic copies of records maintained by GM in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
All right. And just briefly, what sorts of information is contained? And we're not going to ask you to go line by line or anything because there's a pretty voluminous amount of data, correct?
Yeah, there's 3 different Excel sheets, information collected over 3 days. Again, as I kind of talked, I have not reviewed the details of this. I'm not asked to analyze it.
Sure.
The form and content is what we get there. But generally speaking, that information includes, it says vehicle diagnostic information, information on the battery systems, and GPS information.
Okay. GPS information, including speed information?
That's correct. Longitude, latitude, speed information are included in there.
At this time, state would move to enter exhibit 515 and evidence. All right. All right, Jeff Burr from the state.
By the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why didn't you turn this over before? What's wrong with you,
Good morning,
stupid
sir.
idiot?
Morning.
Just have maybe 1 minute worth of questions. So you were not part of the, you weren't working on this when the search warrant came in, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just became aware of this on Friday?
That's correct.
How did you become aware of it?
GM General Motors legal staff reached out to me in response to the subpoena as a person who could come down and authenticate these records.
The legal staff told you that you had information responsive to the search warrant?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the General Motors had information responsive, not me personally.
I apologize for that, of course, General Motors. Are you aware of the testimony that occurred earlier in this case regarding reverse engineering the electronics in the Chevy
Sounds like the
Suburban?
legal staff
I
should
have
be
general
here.
knowledge that some FBI
Who's
folks
this guy?
have looked at some information inside of the infotainment system in the vehicle.
This is a records
Do
custodian.
you have any knowledge of any reverse
Actually
engineering
not.
efforts the
No, he's
FBI
not.
conducted
That's the
over the
thing.
course of a full year?
I have not been involved in those or not aware of any details of that, no, sir.
Maybe you can answer one quick technical question. The timestamps in this data, where do they come from?
I have not reviewed this specific data, but the timestamps out of these things here.
How are you going to authenticate it?
When GPS information is collected by a GPS receiver, included in that is timestamp information.
And then finally, this
Some
is
dude
information
from
that
GM.
was uploaded to a server at GM.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Nothing stated.
I have
You
many
may step
further
down.
questions, like when was the information created on the server? Why wasn't it provided in response to the original
Call your
search
next
warrant?
witness.
Why is this information magically discovered out? Who
Roger
at legal
Dale
told you?
Davis.
Can we get them on the stand? What the hell was going on at GM in response to this search warrant?
how did legal become aware of the requested information? Like, I get that they became aware of the trial, which they were already should have been aware of the trial due to the subpoena. But when did they become aware of the information, and how? Did legal go into the database and look for it, or did they ask someone to?
Spell your last name.
Did they ask someone to originally? Who's this guy?
Joe Pachyderm.
Oh my gosh. Hello, I usually cosplay
they
a
got the big
pumpkin at
chair.
Halloween.
Name is Roger Dale Davis Jr.
Roger
Last
Dale.
name is Davis.
God, Willie Nelson gained some weight.
Mr. Davis, do you go by Dale?
Dale, Roger, either way.
Okay. Or Mr. Davis?
Bubba, Trey,
You can do me a favor, because it's a little hard to hear some folks in this.
Big
courtroom,
Dale.
if you make sure that microphone's pulled close to you.
I sure hope he's not Little Dale.
I appreciate it. All right.
Like Mondo
Mario,
and Necessary
tell us about
Roughness.
yourself. Where
I'm
were
the
you
runt
born?
of the
Where were you
family.
raised?
I was born in Hampton County. I was raised in Hampton. Went
Mario
to Hampton
Batali.
High School.
Okay. And again, if you would, please try to get a little closer to that
I
microphone.
bet this
know
guy
it's
makes a
tight in
mean
there.
whole hog roast.
What line of work do you have you done?
Construction work all my life.
Did you ever have an opportunity to work at the farm in Moselle?
Yes,
Is that close to where you actually live?
mile and a half.
How did you become familiar with the Murdaugh family and the Moselle property? How did you start working there?
I was walking and Alex would stop and talk with me, and he asked me one day about cleaning the kennels for him, and probably a couple months, 6 months later, then he asked me to come do it on the weekends,
And that started about 4 years ago.
about 4 years ago.
He was just
And,
walking
walk us through
around.
the process. What did you do? How many times a day did you do it?
Twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening.
All right, what time in the morning generally?
It average around 7.
You wake up early?
Oh, yeah.
So 7 a.m. and then what time in the evenings generally?
Usually around, I try to get there around 3:30, 4
You can't tell
o'clock.
Alex likes this guy. Look at his
How
face.
long does the process typically take?
About 45 minutes.
And walk us through what that process is. What do you do out there?
In the morning times, I would go feed all the dogs, give them time to eat. I'd feed the chickens. That way the
Chicken.
dogs would have time to eat. Then I'd wash the pens out. Then I would usually roll the hose up and then go to the house.
This is the guy who was
Then
part
come
of
back
the
afternoon and repeat the process.
the Navy SEALs strike team.
Now you mentioned
that
washing
guy?
the pens out. Now the dogs, did they have
Awesome.
dog beds in their
Yes.
kennels?
Yeah, Buster. Excuse me. Grady and Bubba had 2 dog beds.
And if you're washing it out, meaning are you spraying it with water?
Sprayed it with water.
What did you do with the dog beds?
I would stick them up on top of the dog boxes.
And then did you leave them up there or did you put them back?
Normally typically, once I wash the pens out, I would lay them back down, especially if it was cold in the wintertime, I would lay them back down on the ground. But during the summertime, you would wait to that afternoon to lay them back down on the ground.
In the
Wouldn't it be amazing if on Cross they get this guy to admit that he was the guy in the video, not Alex?
Fairly well.
That'd be yes.
Could you please repeat these words? It's a chicken.
The folks that live there pretty well.
Yes,
Did you get to know Maggie Murdaugh at all?
yes, sir.
All right, well, tell us what your experiences with her were.
Ooh,
Normally, she was
easy
just
jokes. Easy
so
jokes.
laid back. She would talk to you like a normal person. We'd sit there and talk about the dogs. She'd talk about sometimes where she would be at the beach. But she normally would tell me, I'm going to the beach. I'm taking Bubba and Grady with me or whatnot, or I'm going to leave them. Or if it was real hot, she would want me to put them over there in the ice house, turn the air conditioner on where they have the ice. The cool is that
Did Maggie like to spend time with the dogs?
all the time.
You mentioned the ice house. Was that the processing house kind of on the back of the hangar?
Property, that was the,
And why, was it air conditioned? Is that why you said she put them in there?
yeah, during the summertime, if it got real hot.
In that house, does it have air conditioning, that shed?
Yes, sir.
All right, did you get to know Paul at all?
Yes.
All right, what was your experiences with him?
He was a little wild and crazy, but he would work. That boy would work.
He liked being at the farm?
He liked getting out and doing things, hunting, but he would work on the tractor or whatever and Daddy needed him to do.
And did you get to know Alex?
I did.
Is he here today?
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over there.
Do you explain what he's wearing?
Wearing a suit, pair of glasses, blue looking shirt.
Blue looking.
What were your
Looks down to
experiences with
check.
Alex?
It is blue.
He was always very particular. He would want the dog buckets washed out. If it looked like they started getting any kind of green or brown looking stuff in the water, he wanted to make sure, which I usually wash them out every 2 weeks anyway, with bleach. But I always dumped them every day.
Was Alex easy to get a hold of?
No.
All right, explain that. What do you mean by that?
He would either be in court or doing something with business. It would sometimes be a little bit difficult to get a hold of him.
Who did you see most often when you were out there?
Miss Maggie or either Paul.
And how did Maggie and Paul typically come to and from the big house to the kennel area?
Paul would usually be in his truck.
We've heard a lot about trucks. Which truck was that?
His white F-150. Unless his daddy had him doing something, then he would have to drive the F-250. But most of the time he'd be in his white F-150.
And what color was the F-250?
It was also white.
So 2 white trucks were what he typically used.
Yes, sir.
And how about Maggie?
She normally drove her Range Rover until she got the black Mercedes.
And then what would she drive after that?
Most times she would drive the black Mercedes.
And would she load her dogs, the house? Well, first of all, let's go back. Which dogs were down there? Do you remember all the dogs?
Bubba, Grady, Maggie. Then they started letting, can't remember his name right. Dahlia was there.
The dog named Maggie too?
Yep.
I call her Taffy Toes. I don't know what they called her, but that's what I always called her.
And I think the other dog, was that a dog owned by one of Paul's friends, Rogan? Is that the one you're referring to?
Objection leading.
Yes.
What type of dog was it?
A lab, chocolate lab.
And which dogs were the family dogs, the family pets?
Grady, Bubba, and Maggie.
And what kind of dogs were they?
Labs.
And colors?
Bubba was yellow, Grady was black, and Maggie was yellow.
Which one did they like the least?
Would they where would they typically stay, those dogs, those animals?
It all depended on, most of the time, because Bubba was very rambunctious, so they would got where they would lock him up in the kennels at night, and most of the time they would lock all the labs up in the kennels to keep them from roaming off. But Miss Maggie would take them out when she was home. Usually a lot of times after I done left, she would take them up to the house, let them roam around the yard for a couple hours, and then she would bring them back down to the pens.
And would Maggie load them into her car if she was taking them elsewhere to the beach or wherever else she was staying?
Wherever she was staying at, she would load them in the vehicle. Most times she would load them right in her vehicle.
Is it coincidence that the black lab was named Grady, and that's also the name of Fred Sanford's best friend in Sanford and Sons?
Jim, any objections?
Questions.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 505, 506, 502, 503, 504, and 516. Dale, if you wouldn't mind, please take a moment to review all these and let me know if you recognize what they show.
They show the kennel.
Okay, and then I believe there's one diagram there. If you recognize what that shows.
It shows diagram drawing of the kennel.
Very good. Your Honor, we move to place all those exhibits into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
All right, Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 505. Do we have the Elmo, please? Okay.
Wonder what this guy's supposed to tell us. That's what I'm always curious in. I mean, I know the state will probably get there eventually, but what is this guy supposed to tell us about this murder?
The only thing I can think of is they're going to say the kennel was wet because he washed it out an hour before.
Dale, while we get
But
this
what that has to do with anything, I don't
tell
know.
me a little bit. I know. Did you have a particular way of hosing down and with the dealing with the hose? Tell us a little bit about what that was about.
Did you have a particular way of hosing down?
Particular way of me putting the hose away, or
Right.
Normally after I got through washing, I would stretch the hose straight out
Into which direction?
back towards the shed room right there, the dog feed room.
All right, and we now
If you
have the
people in
Elmo
chat
up. We're
have a
looking at
particular
Exhibit
way of hosing
505
things
in
down,
the feed room, I believe.
please let us know.
What you referred to, is that the structure on the far right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then where is in this picture? Where is the hose you're talking about located?
It's
Where the hose
back
at?
towards the left-hand side, back towards the forest end.
Is that yellow?
That's that
fish
yellowish
wrapped up?
green looking hose.
All right, go ahead and explain to us what you would typically do after rinsing off and putting the hose in.
I would stretch the hose out back towards the feed room. I would cut the valve off at the top, which is right up above as the hose come in. Then I would walk back down and cut the valve on at the end of the hose. That way it would release the pressure, and then I would roll it up slowly until I had it uniform.
Were you pretty particular about how you wound that hose?
Yes,
And why would you do it that way? And did you do it that way every time?
every time.
And why would you do it so particularly?
Because if
Hose
you notice how
maintenance is the most
hose right
important
now
thing
was
in my
kinked
life. It's
up,
all I have, sir.
it would start.
You like
making
model
hose
trains
where
and
if you didn't do
stamps,
it right,
sir?
Eventually, would it keep kinking? It would start making it where it didn't want to. And then
He
it
likes to get
cause
kinky with the hose.
to Start having little splits in it.
This man knows more about hoses than I will ever know in my life.
That hose, is that the way you would?
He
wind
never
it?
puts the
You
lotion
wind it
on
up?
his skin.
Nope.
How do you know?
I'm very particular how I roll that hose up, and it's kinked up. If you notice,
Just got that?
there's pressure on that.
Take a second.
hose.
Okay.
Somebody used that hose after I did.
Some folk call it a
because
sling
it's
blade. I
twisted.
call it a cow's blade.
And the nozzle is too far up. The nozzle, I would always have it made sure it was laid down flat. That nozzle is too far up.
They're trying to say the defendant used the hose to wash himself
Dale, I'm
off.
going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 516.
Is this how you put that hose away, sir?
And
It is
again,
not.
please briefly explain what it is we're looking at there.
That's
drawing
how a
of the
killer would put a hose
Okay.
away.
I'm going to hand you a pen, and with the
He
court's
washes
permission,
himself
I'm gonna
off
ask
and
you
then
to
does
go ahead
what
and
with the wet
fill in
clothes? Like,
well, first of all, let's back up. Did you work were you aware of the events surrounding June 7th, 2021, where Maggie and Paul were murdered?
very thorough
I
outdoor
received a
hose
phone
washing.
call from CD that
She
said
fucked with the
wanted to
hose.
see
She
me
needed
because
killing.
Maggie and Paul had been murdered. And I thought he was joking, but he told me no. I told him, give me 5 minutes. I'll be up there because I was going to carry my trash off at the time. And I got up there and the dogs was raising Cain, and I asked them, could I go ahead and feed the dogs so they would quiet down? And they told me to give them a few minutes, and then they gave me permission to feed them. As soon as I fed them, they just quiet down. They didn't bark no more.
So you were familiar about that incident?
Yes, sir.
And you went out there what day?
That morning.
Was that the 8th, the morning of Tuesday?
When the murders happened, yes.
Did you work every day leading up to that day?
Yes.
And did you do that normal routine, which you already described?
Yes.
All right. And did you in fact do that normal routine on the Monday before the murders?
Or yes.
Okay. Walk us through that day. What did you do in the morning?
I got there probably around 7:27, 8 o'clock. It all depends on when I got up. Most time I got up early, I would be there before 6:30, 7 o'clock. I would go through there, feed the dogs, then go feed the chicken. That give the dog time to eat their food, and then I'd wash the pens out.
And was anything unusual or out of place when you were down there in the morning?
No.
And did you repeat the process again in the afternoon, in the evening time?
I did.
What time did you, on Monday, June 7th, what time did you go back to the pens?
I got there before 4 o'clock. Because I remember leaving at 4:30.
4:30.
All right. And was anyone there at the time you went to the dog kennels that day?
No.
Did you notice anything out of place when you went there to dog kennels in the evening time?
No.
And what did you do after arriving?
Well, once I arrived that
Dogs and
afternoon,
chickens.
I got out.
It's dog's time to eat. Clean the pens.
I fed Grady, Bubba, and Maggie. Because we fed them twice a day. The hunting dogs only got once a day. Took and fed them. I picked the dog beds up. I dumped all the water out because
They told the hunt dogs to stay hungry.
Fresh water. Washed the pens out. Stretched the hose out. Cut the water at the valve off at the top. Went down there, cut the water on. The valve on down at the end of the hose so the water wouldn't come out. Rolled the hose up and 4:30 I left.
And you rolled it. Did you roll the hose up the way you've always done it that day?
Every
Take
time.
it away. Oh, Southern gentleman
How the
cooks
dogs
instant
were laid
grits.
out in the kennels that day when you left.
When I left, yes, sir.
And with the court's permission, I'm going to ask the witness to please, if you would, write on that piece of paper, the exhibit, state's exhibit 516, beginning with, first of all, on the far right, what's that door signify in the
Storage
dining-
room, feed room.
beginning with kennel 1 next to the feed room? What dog was in there when you left that day at 4 o'clock or before 5 o'clock?
Grady.
All right. If you would, please write Grady in there.
I realized he was illiterate.
I mean, in the Snapchat video, aren't they running the hose?
And then moving on to kennel 2. What dog was in kennel 2?
Bubba.
Am I crazy on that? I'm pretty sure the water was on in the Snapchat video.
And for
Which
our
would
reference,
obviate
Grady
all of
was the
this.
black lab,
Grady is the black lab.
and Bubba is a what?
Yellow lab.
Okay. And who was next to Bubba in pen 3?
Maggie, because she was getting bigger than Bubba.
And Maggie is a what color?
A yellow lab.
I heard a yellow lab was where COVID was created.
Were there any dogs next to Maggie?
Oh, nice.
No.
That statement was not endorsed by the
Now, when the kennel
CDC.
4
It's
was
clearly a
open?
joke.
That'd be, that one should be an open. The next one down should have been Rodin's dog.
Okay, can you write that in there? Just write chocolate lab. Rogan's dog, whatever you want to write. That would be count 5.
Trying to remember Rogan's dog's name. That should have been there. I don't remember what Rogan's dog's name was at the time.
Was there any dog located in kennel 6?
Rogan's dogs are named D, M, and T.
Nice.
And if you want to work, however you want to do it, sir, it's if you want to just fill out the rest of the dogs, the working dogs, that's fine.
Well, Dahlia was at the very end, kennel 10. I know that.
How many dogs did they have at this property? Like,
At least 10. Jeez.
good God. That's my nightmare.
Living in little pens their whole lives.
Armadillo should have been the next one coming back from Ken. Let's see, empty on 9. Right, it should have been on.
I have to say, hunting with
Armadillo
dogs,
should've been right
quail,
past the
stuff
hooves
like that,
right
pheasant, it's a joy. It's a real pleasure. Nice day out.
Sounds like it. I just don't want to maintain the dogs. I mean, what a pain. For me,
Yeah,
that's just
I've
not
always-
my thing.
I've always been lucky enough to know people with
And
dogs.
then it would be Tappy Toads. It would have to be Tappy Toads right there because they always kept Roden's dog and Maggie. There was a kennel in between them. So that should have been Tappy Toads right there.
Thank you.
Dog suspects?
I'm going to put this on the screen. Just verify that that was what
You
you
got an alibi?
filled out.
Hi.
Welcome.
Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Glad to have you here.
All right, Mr. Dale, I see starting with number 1, Grady, then Bubba, Maggie, then 5 is Rogan, 6 is Tappy Toes, 7 is Armadillo, and 10 is Dahlia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
I have
that's
a
the way
dog
it was
named
when you left the
Armadillo.
property at around 5 o'clock that Monday, June 7th.
Yes.
And for our reference, on this diagram, that green circle, that represents what?
The hose. Guard hose.
All right, I'm going to show you a few more pictures.
By where they're bringing
If
this
you would just describe.
witness in so close to the end of
What we're
trial, they've
seeing-
clearly been trying to build a crescendo towards their conclusion. They think this guy's really important.
Yes.
All right, where are we?
That would be
looking
the
at
logical
At this
conclusion.
angle, where are we looking at things?
With primacy and
You're
recency.
looking
At
straight
least they're
down
finally
the-
showing us evidence.
the kennel, where
And they're
you
finally
got the
doing
hose and
demonstrative aids.
the walkway going down in front of the kennels.
And on this picture, where would the feed room be located?
At the very end, on the right hand of this picture.
When you, in the 4 years you were washing out the kennels, did water collect or pool in certain areas?
It did.
All right. Can you identify in this picture those areas?
Right under the hose.
Right where the water
and
is.
Right there, which should have been Armadillo's pen. That should have, right there, and then right below it should have been collective. And maybe one more little spot right down there towards the end of the post right there, but that'd be about it.
Damn it, Boomhauer. Speak clearly.
You know, dang old man who ain't gonna speak on coming on in.
Very similar angle. Dale, do you see those pools of collected water that you mentioned just on the last exhibit?
Yes.
And also states 506. And again, do you see the same angle, just pulled a little farther back?
Yes.
Who's the dog there on the last pen that we can see in the dog shed, in the dog house?
Dahlia.
All right. Did water ever pool over by the feed room?
No, because usually that's the reason I would go in the afternoons, the sun would come down and
Did Tim ever pool over
uh,
there?
It would dry it up a lot quick.
So in daylight, it tends to
Especially in the
dry and
summertime, it would
evaporate
Really
faster.
dry it real quick. In the wintertime, the sun would actually still hit the concrete around 3 to 4 o'clock. It'd be usually around 6 or so before the sun wouldn't be hitting on the concrete.
Did water pool in the front of where Bubba would have been located or Grady?
No.
Showing you State's Exhibit 503. Dale, are you able to see the
It would
water
never
located
pool
in the
because
feed room in
usually
front
when
of
we
the-
cleaned it
the
out, it
two
was during the
kennels,
day.
1 and 2?
Well, what happened if you cleaned it out
Yes.
during the
Is
not
that how
day?
water would normally pool when you washed the kennels for 4 years?
Usually without the blood, but
The water's not really pooled
Normally,
there.
no. There's too much water right there. You can tell when the concrete's already done started drying, but there's too much water right there around the second and third pen.
Looking at this picture, what dog do we see in kennel 1 and what dog do we see there in kennel 2?
You see Bubba in kennel 1 and Maggie in kennel 2.
And again, Grady is what kind of dog?
Grady is a lab,
What color is he?
black.
Black.
So he went over to where the blood wasn't and
Is
washed.
that and when we
it
say
off?
the spots where you would put them or they were located, were there assigned kennels necessarily to the dogs?
Not really, but most of the time Miss Maggie wanted Grady to be in that kennel right next to the feed room. And then we'd usually put Bubba or Maggie in the follower.
So that was just out of habit, mostly Maggie's habit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did anyone else in the family put the dogs in a specific location or did they put it wherever they could find a spot?
They would put it wherever they could find a spot.
But Maggie was particular about where she put them up?
Most of the time, yes.
Dale, I'm going to ask you about firearms in general. Are you familiar generally with firearms?
Yes.
Did Paul have any firearms that he favored over more often than others, just in your experience with him?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with an assault rifle style rifle?
Yes.
I don't know
Tell
what
us
that
about
is.
the
No,
one that you observed Paul having with
that'd be
him
my
this
answer. What's in this? I have no
When
idea
he
what
went
that
hog
is.
hunting, he would have a AR style 300 blackout,
And what color was it?
black.
Did it have a scope on it?
Yes.
All right. Did Paul also favor a camo shotgun?
Yes. During turkey season.
The family owned, as far as you knew, the family owned a lot of firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, in your experience, and did you spend a lot of time primarily down here at this dog pen area?
Yes.
Twice a day, every day?
Yes.
Did they occasionally leave guns at this area?
Yes.
All right, where would you have found them? And when I say occasionally, what does that mean to you?
That would be, especially when it was during hunting season. They would leave either on the golf cart or side by side. Sometimes they would leave them in the truck, but most of the time it'd be on the golf cart or side by side.
And how often was that? If you're there every day?
Sometimes it could be once, sometimes it could be 3 or 4 times
In a month or?
in a month. It just all depends on how hurt he got.
But that's during hunting season, right?
That's during the hunting season.
And did Alex carry a firearm?
I've never seen him carry a firearm, but I know he carried a pistol in his vehicle.
Did you have a chance to listen to a kennel video in meeting with law enforcement?
I did.
And did you identify the voices on that kennel video?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul, Maggie's, and Alex.
In all the time that you spent out there in the 4 years, every day, twice a day, did you ever see a gun left in the feed room?
No.
And you went in the feed room every day, twice a day for 4 years?
Yes.
Oddly specific in the feed room.
I guess their theory is they shot Paul, then grabbed the gun
to
from
Alex
the
carrying
feed
a
room
pistol
rather
as
than
far as
grabbing
that
it
goes. How'd you know
from
that?
Paul.
One time I had to drive his vehicle over to the law firm, and then every once in a while you would have to roll up the window or something up. It go to rain or something up. They happen to not be home.
You mentioned the vehicles. Were the vehicles unlocked? All the vehicles on the farm?
All the vehicles on the farm, keys in them.
Keys in them, so someone could just open the door and drive them.
Oh, yeah. If they went to the
Okay.
switch, they would be in the center console.
And in this picture here, that's still on, do you see the dog beds located in those pictures?
Yes, they on top of the dog kennel.
They haven't been put down.
Haven't been put down.
Nothing further, thank you.
By the defense.
Board.
Bootlian? No,
Griffin, Griffith, whatever his name is. I mean,
This
so I
is-
guess it was there's water where there shouldn't have been water over.
Yeah, this is the water. This is the water
Good afternoon, Dale.
expert.
Afternoon.
Hey, Quartering's here.
Griffin.
What's up,
Met a few
Jeremy?
times, haven't we?
I'll read
sir.
your chat in just a second, brother.
Um,
Thank you, by the way.
And thanks
I
for all
wanna,
your work you've been doing on that Eliza Blue stuff, because
that's a big wad of love right there.
start by asking you just how long did you work at Moselle with?
Wait, I missed the
Alan
dramatic
Murdaugh?
finish.
About 4
Who
years.
wasn't one?
And twice a day, every
Shock.
day?
No, it started off on just the weekends. And then I went full time with him right before Ronnie quit.
Okay, and that's Ronnie Freeman?
Whatever his last name is. I know Ronnie. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, sir. And couple things. You've said you've never seen guns left in the feed room, but you certainly seen guns left down in the work shed and
Yes.
in the what you call side by side, and that's a off-road vehicle that two people can sit beside each other.
Yes.
And then I guess they had golf cart down
Yes.
there, and you seen left guns there.
Yes.
And you have seen guns left in their vehicles,
Yes.
unlocked, right?
Unlocked.
And
Guns
hog
everywhere.
hunting. There's really no season for hog hunting, is there?
No.
And a couple of those dogs in that kennel were used for hog hunting.
We had Paul had got rid of the blue tick, but he kept armadillo, but he never really hunted him anymore after that last time he got hurt.
Right. Now let's just be when you're hog hunting with dogs. I don't think you can use a gun, can you?
Oh yeah, you can use a gun
Oh, you think? Okay.
Oh, you
The,
think okay.
unless you man enough to go in there and catch him by the foot and bring him out.
Well, somewhere along the way, I heard you had to use a knife as opposed to a gun.
What?
That's the old way.
The,
Knife and hammer.
Hawaiian style.
let me ask you the.
Go in there with a tomahawk in each hand.
I'm
A
going to pull
patriot.
up this video, Exhibit 297. It's the kennel video.
Old Mexican tradition
And hang
too.
on, let me get around here.
Hit him with the
Dale,
hammer in the
should be
head
on the
and
screen there.
cut the throat
And
before you get your ass
I'm going to tell
kicked.
you when to stop, Doug, but if you go ahead and play it. Now, stop right there. Is that Rogan's dog?
Yes.
Dog named Cash, you think?
Yep, that was it.
Cash. And Cash was. I'm saying, but what you've got labeled on Exhibit 516, Cash would be in kennel number 5. Is that right?
Should have been around.
And that's a few kennels up from the hose. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're gonna run this continue, and I get ready to stop when I tell you, Doug.
I doubt it.
We're gonna see some water.
I doubt it.
Eat the chicken.
Oh,
Little dog happy for human interaction.
I wanna
Lives
pet
his
him.
life on concrete floor.
All right, stop. Oh, go back. Few seconds. Well, right there.
Look at all the water there.
What do you see up there in the top left
oh man,
on that
goodness.
picture? Dale,
Hose.
that's the hose.
Yep.
It's not
that
all
hose is on the ground, isn't it?
not all wound up.
Yes.
Not rolled up, is it?
Nope.
Okay. And there's water around there, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So someone,
Good point.
before this video was taken, had taken the hose down that you meticulously wrapped it up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You can take that down. Now, you said Mr. Elliott was particular about how the hose should be wrapped. Is that right?
Well, not particularly him. He liked it to be wrapped up, but he wasn't very particular how, as long as it was wrapped up out of his way.
Okay.
But I was very particular how I wrapped it.
You were very particular.
Yes.
Okay. How about Paul? Was he meticulous how he wrapped it?
No.
Okay. All right. The
There you go. All of the state's case with this guy is just already dismantled by the 10 seconds of video.
The whole point about the water and the hose and the washing is all BS.
Yep.
You mentioned that water would not normally accumulate up by Grady and Bubba's because that's where the sun would come in the evening.
You washed it because if you didn't be very particular,
right?
They didn't seal up underneath that door, so the inside the jams started to rot. So I tried to make sure, because if it was any kind of puddling or whatever, you'd have to make sure it was gone.
Right.
So you would try not to make sure there was no puddling there. So puddling didn't usually happen around the dog feed room.
Puddling.
It would usually a couple posts back. You would have under the hose, usually around about where Armadillo's pen was, and there was a few other little spots around the post that normally would puddle.
Now, and you were meticulous about not letting water build up around the feed room door because of the rot.
Yeah.
And in fact, there was sealant in the feed room where you would have to routinely put by the door to keep it from rotting.
Alex done it the last time.
But you had to periodically do that, right?
Yes.
And you do that because water builds up, right?
Well, because the water was splashed, they didn't seal up underneath the door jam right now. And it would just run up underneath the plate right there for the cement. It would run and drain off.
Now, can we agree that Paul was not as meticulous as you were about spraying around the kennels?
Nope.
We can or cannot agree?
We can agree to that.
All right. And so, and we saw the hose out, and you don't know what time that was, but I think the record reflects it's sometime 8:44 in the evening. I mean, that's about sundown, right, in June?
Oh, yeah.
And so there wouldn't be a hot sun burning the water off if the hose had been used, right around that period of time, would it?
No.
I'll be right back.
And if Paul had not been meticulous like you, it wouldn't be unusual to see water build up where you see it in the photo, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes the dogs would knock over the water bowl.
They would.
And I think maybe we can see in the photos that would cause water to run off too as well, right?
Oh, yeah, it would run off.
Okay. Now, Dale, what's lovey-dovey
Still the
mean to you?
state's case in chief.
What did it mean to
It
me?
looked feckless.
When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alec and Maggie, what does that mean?
It means they loved each other.
What in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you?
Yes.
And tell Jerry what you meant by that.
Oh, every time I always see them, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids.
Wow.
Or his wife. I've never seen him none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about the relationship with Paul?
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
And his relationship with Buster?
I didn't see Buster as much, but it was always friendly. I mean, just never seen any harmful way or anything with them.
You remember, Dale, one time, one of the hunting dogs,
Why Alec was smiling at him. He knows this
Got
guy
hung
isn't
up,
his
yeah.
enemy.
one of the kennels,
Yes,
choking to death.
yes,
And that dog was badly injured, wasn't
it was. It didn't
And-
survive.
he? And the decision was made to Mercy to put the dog down, wasn't it?
Yes,
And Mr. Allen couldn't shoot that dog. He asked you to do it, didn't he?
yes,
And did you do that?
yes.
Where? Right there at the kennel?
Couldn't shoot the dog.
Now,
but
on June
couldn't
7th,
bring
the
himself
night
to shoot a
of June
dog
7th,
in Mercy.
you got off work, I think you said 4:30.
4:30.
And you remember what you did? Did you go home?
I went straight to the house.
And you stay at the house all night?
I sure did.
You stay inside?
I did.
And you live
Mile and a half.
a mile and a half? I've driven a lawnmower down that road, I believe, when I was last time saw you.
I did.
Did you hear any gunshots that night while you were in your house?
No, I did not.
Attacking the state's theory a little bit that, oh, you definitely would have heard the gunshots. Of course you would have. A mile and a half is farther than a third to a half mile.
Now, you mentioned
But
Paul
so-
liked to hunt with a blackout, 300 blackout, I guess.
He did hog hunt.
Yeah, before the murders, when's the last time you saw that gun? You remember?
I cannot remember exact, but it was quite a few months. But he had said something about going hog hunting. He had it in his truck.
Right.
Uh,
Okay.
But it was a couple months. I know at least 5 6 months.
All right. Two last points. Bubba's been getting a bad name, but Bubba's a little stubborn dog.
Stubborn? No, he just rambunctious.
But will he listen to you?
Somewhat.
You listen to Alec?
He would.
And in that feed room, did you keep shot collars back there for the hunting dogs and stuff?
We did.
What else was kept in that feed room besides feed?
Shot collars, feed, chicken feed, the GPS tracking collars.
Was there some medicine?
There
If
was
you need-
medicine. There was all kinds of stuff in there.
So if you need to put something on a dog's skin for rash or something, that had that in the feed room?
Had that.
And now Ms. Maggie would go down there. I mean, you said she'd take a Mercedes sometime, but she'd ride her bike down there too, wouldn't she?
Bicycle, golf cart. And then sometimes she would walk.
She'd walk. And she liked to get the dogs out. Grady and Bubba and Maggie, I think, was Mr. Randolph's dog, wasn't
Yes, sir.
he? And she liked to run the dogs in the golf cart sometimes, let them run
She
behind.
would. Sometimes she just would get out there and walk. But
Now, those were pet dogs, but they stayed at the kennel, right?
most of the time they did.
And they didn't let those dogs in the house because Buster had eczema. Were you aware of that?
I didn't wear that. I knew they would take them up to the house. Now, whether they went in, I didn't know.
You didn't know whether they went in or out or did not.
I know they stayed outside around the house.
And you know they had electric fence,
They did.
and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't.
Yes.
Okay. But it wasn't unusual for Bubba Grady and Maggie to be down at the kennels at night, right?
It wouldn't.
Okay. And they like to chase chickens? Bubba the one?
They never would chase chickens until Alex had got a rooster that would roost right over there. After he let that rooster out, that joker got there with taunt them jokers. And they got where they would chase the chickens.
Because the rooster would be taunting the dogs.
Yeah, they aggravate the dogs to death.
All right.
Did he say I could beat the dogs to death?
Aggravate the
No, the
dogs.
rooster
Oh,
is aggravating the dogs to death. Roosters are terrible.
I can translate Southern.
The closed captions sure can't. They're having a rough go at this guy.
People don't believe that I'm really a Southern boy, but I have an honorary West Virginia Hillbilly badge. So
That's all the questions I have, Dale. Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Oof.
Please tell us that
What happened to that rooster?
Alec killed his
Can't remember
family.
if Grady got him or Bubba got him.
The rooster got his, apparently.
One of the dogs ended up getting the rooster.
All right. We heard a little bit about.
Well, we solved the
first of all,
rooster murder.
Did Alex
That's
do
good.
a lot of hunting?
I don't know how much hunting he done.
do
but
the
he done
Daleks do a
hunting.
lot of hunting? That was the
Hunting
translation.
involves killing animals.
It did.
So as far as you knew, he was a hunter.
Yes.
The slope of the concrete, the concrete out there on the dog kennel, did it have a slope to it?
Yes.
And that would be for what reason?
To run the water off.
So water would naturally drain out there even if it wasn't sunny?
It would.
Oh my
I think
God.
you mentioned and talked at length about the feed room and how there was issues there, but were the issues caused, the Whiting Road, was that caused because it was actually draining?
When they done that room, they didn't, like I told that gentleman over there, they didn't seal that bottom plate like it should have been. And it would allow water when you sprayed the concrete off, that water kept just slowly getting underneath the concrete until it started rotting.
Bothers
out
me
around
so
the
much.
door
Why
jambs
didn't you
and
just
stuff.
pick it up and seal it?
If Maggie was down there at the kennels, would she have put the dog beds down for the dogs?
She would have.
If the kennel lights and the hanger lights and the underneath lights are on, is it fairly well lit out there?
It is.
You mentioned bed. What's your bedtime? You said you rise early. What's your bedtime?
My bedtime, it all depends.
What time are you in bed?
That is a good question. Now I can tell you my routine.
All right, tell me your routine.
Usually around 4, 5 o'clock.
Is this
I go get a
this
shower,
outside of the scope of cross?
and then my recliner uses the rest of the day.
Okay, so if you're not in bed, you're in that recliner. After you shower, you're in that recliner.
How's it?
And the day
Alex
is done.
is, look at his
Done.
laughing his first time.
Okay.
He likes his
And,
guy a lot.
And June 7th, that was that Monday. Were you done that night at whatever time you
Alex
took
is
your shower?
laughing
4 or
at
5
this.
o'clock?
I was done at 4:30,
First time in the trial.
5 o'clock. I hadn't had my shower. I was in my recliner.
He
And
is
you were with your
entertaining.
wife.
Yes.
Last question. When you were out
Are you
there at
jealous
5
of Alex
o'clock
for
at the
killing his
kennels in
wife?
Moselle, were there any firearms anywhere on that property
That night, that particular day.
that particular day?
Anywhere on
I
the
did not see
property?
none.
Thank you.
I mean,
And further.
Kind of broad.
Thank you, sir.
Good witness. For the defense.
for the defense. Yeah. Common theme.
Yeah, every witness gets turned around, becomes a defense witness.
Call your next witness.
Real quick, the quartering with a big super chat says, Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I just wanted to say I love you and to let you know Delicious Coffee Brand Coffee has a huge Valentine's Day sale today. Use code SWEET to save 10% on our delicious coffee, tea, or cocoa. Hail Nose and crew. Again, big shout out to Jeremy. A good compadre on the internet here. So go check out Coffee Brand Coffee.
And I will use this as a chance to escape. Pull the ripcord and call it a day on this one.
All right,
See you
Jeff.
later, brother.
Take
Have a
care,
good night.
gentlemen. Have a good time.
Peace.
Enjoy it.
The ripcord.
Carson Burney, Burney.
Now it's the afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Burney.
Afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Mr. Burney.
My name is Carson Burney. As I mentioned, I've lived in South Carolina a little over 20 years. I graduated from University
Saw
of
this guy
South
before.
Carolina 2013 with a degree in finance. In
Oh, no, more
2015, I went
financial
back
stuff?
to USC, completed a 6-month paralegal certificate program there. 2019, I joined the Department of Revenue as a sales tax
forensic
auditor.
accountant.
And
That's
in
what he is.
2021, I was hired on as the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division at the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
So we work together.
We do. We used to have offices right next to each other.
About how long have you been with the Attorney General's office again?
Approximately a year and a half.
And about how long were you with the Department of Revenue before you came over to us?
A little over 2 years.
And say again for me, what is your job title with the AG's office?
I'm the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
All right, forensic accountant. What is a forensic accountant?
So
back to the
a
financial
forensic
crime?
accountant, it's a broad
Really?
term, but essentially what I do is
Chaos.
compile records,
Chaos.
primarily financial records. that
Didn't we
include
cover this
Loans, credit card
extensively?
statements, bank account information, compile that information, and then pass it on typically to law enforcement.
This
or
is
the
going to show us how the
prosecutors in
murders
my
occurred.
And when you talk about, you look at these records, what sort of volume of records are we talking about? Hundreds of pages,
Unless you have
thousands
a
of
truck
pages,
that
10,000s
says 4
of pages?
murders in the memo
In this
line.
case, thousands of pages of records, yes, sir.
Thousands of pages?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say tens of thousands of pages?
Probably, yes.
Do you like your job, Mr. Bernie?
I do like it. It
kind
can
of
be
question
tedious,
is that?
but I do like it. I find a sense of fulfillment.
Do you have any certifications in connection with your work?
I do. I'm a certified fraud examiner, which
you like your work?
is
No.
a test. Essentially,
I hate you
you
on a
learn
personal
and you are
level as well.
tested on different fraud schemes, how to
He really
investigate
wants to be
those
a
fraud
lion tamer.
schemes, the law surrounding that, and then different fraud prevention and deterrence methods.
As a forensic accountant, are you familiar with the concept called tracing?
I am.
What is tracing?
Tracing, in the context we're going to talk about, it's looking at the source of funds and tracing it out through to see where the final disposition of those funds ultimately end up.
And in your employment as a forensic accountant, have you had opportunity to conduct any tracing analysis on records provided as part of this case?
I have pretty much all the alleged stolen money I have traced.
Your Honor, the state would at this time move to qualify Mr. Bernie as an expert in forensic accounting, particularly as to the tracing of funds.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to his qualifications. We would renew our previous objections on this whole line of testimony under 404 and 403.
As completely irrelevant to how the murder
He's
occurred,
qualified as an expert.
or why, or when, or who did it.
Are there different ways of tracing funds, Mr. Bernie?
There's several different methods.
This is going to be
what
horrible.
method did you apply in this particular matter?
I used what's called a first in, first out method. Simply put, the first money into an account that I'm looking at is the first money out. And in context of the tracing, it'd be the money from the source of the checks and then the first money out.
Now, and I kind of jumped ahead of myself a little bit. When money is moving around between different bank accounts, the banks aren't transmitting, the serial numbers on particular dollar bills, are they?
They are not.
All right. So you can't necessarily tell that a dollar with the serial number is the same dollar as that serial number and going across multiple accounts, can you?
No, you cannot.
And so are these methodologies how you go about deciding that a dollar in one account is the same as the dollar from another account?
That's correct. When you have a bank account, obviously it's a pool of money. So we have to apply some rules to say this money comes from this source.
Now, you indicated you use the first in, first out method. Is there any sort of lay explanation or description you can provide to us?
Yes. I like to use the example of, say you have $10 in your bank account. And for this example, we'll say it's legitimate money in that bank account. You go over to grandma's house, you get sticky fingers, you take $10 out of grandma's purse. You put that money in the same bank account. So now you have commingled funds, and we'll call the $10 from grandma's purse illegitimate funds. And then you have a transaction, let's say it's $15. So you're pulling partially from the $10 you previously had, the legitimate funds, and then $5 out of the $10 from grandma's account. So that's how the first in, first out method would work.
And so under that first in, first out method, what portion of that $15 would come from those legitimate funds and what portion of that would come from the sticky fingers money?
The $10 would be legitimate funds and then the $5 from grandma's $10 you took and put into your bank account without her permission.
What other methodologies are there for the tracing of funds?
There's a lowest intermediate balance rule. Typically, you see it in trust account, trust fund accounting. It's with commingled funds. And typically, the principle behind that is any withdrawals out of those commingled funds are deemed to be personal funds, and the funds remaining in that account would be trust funds. You see it sometimes in bankruptcy proceedings. Another one is the one I mentioned, the first in, first out method. Then you have the reverse, which would be the last in, first out method, or last in, first out method. And then one I call essentially a proximity rule. If you see a large transaction, a large deposit come in and then almost immediately come out with a similar amount, you can draw a conclusion that those funds were to fund that other transaction.
So to go over that last one a little bit, if you're looking at a bank account and you see $1,000 come in and then right away $1,000 come out, would that be the proximity rule that you just described?
That's exactly correct.
And in that circumstance, you wouldn't even necessarily need to apply that first in, first out, or last in, first out, or any of the particularized math. You just say 1,000, it's all the same.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In this particular case, were you asked to look into the deposit of $792,000 into accounts under the control of Alec Murdaugh?
I was.
All right. When was that money
Withdrawal of
deposited
that
into,
money caused the shotgun
which
to go
accounts?
off and kill Paul Murdaugh.
Please do.
Okay, the $792,000 you are referring to it has been called the Ferris fees and previous testimony. It was 3 different checks, all from the Wilson Law Group. The dates deposited were March 10th, 2021, March 23rd, 2021, and April 20th, 2021. The first check was $192,000. The second, $375,000. And the third was $225,000, and all had a check date of March 10th, 2021.
And I'm sorry, what was that last date again?
The last date, the $225,000 was deposited on April 20th, 2021.
And did you apply any tracing analysis to the disbursement of those funds?
I did.
And which form of analysis did you apply to it?
I did the first in, first out method.
And without getting into any granular detail of the expenses from the account from that money, what generally was that money expended on?
So a large portion of the money was checks to associates, known people to Alex Murdaugh. And then the remaining of the funds, primarily we see credit card payments.
When was that $792,000 exhausted under that first in, first out analysis?
So it was completely exhausted out of the account by May 25th, 2021.
There's been a lot of attempts at math from the stand over the course of this trial. Am I correct in judging that to be roughly a month apart from the date of the last check deposited?
Yes, that would be approximately a month from April 20th, 2021.
So $792,000 exhausted in just a little bit over a month from the date of last deposit. And what was the date of the first deposit again? I apologize.
The first one was March 10th, 2021. So from that date to the last date, I believe 2.5 approximately months.
Were there into which account was that deposited again?
So all 3 checks were deposited into a Bank of America account ending in 6779 under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
Right. Now let's take a step back and talk a little bit about the accounts of Alec Murdaugh. Was that Alec's only account at Bank of America?
No.
All right. What was his other accounts at Bank of America?
He had other accounts that have been called the fake forge accounts. There are 2 of those accounts, and the accounts seemed to run consecutively. One account ended, and then a second one was created. The reason, I'm not exactly sure just from looking at the statements, but there were 2 different accounts. There's also a credit card account at Bank of America.
And did Mr. Murdaugh have accounts at Palmetto State Bank?
He did. He had several accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
Was there a particular account there that appeared in your analysis to be his primary account?
Yes, an account ending in 6092, checking account.
Generally speaking, when following funds from Bank of America, well, let me rephrase that question. Was there any pattern in the flow of funds after they were deposited into either the fake forge account or into that Bank of America checking account?
Yes, so when checks were deposited into the fake forge account, typically they were transferred out or withdrawn in cash. If they were transferred out, normally they would go to his personal banking account ending in 6779. Occasionally, we would see cashier's checks come out of one of the forge accounts.
Now, on those cashier's checks, would it say, hey, this is from the fake forge account on the face of it?
No.
When he would cut checks on that personal banking account, would it say, hey, this is stolen money on the face of those checks?
No.
Yes.
So in those who would receive those checks, it would just say something to the effect of Alec Murdaugh or something of that nature?
That is
Let's
correct.
say he stole this on there.
Aside
He
from
just
those
wrote
Bank
that
of
on
America
everything.
accounts, did any money make it to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Occasionally, once the checks went into the personal account at Bank of America, another check would be written, typically just at Palmetto State Bank, and then ultimately it would be deposited into one of his accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And would the funds thereafter be dispersed from that account?
Yes.
Circling back around to the $792,000 of
Circling back
Ferris
around to the
fees or Mack truck fees,
$792,000. Why did
were
he
you
say that like
able
that?
Sunday.
determine when any of those fees or other replacement fees were returned to Chris Wilson?
Yes.
All right, can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes. So previous testimony had mentioned a $350,000 wire from Palmetto State Bank that went to the Wilson Law Group.
And from which institution did that wire originate?
Palmetto State Bank.
And well, that's $350,000. Were any additional funds provided to Chris Wilson?
Yes. So in Alex Murdaugh's account ending in 6779, we see a check was mobile deposited for $250,000. And then the next day, on July 16th, 2021, there was a wire for that same amount of money, $250,000, that went directly to Wilson Law Group IOLTA account.
I'm showing you a document that is labeled as State's Exhibit 518. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And is this the document that you were just describing of a $250,000 instrument deposited into Alex's account?
That is correct.
State moves to introduce into evidence Exhibit 518.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Admit it.
At times like this in the trial, I miss Daryl Brooks like the
It is.
apostles missed
Pull it down a
Jesus
little
after
bit. We
he
have
ascended.
such glare. Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Where'd you go?
Oh my God, look at
Right, and
this.
that is a check made out to Alec Murdaugh
Where'd
for
you go, Darren?
$250,000. What's the name at the top of the instrument?
Grounds.
Says John E. Parker.
From
objection,
your work
grounds.
with investigators throughout this case, do you know who John E. Parker is?
I do.
All right, and who is he?
He is a former law partner of Alex Murdaugh's at what we've been calling PMPED.
All right, and right here above Mr. Waters' cuticle, there's something written in the memo line. What does that say?
Says loan.
All right, so on the face of this check, does it purport to be a loan to Mr. Murdaugh?
It does.
That would immediately, by the way, flag a normal bank. You had a $250,000 check that says loan in the memo. You'd contact the account holder.
That adds up to
Of the check
$600,000.
right away.
Did
you write this?
identify any
This
additional funds
legitimate check?
sent back to Chris
Don't
Wilson's
trust that at
office
all.
in replacement of that $792,000?
I did not.
And I apologize. That's, with court's permission and suspect without objection from counsel, we have redacted certain personal identifying account information from the face of this.
You didn't from the bottom of the check where the account number is, you dummy.
Is this the dumbest theory motive that
What's
you've
the
ever
date
heard
on
in
this
your life?
instrument, Mr. Bernie?
It's July 15th,
That's ridiculous.
2021.
And is that the same date as the wire of funds from Palmetto State Bank to Mr. Wilson's trust account?
It is.
In the course of your analysis, did you have an opportunity to look at Mr. Murdaugh's balances on or about June 7th, 2021?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his deposit accounts?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his outstanding loans and lines of credit?
Yes, all that I've identified, I reviewed them, yes.
In your opinion, Mr. Bernie, on June 7th, 2021, across Mr. Murdaugh's deposit accounts and demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $792,000 available to return to Chris Wilson?
He did not.
On that same date, June 7th, 2021, across his deposit accounts,
June
his
7th,
demand lines of credit,
2021.
did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $500,000 available to give to the sons of Gloria Satterfield?
He did not.
On June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have, across his deposits accounts and his lines of credit, did he have $10 million available to meet the settlement demands of Mark Tinsley?
He didn't
did not
settle
have $10
with
million.
Mark Tinsley.
And it might seem obvious, given that we went through each of those individual scenarios, but on June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have enough money to fulfill all three of those conditions?
He did. He was
This is
not
so stupid.
able to fulfill all three conditions.
Mark Tinsley proposed a structured payment plan, not
further
payment
questions
of
for this
$10 million immediately.
This is ridiculous. The more I listen to it, the dumber it is.
Again, where's the motive to murder?
Gonna break for lunch now.
How does murdering Maggie
you
and
may
Paul
step down to
alleviate
not
the
discuss your
problem that he
testimony.
has?
And like you said, that's that shyster lawyer that was suing him over the boat.
Ladies and gentlemen, great step down.
That's like that's some imagined future payout that has not yet
We'll
been
resume
proven
at
or settled. He was just in the
2:15.
But
middle
he may
of it.
never
Please
have
not
to
discuss
pay.
the case.
I
It was
mean,
a discovery.
He's not going to pay it now. He's going to be in prison, right? So
He paid it to
Yeah.
the defense lawyers.
A judgment is just a piece of paper.
But he didn't
there's-
even have a judgment. They were in discovery, right?
Yeah. Settlement talks, one-sided settlement talks from Tinsley that that Alec didn't seem to give a shit about at all. And then they're in discovery and with what, 5 pending motions before the court, including a change of venue. That case had a year on it, easy.
Easy, way down the line. And any lawyer knows that if they're in discovery and civil case, he is so far away from any crisis point. It's not even fun. That's so far in the distance. It's not even funny. There's no crisis involved in that settlement with that shyster lawyer. Give me a break.
and by the way, in a year, he might have had 10 million. He was making 10 million a year.
That's right.
Yeah, and he was stealing even more than that. All he had to do was rip off a couple more people.
Can I settle this with a wire from Palmetto Bank? Would that be acceptable?
Oh my gosh.
Well, the chaos in this case. Finally, we were getting. I did get to watch most of the morning, but we finally get in some interesting witnesses in this case. People that actually are kind of nearby and around it. And then all of a sudden we go like off the rails. It's like somebody grabbing you and pushing you in the ditch and this stupid financial stuff over. If you're going to do the financial thing, put it in a little package. That's these 3 days testimonies and then move on. Right? We got them. But this guy is no like aha moment. This is just more of the same.
Yeah, it's just compounding the financial stuff, which the financial stuff, I mean, for me, it's not hunting. Maybe someone out there really finds something to it, but I have not seen any evidence.
Well, you know who does? You know who thinks it does? Vinny from Court TV on Megan Fox's show.
He thinks the financial stuff is a strong indicator for motive for murder?
Oh man, you should have heard him on that show. He's like, now listen, this was a crisis. Everything was coming to the head. It was like this. I'm like, What trial are you watching? I don't know, but yeah.
Again, okay, so
it might sell somewhere in some novel somewhere, but it's not what we're seeing.
I get that it's a crisis coming to a head, but it doesn't explain the motive to kill Paul and Maggie. There's no indication that he would kill them because of the financial crisis. It doesn't alleviate the financial crisis. We don't see anything indicating that he's got particular anger or animus towards them. Not in evidence yet. The state's case is supposed to be done tomorrow. And everybody,
they have no case. They have no case.
Everybody should be asking where they're going to go with it. I mean, they're going to, and that includes the GPS data from OnStar is supposed to come in tomorrow too. So where are they going to go? How are they going to build this motive? What piece are we missing? We're missing what, Uncle Eddie or Cousin Eddie? He hasn't testified yet.
Is he Cousin It's friend?
he's the guy who who Alec hired to kill him.
Well, okay, but let's take a step back from our defense attorney advocacy positions. And let's talk about scenarios for guilt. Number one is, I think it will get past the JOA, not because it should, but because this judge is just going to let it fly.
Right.
And then...
And they've thrown a lot out there. You know, there's a lot they threw out there. Most of it's trash, but there's enough trash out there on the floor that the judge can easily say, well, that's all for the jury to consider.
Yep.
Great jury question.
Yeah, and then the next thing is once the jury gets it, they can choose whatever they want to do, right? They can just not like him. They could be jealous because he's rich and he's stealing a lot of money and we don't like him and screw him, and then they vote guilty. So, you know, there is a path for guilt that the state has. I just don't think it's a legally proper one, but I'm just separating out my own opinions from what the possibilities are, because people love to predict what the jury's going to do and is it guilty or not guilty. They're looking to the end game. We're looking at it as an analysis from attorneys who do criminal law, right?
Yeah, we can't predict the jury. I mean, the jury could convict him because they don't like his shirt. I mean, that's a little hyperbolic, but it's not untrue. They could not like the way he reacted in court. They could find his crying non-credible. He smiled at the last witness too much. It's like, oh, he thinks that he's smug. He's got him. He must be happy he's getting away with it type thing. They can draw a bunch of irrational conclusions. We'll never know whether they're rational or irrational. And if we do find out, those post-jury statements aren't sufficient grounds, as far as I'm aware, to bring an appeal.
Well, I think there are some appellate issues in this case, and this financial crime stuff overwhelming the case may be one of them.
But I'm saying, I'm just saying, if a juror comes out and says, "Yeah, we convicted him," because I mean, just no one really liked him. They thought he was a scumbag. That's not an appellate issue that you could reasonably expect to prevail on, is it?
Well, that's not an appellate issue. If a juror comes out and says something that they were making considerations and doing things, then that's grounds for what's called, well, in Florida, it's called a 3850. So it is there is a way to crack back into the case if there's juror misconduct, and misconduct but that's a very, very hard thing to do. I would say that, although I have a friend who actually does researches juries and cracks them. That's her whole business. It's called juryinvestigations.com. She's on my Rumble channel. I interviewed her, and her husband was a client of mine and did research, and she started her business by doing research on the jury and found that 3 jurors had lied in voir dire and had connections with the state. And so we got a guy, her husband, who was in prison for life, got out and walked out of prison. It was an amazing story. I interviewed
Chauvin should have hired him.
She's working now. She's done over 65 trials where she's gone and investigated jurors after the fact. So it is possible. It is possible. This is such a high profile case that maybe people would talk. I don't know.
But again, in Chauvin's case, right? Like, they had the juror admit that he was misrepresented himself in his voir dire statement.
Right.
He did attend a Black Lives Matter rally in Washington, D.C.
But it wasn't a protest.
Right. It wasn't a protest. Even though Floyd's brother and like sister or niece or something were there to give speeches at the rally. And he wore the shirt. He's photographed wearing a shirt that says "Don't kneel on our necks," as a picture of George Floyd and in Minnesota. Like, that was insufficient for
Well,
for
I'll
a
tell you, and
post-conviction.
these media cases are unusual, and Andrew and I, we've been talking the whole time. Is like this is a political case. The more I get into it, the more it's a political case, and it's not a typical example of what you see every day in court or in a trial. Mary Rose Peterson, the jury investigations person I was telling you about, she even says during my interview, I said, "Oh, so you've investigated over 65 trials." And jurors of 65 trials. Of those cases, how many have you discovered jurors lying or juror misconduct? You know what her answer was? Every one of them. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
Whether it's material enough to get a new trial is a different story. But jurors lie all the time. And in a case like this, to get on this jury, I would suspect there'd be an even higher percentage of people that would lie to get on this jury. Although now they might be regretting it.
Oh my gosh, what a disaster this would be. Just sitting there for weeks at a time. Corn Pop says quartering blocked me and he cries about being blocked. Hypocrite. The T-Man says, since I actually make my tea and enjoy it beyond a mere grift, go with the T-Man over the quartering for your tea. Use promo code NOSE for 10% off. Support a man who doesn't make his living off of a shallow, lazy, petty drama and is trying to build something beyond himself. That's thedragonstreasure.com, a haven for tea and anime lovers. Go check out thedragonstreasure.com. Really delicious tea that he has available. I'm a big fan of it. Someone said when I mentioned the Chauvin thing, someone said that's because your state is corrupt. And my response is you'll soon learn that every state is corrupt.
Every state. No, she works nationally. She works
Yeah.
all over the country.
All states.
All states are corrupt and all people are corrupt. I mean, that's the problem with the criminal justice system. It's not perfect. And, even if the jury comes back guilty, I don't think this guy's beyond so far. And we're very close to the end of the state's case. I don't think he did it beyond a reasonable doubt. He may have done it.
Did
he
you
may
see?
Have done it.
You saw the medical examiner testimony, right?
Oh, I did. It was terrible.
We now have two states' witness specifically admitting to reasonable doubt on two different issues. It's reasonable to assume or reasonable to conclude there were two shooters. That's a reasonable conclusion. And the other reasonable conclusion is that the shot came from the opposite direction at point blank range than what the medical examiner said. Now, I'm not sure what the shooting itself does for the defense or the state, like where.
I there was a chatter that brought it up, and I think he's right. Maybe it was a she, but that basically the state is saying, or the defense is moving that shotgun right up next to the jaw, right, putting it right under the jaw to blow the back of the head off, right. So that's almost a contact shot, or it's a close proximity shot. Well, with that kind of shot, you're going to see blood splatter on the person who's the shooter. The further away the shot is, the less likely you're going to see blood splatter on the shooter. So I think that's a very good point, is what they might be setting up. And I would say, having done a lot of this type of gunshot analysis and seeing this, it's a very typical tendency of it to over predict what we're actually seeing with this kind of shot trajectory stuff, because it's like, because people naturally want to think they can solve the crime. They want to think they can visualize what happened. And then they create an image in their head of what happened. And then they fit the evidence into that theory. All right. The problem with these kind of gunshot things, when you have two bodies, one person with a gun and one person, the way the trajectory, the neck and the head and the body is a very dynamic thing. And so is the person with the gun. So you have two persons that are very dynamic in moving in time. It's not a static thing. It's a movement in time. So when you try to draw kind of extreme conclusions about this must have happened, they must have been facing them down and, looking in their face and get right. That stuff cannot be determined from this injury. It can be determined certain distances, certain trajectories, yes. But to put all this to project behind that we have an understanding of what actually happened based on those injuries, I think is a big mistake and an overreach on the part of the state.
Yeah. I'm just, I guess the the proximity could bolster the argument that there should be blood, like he should be covered in blood, all of that stuff. That of course makes sense, but the state's theory is somewhere between there should be blood, there is blood, and there was blood, but he washed it off, and they can't really decide which one it is. Right. So, so we're still left in the same place with that. However, it does make the state look bad that their medical examiner didn't consider an alternate possibility.
Boy, I'll tell you, that cross on the big guy, the country boy, and it's like they're trying to say that he cleaned him. They're trying to make this out. Well, he cleaned himself off with a hose, and that's why. And then they got the water on the floor. Boy, that is a killer moment in this trial. That was a killer cross. The cross has been great today. Cross has been great today. And that woman, that expert witness woman, the medical examiner was way too enthusiastic yesterday. And then she got challenged because usually these medical examiners do not get challenged because, usually in a public defenders, we don't hire expert public defense people to analyze their reports unless we really are trying to get at something. So most of the time their testimony comes in kind of without objection or without any kind of challenge. So to see her get so rattled, it was funny. Now I would contrast that with the lay witness, the big redneck guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how direct and answering he was. He didn't have a dog in this fight. He was just answering directly. He was getting shot questions. He's like, nope, yep, nope. Well, that's the way you should answer a question. But when she got challenged, she all started doing this big word salad. Hey, Joe.
What's up, Joe?
Okay.
Yeah. Not only did he, I think that the defense knew exactly that this guy was not going to be hostile to Alec, that he was going to just go up and he was going to answer all the questions that the state asked. I would even suspect that the defense interviewed him and said, be cooperative with the state, answer all their questions. Exactly. I mean, he answered that. Have you ever seen a gun in the feed room? And even Andrew pointed out, like, how specific of a question is this? I mean, the feed room is this one tiny portion of the murder scene, and we're focused on if there was a gun there. And they immediately asked, you haven't seen a gun in the feed room, but you've seen guns all over around the kennels and everywhere else, right?
In the trucks with the keys in it that are left open all the time.
Right. So it's like, I mean, the state tried to like precision craft this testimony out of his story.
What's really dirty too, and I would say this is a dirty little thing that the state is doing, is that like in the questioning that witness, they're saying like Alex preferred the blackout with the scope and the Benelli and the camo Benelli and all these things, right? He preferred these weapons. And you saw him. Well, those weapons have already been excluded, right?
Yeah.
But they're trying to kind of muddy the water. Like these could be the weapons that killed, when even the state is saying they are not the weapons that killed. So for them to muddy this water, to me, is very dirty and disingenuous.
I even though I just came in, I actually was watching for like the last hour and a half while I was taking care of my house and stuff. And I'll tell you that last night I spent several hours trying to solve the mystery of do I think Alex did it, separate and apart from has the state proven its case, because I think that they're light years from proving a case beyond reasonable doubt. And the more I look into that case, the more I'm like, you know what? I think he killed him. And then the state comes out and brings out a witness. And I'm like, no, there's no way he killed him. Like, one witness after another becomes more and more compelling that no, Alex did not kill them. This is the worst prosecution I've ever seen. You're reaching for some guy to come out here and tell me that, like, oh, I always wrap the hose up and shouldn't be any water there because I don't want to rot the feed. And the next thing you know, there's a video that you showed this jury 16 times, which has the hose unwrapped and water all over the place. This is what your witnesses are. And then he comes out.
Joe, on redirect though, well, isn't the cement sloped so the water will naturally drain away?
Oh my God.
I know it's
in the middle of the night. Yeah, it's just going to naturally just drain away. I mean, now we start going to like coefficient of the physics of the coefficient of how much surface tension there is on cement. Like, just stop it. Just stop.
Yeah,
it.
It's crazy.
It's so bad. This is the worst case I've seen. This is so bad. It's terrible.
It's a political prosecution. I mean, I
don't think so. I don't think so. I think when you say political, you mean like how what do you mean by that?
I
Let's
think
know
there's
that part.
one person, the one person, whoever this attorney general is in charge, who's probably a political enemy. I probably think it's his call, and that one person's alone. And he probably asked his team, can we charge him? Can we charge him? And they probably answered, well, yes, we have probable cause. We think he might have done it, and we think we have evidence. So then he said, okay, then charge him. And then they got speedy trialed, and now here we are. And he's like, okay, you're on the team, you're on the team, you're on the team. That's the way it feels to me.
Here, my speculation is that everyone in the region, like the overwhelming majority of the region, just believes he did it. They hate him and they think he did it, and that perhaps there might have been political pressure. That it's like, I assume they're elected officials at the DA's office, that they sort of feel like we got to go after this guy, otherwise people are going to think that people think we're in bed with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, they'll think that he's so politically connected that they won't touch him. You know, and I think they might have felt a certain pressure to go after him. And Creighton Ward has probably figured that, you know, he'll be able to assemble a jury of people who just will assume that that either he killed him, had the same shirt on, killed him, had changed his shirts, whatever it is, but everyone thinks he killed him. So I just need to throw out something for people to hang their hat on, and that will be enough for me to get a conviction. And this will be the case in my career. I mean, this will be the case that if you convict Alex Murdaugh, that's a career-making move.
You know that the decision to charge him
is the NDA.
Came from the very top.
Mm-hmm.
It was not. It was
Definitely.
no low-level functionary prosecutor.
100%.
So that's the person that made the decision. Well, why would that person make this decision based on this evidence?
I mean, I can't discount the possibility. It had to play a role, I guess, on some level. I don't know. I think they feel like everyone in town thinks he did it. And
right. Well, and you know, the thing is that if you didn't have the benefit of this trial and the benefit of knowing what this evidence is, and I was just going off rumor and innuendo and like people, then I'd say, yeah, he did it. He's this bad guy. He's involved in this death. There's all this death around him. There's all this corruption. There's all this money. They've controlled the thing. It's a big corrupt thing. And so, you know, you'd say, well, he's right there and he did it. But we now have the benefit of the evidence that was in front of the prosecutor to now judge what they actually had. So, you know, again, we're talking politics. Politics could be from the public saying, how can you let this guy get away with it? Get him charged, even if they don't believe in it. Like, okay, well, the jury said not guilty. We did our job. I mean, I'm just saying that there's other considerations. This isn't just a normal case that you see every day, you know.
Definitely not.
Murder. And that's kind of my point. I don't know if it's because they want to get him, or it might be they're just responding to public pressure to put on the case that they have.
Right.
Well, I guess there's been a documentary done about this case that comes to the conclusion that he's definitely murdered Paul and Maggie. So everyone who's interested in this topic has seen that. Those same people who did the documentary are on Twitter every day. I see them. The lawyer for the sons who were ripped off by Alex, he's on Twitter every day talking about this case. And of course, they only present the perspective of the evidence and testimony that they believe is consistent with a conclusion of guilt. So anyone only seeing their content, and many other live streams covering this trial, their content, of course, if you only hear one side of the argument, it sounds pretty compelling.
And let's look at from the prosecutor's perspective. You know, they want the jury to make the call. It's like if they don't do that, then they're buying into the corruption, right? They're part of the big scam. They're part of the insider group, and everybody's going to hate them. And they're going to be so. If they said, "Well, we're not charging because we don't think there's evidence," everybody's going to doubt them. They're going to think they're part of the corruption too.
Yeah. That's what I mentioned. Although I guess they could have gone after him for the financial crimes.
They were,
and then sat back on the murder charges, and that way it doesn't look like they're in bed with him if they're going after him on the financial charges.
Well, I think they wanted to sit back on the murder charge, but he speedy trialed them.
No, I'm saying like just not indict him on the murder, and that way they can take their time until they actually have a prosecutable case. I mean, Andrew, you were saying that if you only look on one side of the story, anyone can establish, you know, a compelling case for murder. That's clearly not true because all we've heard so far is one side, and we don't think there's a compelling case here because of the self-contradictions within the evidence they're presenting.
Not really, though, Joe, because we've heard excellent cross from this defense team. We've heard every witness the state brought up testifying cross that he loved his son, he loved his wife, all the way up to this guy with the magic hose testimony. Lovey-dovey.
Yeah,
was the phrase he used.
That's what I'm saying. Every witness
never
comes in
saw them
here.
arguing. Never saw them arguing.
Never saw a raised voice.
It's unbelievable. I mean, it's really unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, like I was commenting in the chats, maybe the new state theory is going to be he lost it because Paul didn't wrap the hose up the way he wanted, and Paul didn't care about it, so he flipped out. You know, this is the thing. It's like, it's just, there's certain things over time that you start to develop a character. And this guy does not seem to me to be he's either a loose cannon psychopath that blows his heads off in a fit of rage, which we're not seeing, inconsistent with character, or he's a cold-blooded methodical killer, which I also don't think is consistent with anything. So the only two possible kind of narratives of guilt seem to me to be falsified by all the testimony. Now, it's possible he could have done it. It's possible anybody could have done it, right? I mean, maybe anybody who doesn't have an excuse drove up there with their K-bar knife and their 300 blackout and stood behind the thing when nobody was looking and hunted them down, and then ran back home to their office. It's possible that somebody else did it, but possible doesn't mean beyond a reasonable doubt. It just means that they might have done it.
Nick, I'm glad you're back because you've watched practically every minute of this trial. So I wanted to
Except
ask
for Friday,
you,
yeah.
Yeah. So about what I'm about to ask about didn't come up on Friday. Has there been any witnesses from the state to talk about his statement to the police that he that his timeline that he gave the police in his second interview was filled with BS? Specifically about the whole thing about waking up in his chair and stuff like that, and that Maggie and Paul had gone down to the kennels and he went straight, he went to his car and then texted his wife and called her at 9:06 specifically to let her know that he was going to his mom's, which is really inconsistent with the evidence we've heard from now 4 different witnesses that he's the one talking in the background by Paul and Maggie, and that he was down there, which means that his story that he told the police was completely untrue.
His second interview or his first interview?
His second interview was in a car. It was on June 10th, 2021, 3
Yeah.
days after. So if you watch through it, he is very clear that he's falling asleep in a lazy boy watching TV or falling asleep watching TV, and Maggie and Paul go down to the kennels, and what he's basically saying is that's the last time he saw them, which sounds ridiculous when he saw them. If you believe any of these ear witnesses who identify him as being at the kennels, the fact that 3 days after they're murdered, he can't remember the last time he saw his own wife and son. It sounds like that has to be an intention to my mind. And this is not, I'm not saying he should be convicted. I'm not saying there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Far from it. I don't think he should be convicted. I think he should definitely be acquitted. But as far as solving this mystery, to me, that seems to be really compelling evidence of, that he has a guilty mind, that he's trying to hide that he was down in the area where they were killed.
I don't see it that way.
What?
It could be evidence of a guilty mind, or it could just be the way that a brain under unbelievable trauma responds in terms of how it stores, recalls information. There's a reason police officers involved in shootings typically have 48, 72 hours before they're required to give a statement. It's because if they gave a statement every hour after the shooting event, it would be different every time they gave the statement in some material aspects. We want to get a clean statement out of them.
Andrew, it was 3 days later. And
it was 3 days later, but he didn't just shoot a criminal like a cop did. His wife and son, he found them with their heads blown apart.
And he justifies that the reason he called Maggie at 9:06 was specifically, and texted her, was that she would know he was going to his mom's place. So my question, so I'll ask you, as far as just trying to solve this mystery, again,
why is that
I think
unusual?
He should be acquitted. What? Because he just saw them 5 minutes earlier at the kennels. It's not like they had left hours ago. He saw them at 8:40, 8:43.
20 minutes earlier, 22 minutes earlier.
Okay.
So he says that hypothetically,
but he's remembering, he's creating a narrative and remembering. But that is consistent the way that we create memories in ourselves to reason out why we did things. You can create yourself false memories, and then you can say, oh, absolutely, it ran that way. I had an interview with there's a really good professor named Dr. Brian Cutler, who I actually wrote an article with on memory. And I have several of his books on my shelf over here. He's a kind of the preeminent expert on memory creation. And people, what happens is, it's like, okay, so we've got one person witnesses an event, right? And then they see something completely unconnected over here. But it's out of context, and in both those events don't make any sense together. But the brain wants to, in order to survive from biological evolution wise, wants to make sense of the world around it. So it connects those two things and says, oh, I saw this guy shoot him and I saw him go down, and those things are connected. And then you remember that, you put those things together, and that memory becomes, that's what happened. But in fact, it wasn't. You're just connecting things and creating memories.
But Steve, I believe he even texted her that. So at 9:06, he wasn't creating that memory 3 days later, because why is he sending her that text if he's not trying to create an alibi? And again, to be 1,000% clear, I believe based on the evidence we've seen, he should definitely be acquitted or found and not guilty. 100%. I'm just trying to figure out.
How does calling and texting her suggest guilt? I don't understand the connection there.
To me, it comes across like he's trying to create an alibi that he's not.
But now you're mind reading.
But yeah,
no,
but how do you know,
it's not mind reading. It's like, ask yourself, why is it that he's lying to the police about when he last saw them? And
now you're talking about all different things.
No.
Let's focus on the text. Is it possible he sent the text because he wanted to tell his wife that he was going to where he was going?
Are you okay? I just want to be clear. When I'm
answer the question, Joe.
Well, I'm sorry. I was just my brain was on this my other question.
We know.
It didn't digest his question.
We're focusing you. Focus.
No. I want to be clear.
Counselor.
I want to be clear that for the purposes of this conversation right now, this is not a legal thing. Should he be found guilty? Not guilty. We're all on the same page as far as trying to solve. Do we really think that this guy did it or not, irrespective of whether or not he should be found guilty? So, what was your question, Steve? I'll try to answer that.
No. Well, when he texted at 9:06. Is it possible he's texting just to tell his wife where he's going?
Or that he's leaving?
Yeah, no, of course.
I'm heading out.
Of course it's possible. What I'm saying is
it probable?
No, I don't.
You have to keep in mind, Joe, this is a man who drives himself.
Come on.
I like it.
No, so you asked me first. Let's go back to the question of, have they presented anyone to really like drill down into that second interview? No, they have not. No one specifically to go after that. There is obviously an inconsistency with him saying that he believed the last time he saw Paul and Maggie both was at dinner, and he'd ridden around with Paul for like 2 hours or whatever on the four-wheeler. That's prior to the kennel thing. And then he went back to the house to relax before going to visit his mother. And then we have that inconsistency where he appears to be down at the kennel at 8:44 p.m., right? Approximately somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes before the murders occur.
Mm-hmm.
We don't actually know exactly when they are killed. So we've got somewhere between that
in that
range.
window.
Right. Now, the reason we were talking about this yesterday a little bit is it's tempting in our brains to put together otherwise mundane activity as somehow incriminating. And what happens is at 9:06, right shortly before 9:06, he makes 3 phone calls to Maggie who doesn't answer. Then he makes a text that says, I'm going to my mom's. Well, the text is innocuous when you consider, well, you tried to contact her. She doesn't answer. So the solution is just a text. I don't know. He knows she's down with the dogs. She might be driving around the property, letting the dogs run, whatever she does with them.
Cell reception is bad on the property.
So he sends the text and leaves. To me, that's completely consistent with an alternative theory of innocence and isn't nefarious in any way. I know when I'm about to leave, I always go ask my wife. I say, hey, I'm going to head out. I'm going to go do this thing or whatever, because she might want me to pick up something. She might want a coffee. She might want me, if I'm going to the store, she might need me to pick up some item or whatever. Usually it's like a Lego set or something because she's wonderfully insane. All of those things are perfectly normal to me. So his mere texting of the wife and calling her 3 times is not inconsistent. Also, my wife will never answer the phone. She just won't do it. So I know that for me, like I will call. And it's like, okay, if I really just want to let her know what's going on, I'll send her a text, which is that doesn't mean anything to me at all. And it only means something. It only means something because our minds are searching for meaning to a murder that happened.
Right.
And to me, that is not the proper way to approach that. And I don't think that, and I know we're drawing a distinction between proof beyond a reasonable doubt and simply just, did he do it? To me, that phone call and that text is innocuous. The questions that I have around this are, did he lie about being at the kennel? But if he lies about being at the kennel, like why?
Why would that be material?
And I would also say,
why would that be material? I mean,
we don't even know when they were killed.
I'm going to give you these two books for
he was
research.
What?
This is, you guys go read these books. These are great. Both by Dr. Cutler, Brian Cutler here. See there? This guy, and I've re-interviewed him on my Rumble channel. I did a whole 2-part interview with Dr. talking about memory. And the thing is that what you're saying there about memory creation and the way our memories work, it's not necessarily a lie. It could be mistaken, misperception, misjudgment. It could be trauma. It could be all these things. And then what happens is we read it today as a lie. And a lot of people get convicted, not because there's evidence that they did it, but because they are perceived as lying, when in fact we are putting way too much emphasis on the perfection of memory. Memory is actually very imperfect when it comes to something that can be relied upon. And that's why there's a book called Conviction of the Innocent, Lessons from Psychological Research, because they talk about people, they testify, oh no, for sure, 100% I saw it in my memory because I remember it for sure. And then DNA comes back and exonerates because people create memories in traumatic situations. You're putting way too much reliability on simple words in response to questions in very small situations. We're blowing that up because we're trying to project that we can solve this crime. Maybe the crime's not solvable.
No, I agree with what you're saying. I'm simply saying you all want to say that it's meaningless to you. It's not in any way significant as far as trying to figure out whether or not he actually did it, that he lied about it. Three days after the fact, he lied to the police or was misperceiving to the police the last time he saw his wife and son. After he spent the last 3 days, presumably one would think, basically consumed with the fact that they were just murdered. And that his last memory of them is that they were leaving when he's dozing off in his chair. And we know that's definitely not the last time that he saw them, if you believe any of these ear witnesses. So you want to say that that's insignificant, or that maybe he had other reasons for lying? Okay, I accept that he had other reasons for
You keep saying lying.
Okay, misperceiving. I mean, I'm not
it's
trying
like
to
the Seinfeld
mischaracterize.
line, right? It's not a lie if you believe it's true.
Joe. So
I'm simply saying, as far as what
we're with you.
Rings likely true. I'm again.
I'm with you. I understand.
Not guilty,
100%. We're not attacking, and I'm not even invested in not guilty. I think the jury could very
if
well
he's guilty,
convict.
he should be convicted 1,000,000 times. I don't care about this guy at all. But I do want to say, like, on the because you got two things that you said, and I think it's really interesting. And like a lawyer, I'm going to drill down on the subtle differences in what you said. You said the last thing he remembered was seeing Paul and Maggie walk away as he's, fading off in his chair, right? And then you said he saw them later at the kennels. We know he saw them later at the kennels because of the video. That's not inconsistent. He may not remember seeing him at the kennels because he's down at the kennel yelling at a fucking dog who's eating the chickens, right? And his last memory that is not involved in some sort of conflict or some sort of whatever, where he's dealing with an issue, is them going away as he leaves. It's kind of nice and romantic, right? I had a nice dinner with my wife and son. Then they went down to take care of the dogs. I fade off into the chair. The next time he sees them, sure, I mean, he sees them, he's incidentally down there, but he's dealing with this dog who's eating a chicken. It's not like a memory of interaction with your wife and son. It's a memory of interaction with a problem or a conflict. I think it'd be really easy for a brain to wash out that incidental encounter.
I will steel man your positions, gentlemen, all the more so, even pick up on what Nick just said and take it even one step further. You could make the argument to me, Joe, that is the place that he found his wife and son's mutilated bodies. So if he drove that from if his mind intuitively drove that from his memory, as far as that the last time he actually saw them alive was in that spot, and sort of took him to a safe space where the last time he saw them alive was when he was falling asleep and is watching TV, that to me, I think is a stronger, it's probably the strongest argument as to why it is that he would misperceive events or say something that comes across as intentionally lying. And if you want to accept that, that's fine. That's fine. I understand that.
And the other issue, and Branca hinted at this earlier, but we glossed past it. Okay, so assuming that he's trying to cover up this murder, like let's go. Okay, he is the killer, and he's trying to cover it up. He does everything right, except he lies about this thing that's obvious. He knows that there's a video taken. He knows he's down there. Oh, he doesn't know?
No, I don't think I don't think he knows he's caught on it. The things that he
there's no reason to lie about it.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. He's
Because
very precise in the things he knows the police knows, and those things he admits to, and the things that he thinks they don't. And the things that he happened to misperceive are the things that he would not know the police have information about.
Well,
so he doesn't know that he's caught on recording.
I agree with Joe on this, because assuming that he's the murderer and he had this as an elaborately constructed murder lie, right, or matter, that video does not show that he was in any way perceived that he was being picked up by the video. So therefore, his story was great, except that he didn't know that his son was actually videotaping, and he got caught accidentally, and then he got caught in the lie. All right,
but they were alive then. He wasn't videoed killing them,
right? No,
but they were alive.
But when he's telling his story over as to where he was throughout these events, that he basically and the parts
if he had told the truth, right, accurately said, yes, I was there, we got the chicken, and said all that, would that make him more guilty?
I don't know. I
don't see any motive to lie about it.
Right. I understand.
That's the problem, because he goes, yeah, I was down there. There's a dog was running around. I don't know what time it was, maybe 8:30, 8:45, something like that.
Right.
And the dog eats this chicken. We deal with the chicken. I go back to get ready to leave. I tell him, I'm going to go visit mom, and I'm going to go back to the house and get ready to leave. That's my problem, is if he had said that, he doesn't look more guilty than he does right now in any way. He may look less guilty.
No, if he had told, here's the thing. If he went there, you would think that he would probably have told his wife and son where he's going rather than trying to call her and text her.
Yeah, but then he doesn't leave for 20 minutes.
Well, it's not 20 minutes because he has to walk up to the house where his car is.
8:45 to 9:06 is 22 minutes.
No, what I'm saying, as far as time from when he's Snapchatting and stuff like that, and let's assume that he's walking away the second the Snapchat ends. You're talking about until he actually gets to his car. When's the first phone call? When is that? The first phone call, that's when he goes. That's when it gets through. You said there were 3 calls.
Yeah, he makes them all. It's like he calls,
one after the other.
Answer, he calls, she doesn't answer. He calls, she doesn't answer. There, it's like right in succession. I'll do this.
All right, look, maybe he decided. Maybe he walked away from them and then decided, you know what, I'm going to go to my mom's. And you know, I guess.
But he could. It's not inconsistent with him telling them while he's down there, I'm going to go to my mom's. I'm going to go get ready.
Now
and
he's
head
just
out
saying,
to
I'm
mom's
heading
house.
out now.
Right, like it's 20-minute time lapse between I'm walking away and I'm actually leaving.
Well, here's my other problem, though, is that if he's this diabolical mass murderer who planned all this out, would he really use his 300 blackout that he owns?
I don't think he. I'll tell you what. My as far as where I'm at, I think he definitely should be found not guilty because the state has done nothing to present reasonable evidence beyond reasonable doubt of his guilt. Definitely, I do. If you ask me what my gut says, if Alex Murdaugh having a gun to my head,
gun to the head. Oh, God, yeah.
Well, gun to your head or gun 4 feet away from your head on the other side. We need to know the answers to this one.
I don't think he pulled the trigger, but I think he knew it was happening. And I think he did. Okay. I think he did. That's my takeaway.
Rank speculation.
Of course.
I think the butler did it.
No, I think it makes sense because to me, there's a lot of things here that look like him trying to build an alibi, and then that alibi.
It would have been his real. If that was really true, why wasn't he on the other side of town when the murders happened? If you're going to create an alibi, create an alibi. This sure isn't a very good alibi if you're trying to create an alibi.
Well, he's calling her right when her phone was being tossed aside on the road, half a mile away from him.
No, that was later.
No, when the call is going through, her phone is presumably, based on the evidence we've heard, was someone else was like half a mile away from him, tossing the phone, basically tossed the phone away. There was a whole thing about like how I don't remember the terminology that the phone guy used as far as, you know, being active or dormant in a black mode or whatever.
How would he if that's intentional, how would he plan that? How would he plan to make the call to his wife at the precise moment the hired killer is tossing the gun into the woods? I mean, how did they coordinate that? Did they scheme that out ahead of time?
That's so hard. That's so hard to coordinate if you're trying to create it. If you're trying, I know you seem dead.
Why would that even
there's
occur to
no
anybody?
way.
Why would it
Look,
matter?
I understand you're all defense attorneys, so you're so as is it possible? Is it possible? Is it possible?
No, it's possible.
Is it possible that you tend to assume the guy did not do it, and that's where you're coming from? Is that's tainting you a little bit. I'm not saying that we should find him guilty. I keep saying that over and over again, and I'll say that throughout this trial. I'm not saying you should find him guilty, but is it possible that perhaps that taints your perspective a little bit as far as like just trying to think, does it look like this guy's trying to create an alibi?
I'm just trying to understand your point, Joe. So why would you bother coordinating the phone toss with the call? He could call it any time, and it would serve his purposes if he were the actual killer or had hired the killer.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't have to be at the moment the phone is tossed.
So
I guess he could have called. He could have called like 10 minutes earlier.
Whatever, sure.
Yeah.
So
he either is coordinating with the killer to when they're throwing the phone out, he's calling it. And this is the problem with the state's case is they're trying to draw these connections that when you actually think about them, they don't make logical sense. So he's either calling at the moment that the hired hitman is throwing it out the window, or he's calling it as he's throwing it out the window, rather than just calling it after he throws it out the window and starts driving away. Like he could call literally at any time and it would be exactly the same. The other one is, you know, he's texting the phone as there's this orientation change.
Well,
so he's texting the phone as it's being picked up off her body. Why then? Why would he text it while he's got it in his hands? This doesn't make any sense.
I'll steelman the counter better. He could have he could have just been on the phone with any person who's relatively reliable throughout the entire incident. If it's a hitman, he just could have been on the phone talking to someone the entire time, and that guy would be able to come in and testify. Yeah, I was on the phone with him. We were talking about the voting accident, and that would be a better alibi
because you could have a living witness come in.
Again, I'm just trying to sort this through in my own mind. And those of you in the chat, which I see probably about like 25% of you are saying Joe's anti-American, and no, we're supposed to believe he's innocent until proven guilty. I said 47 times. I think he should be found not guilty because the state has failed to present their evidence.
People talking.
I think that's hilarious.
There's a lot of people that are supporting you. I'm reading the other. We're focused on negative stuff because I'm reading the chats. I'm like, yeah, Joe, go tell them that they're good. Push them back on him.
I'm simply just trying to sort through. Do I really think he killed him, irrespective of the state that the crappy case that the state has put on, that every witness they put on makes me feel less likely that he killed him. So.
Yeah, no, and it's a good exercise, and people have been asking me to do it, and my conclusion is, I don't know how I can come to that conclusion. Like I don't know how I can come to the conclusion of killing, but I haven't watched any documentaries. I'm really not reading external stuff, and I'm trying to just look at what comes into the case because I think that for me, that's how I like to do these things.
Right.
But if I had watched documentaries, if I was reading about, like I've heard all these theories about their marital relationship, even though there's literally no testimony about it. But people are saying
and there probably would be. And
all the testimony is the opposite.
Right.
That's true. That's definitely
every
true.
state witness who has knowledge of their relationship says it was amazing.
And as I said, and as I told my audience last night, if the state is right that he killed someone, to get an extension of time to put in legal papers, I am positive that is the first time in American history any lawyer has ever done that. Been like, I'm going to kill the two people I care about most in the world so I get an extension of time. I was like, that's never happened. Maybe it happened. If you think it happened now, okay, that's a new first.
All he'd have to do is say, my dad was just moved into hospice.
Yeah.
I'm really stressed out. I'm trying to comply with discovery. It's going to take a little extra time. Can I have a 1-month extension, which will not in any way prejudice the other party because we're months away from trial at best. Can I get an extension on this? I'm sorry I haven't been able to comply with the discovery request. I know they're looking for these financial things, and I'm happy to provide them. Like, if he does that, he gets the extension for 1 month or 2 months or whatever. Like that's not going to be a thing. And then if he doesn't do that at the end, they have a hearing, and then the court can maybe issue an order to compel production, maybe. And then if he doesn't compel production, he's got months more of fighting that order to compel production and the sanctions motion that would come afterwards. Like, all of the stuff that when you break down the actual civil process, this idea that he's done it for a 1 month to 2 month delay is nonsensical. It makes there's no logical connection to a civil trial's timeline that is compelling to me in any way. From an experienced trial lawyer.
Tell you something. This
Wait, almost done. I want to remind everybody that the legacy of the Murdaughs is that they're so corrupt that the judges are all in their pockets. And the likelihood of this guy being able to get an extension from a judge in the county where he is the corrupt name in the county is like, it's off the charts to think that he couldn't do it. Yeah. If you believe everything that's said. So sorry, I didn't mean to.
That's a great point. No, I was talking about how one witness after another that the state brings, it's like, okay, we want to bring the hose guy in here to tell us how it's always wrapped up, and clearly he, Alex unwrapped it and spilled water over himself to clean himself off from all the blood that was all over him, and yet. That the video evidence shows that no, it was unwrapped while Paul was still alive, and there was water all over the ground, and then the guy comes forward and said Alex didn't have it in the stomach to kill a dog. And here it is, right. He's killing his own wife and child. The dude couldn't kill a dog. I mean, and now I'm supposed to believe that not only did he kill his own wife and child, but he literally blew his brains out. Like that's impossible. I'm listening to the state's witness, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Why are you bringing this guy? Like, this is terrible. Did you not know it's going to be exposed? That you presented this video evidence yourself 47 times to try and get your witnesses in here. You didn't think to look and see, hey, is the hose unwrapped in there in the corner? It's ridiculous. I mean, and now this guy comes up to saying how he never heard them fight, and the guy doesn't have the stomach to kill a dog, and yet somehow he blew out his own offspring's brains. I mean, come on. This is a terrible case. That's why I said it's the loudest case I've ever seen.
He could have just shot them both in the back, right? And killed them instantly and had no pain or suffering, no grotesque deformation of their bodies, and accomplished the same purpose we're supposed to believe he was trying to accomplish.
Not see the expression on his face right before he kills him.
Which is consistent with somebody who's motivated by hatred and revenge.
Yes.
Rather than needing a continuance in a civil case.
And that is the weirdest thing. It's of all the motives the state could pick for this, that one is the one that they're running the hardest with. And it's like, why? Like,
but you know why? Because they came up with the motive after they want to get the financial stuff in, because they want him to look bad with the financial stuff. And so then that was the objective one. That was the cart before the horse. They said, we want to get the financial stuff in. How do we do that? I know that was the motive for the murders. Now we can bring it in.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Yeah. Well, complicated cases like this, I will tell you, like these kind of whodunits are very dangerous for the defense because the speculations, like what you're talking about, people will, they want to solve it. They want to know who did it. They want to know, and they'll fill in, like everybody fills in the gap. I know what really happened here. There was a masked assassin, or he pulled the strings and he was behind it. And they fill the void of evidence with all of their speculations and end up convicting.
I call it the telenovela.
Right.
School
and
of
as a
legal
defense
analysis.
attorney, you're telling them, like, look, they don't have any case. They haven't filled it. There's all these big holes. And then the jury goes back there and they want to solve the crime, which is off the rails, but they want to leap to the conclusion of, I want to know, well, like what you're doing, like, I want to know who done it. Well, I don't really care who done it.
Right.
I mean, really, I'm more interested in the law and the way the trial, but most people are in your boat, Joe, because most people are kind of like, the whole thing is they want to figure it out. That's the fun of it.
The point to our judicial system is not, we shouldn't be like trying to figure it out. It should
right,
be like,
I get it.
There you
I
go.
get you, but that, if you're trying to figure it out, that means defense wins.
Yeah.
And that's what we try to say. We get up there
100%.
and we say, hey, look, you're trying to figure it out. We win. But people go back in that jury room and they're like, oh, they want to play that game and they want to do the whodunit thing. And that's how we get wrongful convictions. So, I'm fully sympathetic.
No, my favorite chat comment is, where in Moscow does Joe live? That's great.
No, I appreciate the perspective, because I think you're expressing what a lot of people think. And that is exactly right. And these are dangers. And I don't know if you were on when I was saying it, but there is a very likely scenario. This is going to go to the jury and the jury could convict. I mean, I'd say at this point it's 50-50, because there's such a mountain of it that the judge is going to let it go to the jury. It's going to happen. He's not going to JO in this case. All right. So then that means that the jury's in the jury's hands. Well, what are those people going to come out there and deliberate on? What are they going to? Well, there's all this evidence, and then they can speculate and they can say, well, he's in proximity and it could be. And they're not going to apply the beyond a reasonable doubt standard. They're just going to say, well, it probably was him.
Feels like it, right?
Feels like it.
I've got
he's
a
a criminal
feeling.
anyway. Okay. And then they convict him, and now he's in prison for the rest of his life. So that's the way
The
it
state's
happens.
supposed to rest tomorrow.
Oh my God!
Right?
We'll see. I'm really
at
excited
this point,
about
we should be overwhelmingly convinced of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt if we're to get a just conviction. Right? We've heard nothing but the state's case in chief. They're supposed to rest tomorrow, in hours from now. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not anywhere close to that. And I suspect that this defense is going to put up a pretty robust case of their own.
I would think so.
I think we're going to see some great stuff.
At this point, you guys, if you were his counsel, would you put him on the stand?
That was my next question is now that we're in this, because the traditional mantra is that, don't have him take the stand because it opens him up, but everything's open here. His character is open for either tearing down or bolstering. They've presented tons of character evidence about how much he loved his wife and kid, how generous he was with his employees and all of that stuff. They're fully able to go into and attack character everywhere. His financial crimes are all on the table, and the boat stuff is on the table. The only thing that's not necessarily on the table yet, we don't know the answer to, is if they'll be able to testify about the attempted assassination of himself months later. So do we put him on the stand?
Here's the problem putting him on the stand. Does he admit to the financial crimes or not? If he denies the financial crimes, if he's asked point blank, did you steal that money from these people? If he's asked point blank and he says no, I think he loses almost any credibility he has with the jury. And if he says yes, he's basically confessing to crimes, and that's
he's going to go. Yeah, no, that's Joe has got the dilemma precisely articulated. I agree 100% with that.
Can he narrowly plead the fifth just to the financial stuff on the stand? I mean, I know it wouldn't look good, but I mean, once he's taken the stand, he's volunteered to take the stand and tell part of the story. I mean, I certainly would object to that if I were the state, especially, by the way, since the judge has allowed all the financial stuff to come in. So as far as the judge is concerned, it's fair game.
Well, it's fair game, but that does mean he should still have a Fifth Amendment right.
I think he does have the right.
Yeah,
I think he does. But then is he gaining anything if he like is looking shady on because he's gonna the reason to take the stand is so he doesn't look shady, and then he's gonna take the stand and plead the fifth, which you would think to most juries is gonna look shady. So
somebody is saying he's already pled to the financial crimes. Is that true? I don't know if that's true.
Well, he signed a confession of judgment with respect to the housekeeper's kids, the money he took from them. That's what he was disbarred for.
That confession of judgment is in a civil matter as well. That's not, I mean, it'll be used as evidence in the financial crimes for sure, but that doesn't mean that he's convicted in the financial crimes. A confession of judgment just means I have done these things sufficient to sustain a judgment in civil law, which is a much lower bar than in criminal law. But yeah, he could certainly, I mean, he should be able to plead the fifth on those financial crimes. Would he look good or bad? So we say, hey, I've got a criminal trial on those. I don't believe I did anything wrong, but I plead the fifth. Or
I mean, what does he gain by taking the stand? He would explain away his misstatement to the police about not being there. That's really the only thing, right? Well, he's going to claim he loved his son and kids.
Right.
I mean, every witness on the state has said that.
Yeah.
So what's the benefit?
Well, here's the thing. It could be a
And
cultural.
it's not a self-defense case, right? He's not saying I shot him, but I had a reason that he has
Yep.
to explain away to a jury. He's saying, hey, look, it just wasn't me.
It could be a cultural thing. We heard Mark Richards explaining why Rittenhouse took the stand. And
Well,
even though we all thought he won the case, he said he would never get a not guilty unless Rittenhouse took the stand.
But he said in a self-defense case.
Oh, you're saying it's a self-defense case,
right? So you're conceding, you're admitting you shot the people, and that you shot and killed people. A jury wants to know why. Why was that necessary?
Okay.
Yeah. Same thing with Curtis Reeves in his case. He takes the stand to explain. And I mean, for Curtis, it's great. He's 8,000 years old, and he's sitting there saying, this man is this big man is standing up. He's screaming at me. He's hitting me, and I can't even get out of my chair. I'm back in my younger days, I could have done something about it, but I can't even get up. My knees hurt, type thing, right? So it makes okay. Now you pull the gun and shoot him because you're terrified, and you got no other option. Kyle, same thing, right? I'm just there trying to help people. I'm a medic. I'm doing first aid, and then these people are chasing me and trying to kill me. I'm just there to help. They're trying to kill me. Grab my gun.
And even in the Zimmerman trial, although Zimmerman didn't take the stand himself, he had done so many walkthroughs on video with the investigating officers, and the state put all those videos in evidence, and every one of those was Zimmerman's narrative of what happened. So he effectively he got the best of both worlds. He got his narrative into evidence from his own mouth without being subject to cross-examination and impeachment.
And you can say that in the closing. The defense can say, well, you may be wanting to hear from a client. Well, you did hear from the client. You heard from him over and over again. He cooperated over and over again. And you could even explain, they want him to put him, you want him to get up there because he says, but they still got these financial crimes looming over his head, and he has a right to not remain silent on that. But that doesn't mean he killed his kids, and he's in there, and you've heard from him over and over again, right?
You can use that strategically and be like, he's got these financial crimes. We actually tried to keep those away from the jury, but the state insisted to bring them in. And why? Because they don't have a motive. They don't have evidence. So what they want to do, they wanted to get Alex on the stand. They wanted you to convict him on the financial crimes and transfer that conviction to the murders. But you cannot, based on what the state presented, put Alec Murdaugh at the time or at the location where Maggie and Paul were killed. The state had every opportunity to do that, and they just couldn't. So what did they try to do? They tried to convince you he's a bad guy.
And bore you with all that financial stuff that we tried to keep out. But the only reason they wanted that they don't believe that for a second that he was motivated by money. They're just doing that to make him look bad and to confuse you and to bury you with waste your time so that you think there's stuff there. Well, that's not the issue in the case. Yeah, you could turn that around. I'm really looking forward to the defense case, and I got to go. I'm sorry. I'll try to get back after work because my lunch break is over.
Yeah, this was fun, Steve.
Good to see you, Joe, man. Later. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, now it's 2-on-1 instead of 3-on-1.
I'm knocking him off one by one. I'll tell you this much. There's definitely a difference when you're talking about self-defense, that there's more of a motivation to put the defendant on the stand. It still could be a cultural thing in South Carolina that, my thinking is, I know up here in the Northeast, juries are more respectful, I think, or understanding or sympathetic that this is part of the legal process. And if someone would refuse to take the stand and plead the fifth, I think you're more likely to get away with standing behind your Fifth Amendment right to not sit than you would be in the Midwest, where they're like, look, just tell us the truth. None of your lawyer games. Just tell us what happened and where you were. And if you're not willing to tell us that, that's a reason for us to distrust you. I think that's probably more of a Midwest or Southern
It could be. I mean, in the Northeast, let's face it, everyone's pretty much a crook anyway. So
everyone's
jaded. Everyone's done something the government doesn't like.
Yes, yeah, and we're all a little bit jaded, and we all understand, how the law operates and how to use it. I mean,
everybody's bought a TV that fell off a truck. Everybody had that shit car stolen and disappeared. That's the most common things in the world in the Northeast.
Well, yeah.
I will say this. That's how he got rid of his last car.
He has highly competent counsel, and I think that they're probably attuned to what a South Carolina jury is going to demand in order to acquit. I mean, his counsel has really performed incredibly admirably. So
Yeah, they're very good.
Yeah, I have confidence they're going to make the right call either way, and I wouldn't second guess them either way, whether they put him on the stand or not.
I just don't see any upside for him. I don't think it's necessary. I think the one big thing that's a hook for many people is this misstatement or lie, however you want to characterize it, about not having seen them again down at the kennels with the video. But I suspect the defense is going to bring in a memory expert to testify about how memories are created. I mean, we heard that in one of the recent trials. Was it Brian Cutler who came in? I forget now. But they had a guy talking about how memories are formed, and there's short-term memory and long-term memory, and this is how the brain makes decisions and captures and stores and recalls information, and it's not a perfect record, and it's influenced by stress.
Yeah, I seem to remember that testimony, but I can't remember where that was from. Maybe it was Edgecombe. Wasn't Edgecombe, was it? I don't know.
I didn't really watch Edgecombe, so I don't think that was it.
You didn't? I thought you were with me a lot of those days.
Was I? What the hell did Edgecombe do? Oh, Edgecombe. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
As the bicyclist.
The bicyclist. So what would the memory problem have been there? No, I don't think that was
know.
it. I was thinking of the guy who ran over the people at the parade. That's the one.
Daryl Brooks.
That was with B. Ivory. That was with B. Ivory, right? The lawyer.
B. Ivory was the lawyer in Edgecombe.
Yeah, he's the lawyer in Edgecombe. Daryl Brooks was the guy who ran over at the parade.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. What I should do is start reading some of these super chats, so not as far behind later. Sheila Riley.
Someone in the comments actually says, "I'm demonstrating the imperfect memory."
Oh, Potter. Potter makes sense on the imperfect memory.
Yeah.
Sheila Riley says,
I'm gonna go grab
to
coffee.
Paralegal.
I'll be back in like 15-20 minutes.
Sounds good, brother. United States of Q, welcome to Paralegal Status. Diana Mitchum says, is it just me, or does he look distraught listening to this? So horrible. That was during the medical examiner testimony. He did look distraught. He really looked distraught when they were describing the bullets going into Paul's brain and stuff like that. I mean, he was weeping, he was shaking, he was crazy. And again, that could all be an act. We can't really draw any conclusions from that, because he could be distraught over the death of his son, even if he killed him.
Yep.
That's
Can't believe I did that.
Right.
Yeah, could be.
Diana Mitchum says, if he didn't do this, I cannot imagine the feelings he and his son in court are going through. Tragic listening to this. Your wife and son. Wow. Jeremy N says, is this Dr. Spiegel's wife, the medical examiner? Oh no. Pork Chop Express 355 says, check out Mob Show on YouTube. They did a recreation. First shot was a hip shot. Paul Murdaugh staggered forward, shooter stumbled backward and fell down shooting upward. I mean, that's a way that
Sounds
I guess
complicated, but
that could happen. Why did you shoot? Never mind. It's entirely speculative. And this is the important point. I mean, maybe the defense would use something like that, but they have so many other theories to just put forward that the state has not gotten into. And are the theories reasonable? That'll be the question. President-elect Four Doors More Horse says, with enthusiasm. So anyway, Paul's skull was turned into an open house. Laugh track plays. This woman loves the theatrics too much. It's sickening. Yeah, I do think her sort of, and I don't ascribe anything negative to it. Oh, hey, what's up, James?
Hey, everyone. Sorry, I just want to jump in for a few minutes and say hi before I go back.
Yeah. What's going on, man?
Not much. Kind of a boring day. Sorry, I'm a little late. I actually got held up because Randy and John Marvin came up to me at lunch and started talking to me. So that was interesting. The Murdaugh brothers.
Oh.
Yeah.
What did they have anything interesting to say?
Was it for Valentine's Day?
No, they were asking me about where I was from, who I was with, and things like that, and sort of talking about the food trucks. It was at lunch, but it was a little interesting. Yeah, I don't have a ton of time to share everything about it, and I'm also sort of in public right now, but yeah, I can probably come on tomorrow, and I'm going to talk about it later, but I'll just say they seem kind of nice, but I don't know if they were just trying to get a read on me and the situation. Maybe they're just, because I think there is kind of an incentive for them to know all of the different journalists who are in the court. So
Sure.
I don't know if that was part of it or they were just.
Hey, you
But
never
you're
know when you
also-
might slip and fall.
Yeah.
You're also just in the South, man. People are generally polite. So at least that's my
That's also
experience.
very true. Very true.
But yeah, so what's the feel in court today?
It's kind of, I mean, dragging on, to be honest. There's a lot of, first of all, it's kind of empty, which is very odd.
Yeah,
Is that from
we
COVID?
noticed that.
I don't know why. Maybe it's because people are scared of COVID, but half of the gallery is now empty, which is not the case. Usually, when I
Yeah,
came
yesterday it was packed.
Yeah, yesterday when I showed up, there was a line at like 7:30 in the morning. Today there was no line out front of the courtroom.
Huh. Well, this was far from the most boring day of trial. I mean, we had those days where they were, putting into evidence one brass case at a time for an entire day.
That's fair. That is
God,
fair.
that was horrible. How'd you like the medical examiner's testimony?
I thought she was good. I thought the jury was at least, I don't want to say, I don't know if they were interested, but engaged with what she was saying. I thought she was a little too peppy, is what some of the people that were sitting with me said, for what she was describing. It seemed like she had a fascination with it, which is good. I mean, that's her work, and she obviously likes her work, and she's excited to talk about the interesting dynamics of it. But, when you're talking about the murder of a wife and a child, mother and child.
Yeah, a grisly murder too. I mean, she seemed to light up at the wrong times for me.
Exactly. Yes, 100%. So
How much did you love the dog keeper guy? That guy was great, I thought.
He was awesome, and I have to say, the judge really liked him. The judge was smiling at him a lot and watching him. He was just, like a salt of the earth guy, like really down to earth, you could tell. I thought it was interesting that he made a point to mention that Maggie treated him like a normal person, but when they asked him about his interactions with Alec, he said that Alec was very particular and he didn't see him a lot. So I just thought that was kind of interesting because it shows a little bit of a difference of how maybe the interactions are between them. But I just thought he was a good guy. Of course, Bubba was a fun topic, and I think Bubba finally got vindication. He's a good boy. Bubba's a good boy.
Yeah, that was nice. You're not the chicken murdering Bubba that we all know from video or whatever.
Exactly.
And then I guess how's this latest guy, the forensic accountant? He seems like, to me, like I want to jump off a building every time he talks.
Yes, 100%, and I'm pretty sure everyone in the courtroom feels the same. I'm dreading going back there for that very reason.
Well, it'll be on cross at least.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, and I guess we'll get more, they'll just keep poking holes in the narrative that prosecution's putting out.
How do you, as far as the attorneys go, and again, this is your opinion I'm looking for. Who do you like?
I like Creighton to an extent. I just like him, I guess, because he talks louder sometimes than the other ones. I like the one defense attorney who has the brown hair, but like a salt and pepper half beard or something, or what's it called? Sideburns. I think he's really effective. On the prosecution, I like Waters, and I don't really like. I like the girl kind of. I don't know her name with the black hair. She's very, very tall. She's very nice person.
Right, we've seen her a lot. I really don't like the guy today who's got kind of like the radio announcer voice. You know what I'm talking about? He kind of talks fast, younger guy.
Oh,
stateside.
Yeah, he is. I'll just say he's interesting all around, inside and outside. The way he walks, he's an interesting guy. He wears suspenders, which is common here. Well, actually, I don't see a lot of people wearing suspenders, to be honest. But he's he walks very briskly too. He's an interesting fellow. I'll say that.
Have you gotten a chance to interview any of these people?
No, I casually chat with like some of the people. So one of the paralegals, she's on the prosecution. She's pretty. She has, I think it's like blonde and brown hair. Today she was wearing a pink jacket. We chatted about, lunch and different things. And I try not to bother them with questions about the trial, even though that probably should be my job as a journalist. I know that they're just doing their job and they don't really love it. So I just try to like sit back and watch everyone.
Yeah, they're probably not going to talk much during the trial anyway, though.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, yes, except they're all talking to all of the journalists all the time in the courtroom. They're all every break. They're all oh yeah, it's insane. You have Creighton Waters is there with Dick Parhutlian, and they're laughing with they're laughing with a group of journalists, asking questions in the hallway, talking. It's insane. It's not like the Johnny Depp trial or many other trials.
That's a little surprising. I can't believe that the state is out there making statements to reporters constantly.
Oh, I don't know if they're making statements. I don't want to say that. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay. Okay. I misunderstood then.
They're just, everyone's talking. I don't know what everyone's talking all the time. So I see them talking to press. I see defense talking to press. They could be just talking about what they had for lunch. I don't know, but it's just interesting because you didn't have that in the Johnny Depp trial. You could try to talk to Camille and different things like that, and she would smile and maybe take a letter secretly and put it in her thing, but they would not talk to you. You know what I mean? But it's different here. They will talk to you.
Sure.
So that's just what I mean. I don't want to get anyone in trouble by saying they're making statements,
No, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
How long are you staying for the trial? Are you staying the whole time? Are you committed?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's your goal to get out of this? Like, what do you want to take away from this trial?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think just finish another trial report on it the best that I can. Grow maybe my audience a little bit just, by covering different things and just continuing to report on things that I find that people want to know. I don't know if I actually really came with a purpose myself. More so I just saw an interest from, streams that y'all had done and videos that, different members of the community had made. And I saw that people were curious about it. So I figured this would be another good trial to check out. I guess superficially, I already got monetization on my channel, but maybe, a few another 1,000 YouTube subscribers and maybe some, I don't know. I don't even know. I didn't think about that, but just, yeah.
Start securing some numbers for post-trial interviews when they'll be willing to talk about it. I mean, especially if the defense wins, if they're in some way able to get a not guilty verdict, man, those interviews will be fire. I think you should angle for that. And I mean, who knows what the state may not say anything, even if they secure a conviction, because the state has a lot of risk in any criminal prosecution. But if I were you, I'd be angling for some defense attorney, interviews after the trial's done.
That's a good idea. Yeah, absolutely. And maybe because I've been here the whole time and now that I know what I'm doing, I could even write something afterwards, with that interview or, make a video about it or do something. So that is a good idea.
Yeah, man, go get it. And I think people definitely want to hear your thoughts and just your perceptions on the case in general. So keep doing that stuff. It's fantastic to get that in the courtroom feel. Because you see stuff, and we've talked about the jury stuff. You see stuff in the trial from a different perspective, right? You're down in the gallery, you're looking towards like one thing. I don't know if you could tell, but when the dog keeper was up on the stand, Alec was smiling. He's practically beaming while the guy's up there the whole time from start to finish, while the prosecution's examining him in the defense, and it's this rare moment where we've seen Alec look kind of like happy and at peace. You could tell he kind of just likes the guy, or that's what I got out of it. I mean, I could be wrong, but
no. And that's nice to hear, because you're right. I can't see it from the same angle, but I did see like a quarter of his face, and it did look like his cheeks were lifted. I didn't know what that meant, but it's interesting to know that's because he was smiling. I did see the family, because they actually now sit in the back row of that section, so I can see them very well. And they were also smiling at points of that testimony. So you're right. I mean, it was a rare moment, I guess, to see.
Right. So I think that's why your observations of like what's going on in the courtroom are valuable, is because you're looking from a different angle than the rest of us. And that's really neat I think your perceptions would be very cool there. And again, getting the information from the gallery and what kind of the buzz is something I would also be trying to do, because the buzz in the gallery is probably similar to the buzz on the jury.
They coming for you, James?
Yeah, I guess so. Right? No, that the annoying thing, I don't know if y'all hear in the streams, but this is the one street, so it comes right by all the time. Sorry, y'all. Hold on.
Yeah. Damn. They heard he was talking to the attorneys, and they're after him now.
Poor chat. Yo, sorry about that.
It's
But
okay. We can
no,
hear
I
it
really
during
appreciate
the
that. Yeah.
during the
And
trial. Even we can hear the mics picking up the
yeah,
emergency
right.
vehicles.
The ambulance and the fire trucks that go by. Yeah, that was really loud because I'm pretty much right by the street. I'm by the wildlife center where they have the media and such. But I definitely, yeah, I plan to talk to the gallery. I have been talking to everyone. I feel like the gallery is a little bit different than the jury, only because I feel like they weeded out the jury to, well, theoretically, people who had no idea about anything with the Murdaughs or the trial. And a lot of the times the gallery is filled with people who are interested in it particularly, and they show up because they either really dislike him. And I've heard people behind me, he came in and they were like, there's the goblin and stuff like that. Like, people are crazy. 100%. Yeah.
Goblin.
They seriously said that. I wrote it down in my notepad.
Who's the goblin?
Yeah, they
Alec
called him a
Murdaugh.
goblin.
Oh, good heavens.
But then you have people that show up that go and shake his family's hands, and I don't know if they're like cousins of a cousin, because you did have, it's actually kind of funny in the jury selection process. I don't know, you'll probably listen to a little bit of it, but you had, a question that was like, are you related to the Murdaughs in any way? And people would stand up and be like, yeah, our grandmothers were third cousins, and I heard from my aunt that I was related to him. And it's like, you don't expect that, but there are a lot of people that like, who are somewhat distant related to him that show up in court for things like that. So long story short, the gallery is a little bit more skewed, I think, than the jury, but a lot of the gallery seems to have a strong animosity towards him.
Very, 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 very interesting there. Have you tried to interview his family at all? Anyone from his family? I mean, I know you said that some of his brothers kind of talked to you today, but have you ever thought about, like, have you tried to talk to Buster or anything like that?
I don't have anything to say to Buster. No, I mean,
what does that mean?
No, I just, because, it's just funny. I guess, all the mystery surrounding their family, and they're all sort of murderers, right? I mean, to an extent, I think.
Whoa.
Well, I mean, that's the rumor, right? Didn't he? Anyway.
That was Paul.
Well, no, Paul was with the boat, and then Buster was with the car.
Oh, right. Somebody, a hit and run thing.
Yeah. So yeah. No, I'm just joking. I mean, maybe plan on, asking them questions after and talking to some of them. I feel a little bad. Maybe I need to be a better, more aggressive journalist. But again, they're here in such a traumatic experience. I don't know if I even want to go up and talk to them yet,
Sure.
I don't know. But maybe I should.
If you're looking to get those, subs and views, I mean,
I know, I gotta
interviews close to the family are gold. And the worst thing that happens if you ask is they say no, like, leave me alone. You go, all right, sorry, didn't mean to bother you.
Well, I guess the worst thing is I have a car accident on my way back to Florida and no one ever finds me.
This is true.
But
That's true. Yeah. You wind up at a dog kennel going, wait, why am I here? I don't even I don't want to be around dogs.
Yeah, no, I'm just joking. You're right. I will. I mean, I've been kind of treating this as like an outsider for the past few weeks because, again, everyone knows each other here. And it's just felt kind of weird. Like I'm like the new kid in school a little bit. So I'm just kind of working my way around the courtroom still. But now I feel a lot more familiar with everyone and people know me. Obviously, the family knows me now. So I probably will go and talk to them at some point.
Yeah, man. Well, leverage your polite demeanor and see if you can get some information that people want to hear. I mean, I think if you could secure interviews with anybody with the last name Murdaugh,
Yeah.
you would certainly get a ton of interest around it, because people want to know, did the family think that he did it? And I mean, you're not gonna be able to ask that question. I know, like you don't want to be like, so did he kill that guy? That's not gonna work. But I think people can maybe get a feel, just kind of a feel for who they are and how they feel about it through your interviews with them. So, and also, I mean, the in-laws, tons of people are asking me, do the in-laws support Alec? Do the in-laws, whatever? And we haven't had any in-laws testify against him yet. So I'm really curious about that. One of the kind of theories is that Maggie was going to leave Paul or leave Alec. And so then the question would be, did the in-laws know about this? Had she like stayed at their house trying to escape? Any of those things would be really helpful for the state. And those don't seem to be forthcoming, but maybe there's interview material there. But I don't know who they even are. So, or if you do.
Yeah, well, if they show up, that would be awesome. And the second they show up, they will be swarmed like they're rock stars, because everyone in the court is wondering when the family is going to arrive. None of the family has been here. Maggie's family is, So, yeah, if they came, that would definitely be something. And I would love to grab even a quick soundbite from them.
Sure. All right, man.
Well, I'll go back. I probably should run back in. I appreciate it. I wanted to give y'all a little update. Sorry for being late, but
you're
good
fine.
to see y'all.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
Thanks, man. And we'll talk to you soon, buddy.
All right, have a good day, y'all. See you.
Yeah, peace. What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. This is still on lunch break, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
it should be for another couple minutes.
Oh, okay.
Hey, just FYI, Nick, in about 20 minutes, I'm going to have to take off. I might be for the day. Maybe I can come back. I don't know, but
sounds good.
I'll just bump out when that happens.
To clarify something I saw in the chat, my drunken rant about jury analysis. I still don't like the jury analysis, and I don't think it's super useful to talk about various facial twitches, leanings, and all of that stuff, for all of the reasons that we've kind of discussed about trying to infer things. What I do think is really interesting from someone who's in the courtroom is their perceptions of what's going on. And I think it's really interesting to see what the gallery is talking about and thinking about. And I think that I said this in my rant, that I think that's where James and DUI guy can really, really shine when they're at these places gathering this information, is if they're interviewing people and kind of getting that sort of stuff to put us in the gallery with everybody else. You can't interview a juror, so you have to make inferences on what they mean based on your perceptions, your biases, and your experiences with a facial expression or a body tick or of some sort. And I just don't know anyone sufficiently to trust their analysis of that. But
no, I look at it a lot like the tool mark evidence. If a tool mark guy tells me, all right, the bullet was fired from a gun with 6 lands and grooves. Okay, great. That's a gross morphology of the barrel. You can count to 6 or 7. I'll take your word for it. If you tell me every single juror gasped when some piece of testimony was said, all right, obviously that was significant to the jurors. But when you get subtle, like here's a little striation on a bullet or a brass case, or one juror blinked faster than another juror, or I just don't believe any of that.
Yeah. And so that's where, and that's why I was talking to James and hoping to encourage him to try and land some of those interviews and stuff. Cause I think that would be, especially to help him grow his channel. I mean, if he can get some interviews from people there, he is man on the street, and people love man on the street. He's there on the street. Get that, get those interviews, start talking to people about the Murdaugh case or whatever case he's covering. And I think that's the type of stuff that, as a journalist, that he should really focus on, because that's gold. I mean, that has been business forever. It's to find out the perceptions of people in close proximity to an event has always been desirable. So just to kind of clarify that, I still hate jury analysis, but I like that aspect of what they're able to do.
Even all this soft, what I call telenovela soap opera analysis of these trials, I don't like it. It's not how I do things, but I'm trained to be a defense attorney. But I can only assume that there are many millions of people watching this trial from that perspective and enjoying that experience than there are people listening to me chatter about it.
Right.
Okay, our witness.
I had to leave when I started that last forensic accountant. Are they still on that guy?
Yeah, but on
I think
cross
Cross now. Yep.
I mean, do they find? Oh no, he stole even more money.
Nothing new.
Okay.
They
The
just
same money, mostly the Ferris money.
he really just explained how he tracked the money. You know, first in, first out, last in, first out. The temporal proximity analysis.
They bring
or
the
whatever.
jury.
It was the same testimony he gave in camera. That same whatever it is, 792 grand.
Oh, okay.
And how it went from Palmetto to Bank of America to pay credit cards, and nothing new.
How one of the banks took a $250,000 mobile deposit without even putting a 1-day hold on the funds. That was amazing.
I wish I had that kind of pull.
On account with like effectively nothing coming into it at the time, or nothing in it. I don't even know what my mobile deposit limit is. I'm never hitting it. So who gets a check for $250,000 just handed to him? Let's see. Big Rig 0485 says went
Hey,
from
very
Miss
good.
Frizzled to Miss Frazzled real quick.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Burney.
Afternoon, Mr. Griffin.
Just I want to be sure we understand what you've done. You did analysis.
How much time you want to spend with this
bank
guy in
accounts,
Cross? I would think nothing.
seeing deposits in and money out. Is that correct?
So for the tracing, it was specifically the alleged stolen funds. I would just trace them out as they went through the bank accounts using that first in, first out method.
I mean, did you analyze any accounts that were stolen, what you contend to be stolen funds were not deposited into?
There's probably one or two accounts, maybe stolen money didn't hit, but any account under Alex Murdaugh's name at Palmetto State Bank and Bank of America, those were the primary two accounts.
But I mean, you're aware that he earned income as a practicing attorney?
Yes, yes.
And did you segregate that monthly income from?
Yes. So what I would do is prior to these funds going into those accounts, using that first in, first out method, I would completely deplete whatever income or deposit was in that account prior to, so we could separate each check out.
And you, in your testimony here today, you for the most part, limited your analysis to the $792,000 of the Ferris fee. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the only tracing we went over to.
Okay. And then at the end, you testified about essentially Mr. Murdaugh's, I guess it was a analysis of liabilities versus assets.
Right.
About
So-
whether he had enough to pay A,
Here it
B, and
is.
C?
This is why they're
Right,
crossing him.
So what I
His
did
last
for
questions.
the date of June 7th, the accounts we had, I looked at balances in addition to outstanding loans. So that's how I was able to determine that.
And that was just purely balances in financial accounts. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did that
Consider the fact that he had
include
$6
any
million of
analysis
property.
of his 401k or retirement account?
No, in the balance sheet I had no, because those were in retirement accounts.
Okay.
So obviously,
Wait,
you have tax implications and penalties and
But you can still get it.
Yeah.
associated with those.
And did that analysis include the value of any real estate holdings?
So I was just looking at outstanding, what he owed the bank.
Did that?
I didn't have up to date, June 7th, 2021 appraisals for every land he owned.
All of it, all is vast land
I think we
holdings.
all understood your answer, but your answer is no, it did not include an analysis of any equity in real estate holdings. Is that correct?
No, because I would not be able to determine that to the date.
And your analysis also did not include any interest he may have in real estate partnerships, correct?
Such as Redbeard and Zero United.
Well, let's start there. Redbeard and Zero United.
So I just had the loan statements and outstanding principal on that. And as we know, they were charged off, I believe, in 2012, and interest was accruing. But this is just a principal balance that I was looking at.
Right, but you didn't look to see what the value of Redbeard was and the value of United was.
No, I had no idea what they would have been in June 7th, 2021.
And
not very
and
forensic.
were you aware
on the
that he
accounting,
was
are you?
had an equity interest in a real estate partnership that owned the PMPED law firm building in Hampton?
That's smart.
I became aware when I saw he was paid out of that account at the end in October, I believe. And then I would see occasionally, I called them rent checks. I think every month or so he would get a few thousand from that ownership.
But in your testimony of sort of a snapshot on June 7th, you didn't take into account the value of his interest in the PMPED law firm building, did you?
So I was looking at liquid assets. So would he have the ability that day to pay those amounts?
Okay. All right.
It's like saying,
I
do
take
people
it
have the
then you
ability to
also
say to pay
didn't
their
take into
mortgage?
account his ability to raise capital through borrowing money from Palmetto State Bank if he needed to.
So I was only looking at outstanding loans. So I can't comment whether or not he could. We know after the fact he got a loan from the bank, but at that time I wouldn't know what he's eligible for or not eligible for if he wanted to take out an additional loan.
Well, we know
clearly
before
eligible
the
for at least
fact that he had never been
$750K.
turned down for a loan at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Right. And we know before the fact that he had paid Palmetto State Bank in over $4 million in interest payments. Don't we know that?
I've not calculated that myself, but if that's what you're representing.
Well, we know
customer.
before the fact that the chairman of the board of Palmetto State Bank's position was, if Alec Murdaugh wants a loan from the bank, we'll make it happen. You're aware of that, aren't you?
That's my understanding.
So there was no, and just to be clear, you weren't telling the jury that on June 7th, Mr. Murdaugh's financial freight train was about to go off to the ravine. That's not what you were telling this jury, is it?
I was just looking at the account balances, outstanding loans, the fact that money had to be borrowed to pay back the Chris Wilson fees.
And he borrowed money from his partner, Johnny Parker. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you know before the fact that Mr. Parker frequently loaned money to other partners in the firm because the cash flow in their business was, not great until the end of the year.
I know Johnny Parker loaned Alex money. I'm not sure about the other partners, but you are correct. He did loan them money.
Now, in your analysis of the $792,000, you testified that that a large percent of the money went to associates, and then the rest went to pay credit card bills, right?
Generally speaking, without getting into a granular level.
Sure. Well, can you generally tell me approximately how much money of the $792,000 was sent to Curtis Eddie Smith?
From my tracing, approximately $500,000.
Of the 792?
Of the 792, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. 1 second, Your Honor.
You're direct.
Mr. Bernie, you indicated that you were looking at liquid assets on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
Liquid assets.
Did I understand your testimony a moment ago correctly that that's what you were looking at?
Yes.
Mr. Bernie, do you own a home?
I do.
So you've gone through the process of purchasing land before, is that correct?
Objection outside the
Couple
scope.
times, yes, sir.
A couple times. When you were buying, or let me rephrase my question here. Did you ever sell any real estate?
I have once.
Was it an instant process, or did it take some time?
It took months.
Months?
From listing to closing, yes.
So did you get the money for your real estate right when you sold it, or did it take all the way to closing to get that money?
Took all the way to closing.
Mr. Murdaugh needed money from his real estate interests.
How much money on recross? How much money do you make a year?
Would that have taken some time?
I imagine, yes.
People aren't typically like buying a $4 million property. You're probably not mortgaging it. You can buy it pretty quickly, usually through the leveraging of your own assets that you're using to fund it, because you're probably not getting a $4 million mortgage.
And the loan secured by the property. I mean,
did I hear you correctly a moment ago in your testimony, or acknowledge in your testimony the possibility that Mr. Murdaugh paid over $4 million in interest to Palmetto State Bank on various loans?
That's what Mr. Griffin represented. I had not done the calculations myself.
As you indicated a moment ago, what was your aim again in tracing these funds?
Looking at their ultimate dispositions, where the money went to.
Did you start with particular instruments and then go from there?
I did.
And in analyzing where the funds from those instruments went, did a portion of those instruments go to loan payments?
Yes.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Loan payments at Palmetto State Bank and to pay back loans from other individuals.
And did a significant portion of those funds go towards paying that $4+ million in interest to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes.
And did that represent a significant portion of where the stolen funds were ultimately disposed?
Yes.
What's significant mean to you?
No further questions, Your Honor.
See, this is even the problem with these guys. I'm an accountant. The numbers don't lie. Well, the numbers do what you want them to say. You know, it all depends on what he's looking at, his viewpoint.
Right, state calls Marion Proctor.
I mean, a forensic accountant just didn't forensically account for IRAs or 401ks because there might be tax implications.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unless you could show a hardship or,
Yeah.
like maybe his family dying. I mean, there's a lot of ways where you can withdraw without tax implications on an IRA or 401k. Plus,
Exactly.
You can still just take the penalty.
Mm-hmm. Well,
hey, Nick, I'm going to bow out now. I'll try to come back before end of court, but if I don't, I guess I won't see. Are you streaming tomorrow?
I won't be streaming tomorrow or Thursday. I think Joe will be.
Okay, very good. All right, maybe later. Take care, guys.
See you later, buddy.
I mean, it's the idea of like, just like all these people, you can look at the numbers. He already was told this guy's a bad guy. He wasn't looking at this. Oh, it could be a million different things. No, he was told this is a bad guy. He stole money. So it's all bullshit. Just like tool mark examining.
This is the
It can all be
sister.
abused.
Someone
I'm
said?
Marion Proctor,
Who
Proctor.
the fuck is Marion Proctor?
Good afternoon, Ms. Proctor.
He stole my lunch money when we were
Go ahead and tell
4.
the jury, do you have any relationship to Maggie and Paul?
I am Maggie's sister, and Paul is my nephew.
Can you pull that mic just a little bit closer or slide your chair up just a little bit so you know?
All right, so this could be fire.
Oh, she's gonna say he was leaving. She was gonna leave or something.
It is.
Or she
That's
knew
what I've
something
been
was
waiting
up.
for.
Yes.
Go ahead and, if you would, tell us a little bit about yourself, just where you grew up and just a little bit about yourself, so they get to know you just a little bit. Please.
Okay. I grew up in Wilmington, North Carolina. Maggie and I did. She was my only sibling with two parents. And we both went to college, both married, both lived in South Carolina. We've been here ever since. I'm married. I have 3 daughters, and we live in the Charleston area,
Where did Maggie go to college?
South Carolina.
Did she go somewhere else and then transfer to South Carolina?
She did.
How far apart are you and Maggie?
5 years.
And your parents, what are their names?
Terry and Kennedy.
And do y'all have any other siblings, or was it just you and Maggie?
It's just Maggie and me.
Growing up, being 7 years apart as younger folks, was that a bit of an age difference as y'all grew up?
It was. For children, that's a lot. So, I was in college. She was in high school. So we weren't super close when we were children, but later on, as our lives became more similar, we became very close.
And how long ago do you think that relationship grew very close?
When the children were little, we did a lot together. It was easy. As they got older with, their commitment, sports and things like that, it was mostly holidays, Christmas, Thanksgiving. And then when we both became empty nesters, we were having a really good time.
Y'all talk almost every day?
Almost every day.
Tell the jury a little bit about Maggie. How would you describe her as somebody, just so they can get an idea of who she was?
Maggie was sweet. She was kind of a free spirit. She was always up for anything that was going on. She loved her family. She loved her boys. Buster and Paul were her world.
Did you love Alex?
She loved my parents. We, joked how we would grow old together and take care of them. And she was just a really, really good person.
Was Maggie a tomboy at all, or was she more of a girl's girl?
No, she was definitely a girl's girl, but she made the best of having 2 boys. She was right in there fishing, hunting. She didn't grow up doing that. We used to laugh that she'd get in the deer stand with her Southern Living magazine, and the boys would tell her she was making too much noise, turning the pages. And then, fishing, she loved going out on the boat. She loved being at the beach. She loved going to the islands. I don't know that she really fished that much, but she just wanted to do what they were doing. She wanted to spend time with them.
What about the Gamecocks?
She was a big Gamecock fan.
Are you a Gamecock fan?
I'm a big Clemson fan.
Y'all still managed to get along?
We got along great. We did. And we were together a lot on those Clemson Carolina days. And we would have a big time.
Would you kill over the rivalry?
Being kind of a
Now we have
girl, does
motive.
she like spending time with you and your daughters and getting a chance to
Like
do
I
those
said,
sorts of
everybody's a
things?
She loved it. She and my girls loved their Aunt Maggie. She always, said that she was their favorite aunt. And she just, loved catching up on all the latest makeup and, hair trends and shoes. And she just loved doing girl stuff with us.
Did Maggie work over the years, or was she focused on taking care of the boys and raising them?
She was mostly a stay-at-home mom. She had a little shop in Hampton for a while. She and Miss Libby did that together. So that was fun. She was real involved with the boys' schools, all their sporting events. I don't think she probably ever missed one, but she was mostly a stay-at-home mom.
What about Paul? Did you get to know him, obviously, as your nephew?
Yes.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul and what he was like.
Paul was a sweet, sweet boy, misrepresented in the media. He had such a kind side to him. He was always wanting to help, you know, Aunt Marion, can I bring, does Uncle Bart need some wood? He'd bring us a load of wood. He was a kind soul, and I loved him a lot.
Was Maggie very involved in the family finances, to your knowledge?
Not at all.
Explain to the jury a little bit, if you would.
She, they had a comfortable life. Maggie was happy. It wasn't a lavish life, but it was a comfortable life.
Really?
And
their definition of lavish and mine are way different.
I mean, money just, it was never an issue for her that she knew about.
That she knew about?
Right.
I think you said you don't think Maggie ever balanced a checkbook because finances wasn't.
She didn't. So I was the sister who balanced it to the penny and went crazy if I made a mistake in my checkbook. Maggie's was in the floor of her car with all of her bills thrown all over it. And she didn't. Organization was not her best skill.
Not a lavish life with a $4 million property,
Randolph,
ATVs, all the
Paul's
guns and dogs you could
grandfather,
want.
Did you know him?
I did.
And then his spouse was who?
Miss Libby.
Towards the end of Maggie and Paul's life, can you tell the jury just a little bit about Miss Libby's health?
Miss Libby had Alzheimer's and wasn't too bad at first, but she's been declining for years. And it's real bad now. I think she stays in bed all day. She doesn't recognize her family. And she has to be helped to do everything. She can't feed herself or go to the bathroom or do anything.
Back in June of 2021, was her condition similar in that regard?
Yes.
Back in June of 2021, was Mr. Randolph suffering any health issues?
Mr. Randolph was really sick. He had lots of different things wrong with him. And I think that his days were coming close to an end.
In the days leading up to Paul and Maggie's death, had the family received some not encouraging news about Mr. Randolph's
Correct.
prognosis?
Correct. I think that they felt like everything had been done for him that could be done. And I'm not sure Mr. Randolph wanted anything else done to him either. It had been a long road for him.
Backing up a little bit, the family, Alec and Maggie's family, properties, did they have a house in Hampton at one time?
They did. They built that house.
And did they have a beach house?
They did
And where was that?
at a stove.
And when did they get the beach house roughly? Do you recall?
Oh, gosh. I really don't know. They've had it for a long time, 15. I really don't know. I'm sorry.
And what about Moselle? They had that property as well?
Yes, Moselle was their most recent property. And it was kind of a hunting plantation type place. Great setup for hunting everything and lots of beds for Alec to have men come out and have hunts and not Maggie's favorite place to be, but the boys loved it.
And in the summertime, where did Maggie typically prefer to be? At a stow? Or?
She loved the beach, yes.
Are you familiar with what people refer to as the boat crash?
I am.
And to your general recollection, that happened around February of 2019?
Correct.
After the boat crash, did the family and particularly Maggie feel like what she felt some sort of backlash in the community or some sort of negative reaction that bothered her?
She did. That was a devastating blow for their family. It was a horrible accident, but it was an accident. And Maggie felt like the Hampton community had turned against her. And Paul was being mistreated. People would say mean things to him, call him names, social media, inappropriate things were said to him. Inappropriate things were said to him when he went back to school. And it was very hard on the family. It
Was he
very
threatened?
stressful.
Is that also part of the reason that Maggie preferred staying in Edisto?
I think so, yes.
During this time period, did Maggie start looking for a house somewhere else?
She did. They sold their Hampton house. She was looking in the Hilton Head, Bluffton area for something. She had been looking in that area for a while.
Okay. Did she find anything she liked?
She did. She found one house that she just loved, and she called me and my parents to come down and take a look at it. And I believe Alec was there too. And she really thought that they might make an offer on that house, but in the end, they did not. I think Alec advised her that the timing was just not right with the boat case going on.
With the boat case going on?
Yeah, it's not really the right time to buy
She
a house
moved
when you're
closer to
being sued for
June
$50 million.
7th, 2021. I believe you testified that the family had received some bad prognosis on Mr. Randolph. Is that correct?
Yes. Maggie called me that day and said she was at Edisto. She had some men working on the house, and Mr. Randolph was not doing well at all. And Alec really wanted her to come home that night. She hadn't planned on it, but that he needed her to come home, and Paul was going to be there too. And I said, well, Maggie, I said, Alec and his dad are super close, and that's probably what you should do. Go be with him if he needs you.
Your fault she's dead.
She said that Alec wanted her to come home that night.
Yes.
And what was your understanding of Maggie's intent or what they were going to do that night?
I was under the impression they were going over to Alameda to visit his parents.
And that's why Alec wanted Maggie to come home?
Correct.
And that was from your conversation with her?
Yes.
She called you to let you know that that's what Alec had called her about?
Yes.
You said she was having some work done at Edisto on June 7th?
Yes, just maintenance work, getting it ready for the summer.
Someone says, isn't that motive
You encouraged her to go.
no lawsuit with Paul's death? No, the lawsuit still
I did.
exists and was suing Alec individually.
Was that the last time you talked to her?
Yes. Thank you.
You all right?
What about that question was tough?
The last time she ever
Remember about
saw
what time of
Paul,
day that
right?
was?
No.
I think it was around 4:00 in the afternoon. I think Maggie loved to call me when she was driving. She was always driving from, Moselle to Edisto to Charleston. And I think it was around 4 that afternoon.
What was the rest of your day like? Just a normal day?
Just a normal day.
What was the last time she
that
talked to her
evening?
sister? Oh, okay.
Actually, we were not in bed. We were watching a movie. It was just Bart and me at home that night.
Bart, your
Um,
husband? Tell me how you found out.
John, I didn't even realize this was going on. We were watching a movie and Bart had gotten up to, I thought, go into the kitchen, and he had a text from John Marvin saying that a text from Randy, saying that there had been a tragedy, and could Bart please call him on his cell phone? He had called on Alec's cell phone, but wanted Bart to call him back on his cell phone.
So what happened?
So Bart went outside and called him. So I still didn't know anything was going on, and told him that Maggie and Paul had been shot. They were dead.
What was your reaction?
I just couldn't believe it. I didn't think it was true. I said, there has to be a mistake. I said, there's got to be some explanation. It just can't be them.
What did y'all do after that?
We gathered up our things and we went to tell my parents. And they live in Somerville. My mom had just had knee replacement surgery. So when we got to Somerville, I called and I said, Mom, we're on the way, and we've got some bad news to share, but I want to be with you. And so she was sitting in her recliner chair with her leg all bundled up, and so we got there, and both of my parents were there, and I think my mom went into shock. She couldn't be still, and she just kept making these noises, and it was just the worst.
Did you go to Moselle at any point?
We pretty much stayed with my parents all night. We went back home, showered, and then we all went to Moselle the next morning.
Over the next few days, were y'all staying back in Somerville and going to Moselle, or what were you and your parents doing in Bart?
So we had family coming in from Kentucky, and some of them were staying with me, some of them were staying with my parents, but we were in Moselle every day. We were planning the funeral, we were in Moselle every day after that until the funeral.
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
I'm sorry?
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
It's still hard to face.
When you got to Moselle, did you see Alec, the defendant?
At least Paul had his
I did.
face.
Did y'all hug?
We did.
Cry?
We did.
Over the course of the next couple of days, or in the aftermath, as the shock was wearing off just a little bit, did you have any conversation with Alec about what had happened?
I didn't talk to Alec a lot. Alec was just really busy, and the whole town was coming to see him, and he was very, very, very torn up. I did at one point ask him if Maggie had suffered, and he assured me that she did not.
That was a lie. It probably
Now,
hurt
I
like
don't
hell and was very
know
scary.
that I think that's true. And I asked if Paul had suffered, and he said no. And then later I asked him, I said, Alec, do you have any idea who's done this? I said, we have got to find out who could do this. And he said that he did not know who it was, but he felt like whoever did it had thought about it for a really long time.
Whoever had done it had thought about it for a really long time.
Fuck is that?
Did that strike you as odd?
I just
How
didn't
long
know what
crime
that
is
meant.
shit sometimes.
all the production in the world and they can't make it work. Although this lady's, her face and everything and her hair,
Were you ever privy?
she's like in a
Have any
haunted
discussion
picture
with-
somewhere on a southern plantation.
Anything
Yeah.
Alex said about whether or not he went to the kennels that night?
I personally did not talk to him about that, but he told my mom that he had dinner with Maggie and Paul and then he took a nap, which he did. That was kind of a routine. He would lay down on the sofa at night after work and take a nap.
But he said he never went to the kennel.
Correct.
Wait, did he say that? You didn't say he said that. You just said he just didn't mention that he.
After your conversation with Maggie, your last conversation with her, did it strike you as odd that she didn't go to the kennels or go to Alameda with Alec?
Yes,
And why is that?
because that's the whole reason she went home that night.
Did you think from your conversation with Maggie that she was planning to see Mr. Randolph too?
Be right back.
I thought so. I didn't realize that Mr. Randolph wasn't there at the time.
That was a surprise to you? In the days and weeks following Maggie and Paul's murder, did Alec ever say anything about the boat case?
We would talk about the boat case. And he was very intent on clearing Paul's name.
What did he say?
He said that his number one goal was clearing Paul's name. And I thought that was so strange because my number one goal was to find out who killed my sister and Paul.
But that wasn't Alec's concern, main concern?
I know he must have wanted that too, but it just, I don't know how he could have thought about anything else.
But you just said he
Talked
wanted
about
it
the
to.
boat case. You ever act
That
scared or
was really
afraid
stupid.
that the real killers were out there somewhere or anything like that, or was he concerned with the boat case?
We were afraid. We didn't know what was going on. My family was scared. I was scared for Alec and Buster. I felt like they needed protection. I think everybody was afraid. And
Alec's got a house full of guns. He's not worried.
Alec didn't seem to be afraid.
Did he also talk about getting Buster back into law school
Yes.
after the murders? Maggie loved those dogs, didn't she?
She did.
She liked going down there and playing with them.
She did.
Would she tend to walk down there, or would she take another way to get down there?
If she was dieting, she'd walk. Sometimes she'd ride her bicycle, and she'd take her car. She'd go, just whatever she felt like. Take her car, take one of the golf cart things.
She wasn't a hunter, though, was she?
No.
What'd you think about those AR-style guns that the boys had?
She seemed to be fine with those. I remember when she wanted to give them those for Christmas, and I just growing up with girls and not in the hunting world, I said, Maggie, why would you give those boys those guns? And she said they love to shoot hogs. And, which I understood that the hogs were tearing up their property, but it just scared me that that the boys would have such a dangerous weapon. But I know nothing about
Okay,
guns.
come
so-
on, stop
I
it.
wish my mom was that based as a kid.
Boys having a dangerous weapon. They're in their 20s.
Yeah. I wish my mom would be like, hey, here's an AR-15 for Christmas. That'd be so much fun.
Here's a $4,500 gun scope combo.
Mom, if you're watching this, actually, get me like a G3 or something. I'd rather have that. Just saying.
Yeah, Sean's mom. Get him a G3.
Thank you for testifying. Please answer any questions. of the defense
Or
may have.
foul.
That's it? There's no testifying that Maggie was dissatisfied
Mr. Griffin.
or divorcing?
So this does literally nothing.
They're going to be
Don't-
super nice to her, too, on Cross because there's nothing to be mean about.
Yeah.
I'm expecting her to say Maggie confided in me that she was scared of Alec, that he was coming unhinged, that his drug addiction was taking over. Anything like that. Nothing. Nothing at all.
I'm judgmental towards everybody.
Yeah. Well, me too. Only when they deserve to be judged. Everyone deserves judgment.
I'm sorry, this is hard for me too. Maggie was a very special person, wasn't she?
She was.
And she and Alec had a very special relationship, didn't
They did.
Oh my God.
they? And they had a very special family, did they not?
They did.
And they loved to do things together as a family, didn't they?
They did.
And it just wasn't Alec and Maggie and Paul and Buster, but your parents were part of their family, right?
Yes.
Remember, this guy got to know Maggie. He was
Yeah,
the
you've heard all the testimony.
I think he
here
was
in
the
court,
boat
but
case guy, wasn't he?
A lot of Paul's friends referred to your dad as
I think so.
Papa T.
Apparently, it's not like I'm in a
Is
cave.
that what people refer to him as?
Yes.
And your mother as Grandma.
Yes.
And it sort of seemed like Paul and Buster's friends were part of your parents' extended family. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and your husband and Bart and your children, y'all would all vacation together with, not necessarily with Buster and Paul's friends, but with Maggie and Alec and Paul and Buster, and y'all did things as a family a lot. Did you
We
know?
did.
And Alec was really close to your parents, wasn't
Yes.
he? And he considered your dad as one of his best friends, I believe.
He was very kind to my dad.
Right. And
The state not
and
know
y'all
what they're
y'all would
doing.
vacation.
I mean, just on all of
I
these
think
witnesses.
Your husband had a house in the Keys.
I see Steve Gosney in the
vacation
chat
there,
like,
right?
what the hell's going on?
And y'all do a lot together. You place up in off Lake Kiowee.
Correct.
And I mean, you said Maggie was a girl, but she took to the boys and learned to be a mother of two rambunctious sons, right?
She did.
And you said earlier that about sporting events that Maggie never missed any of Paul and Buster's sporting events. Is that right?
Correct.
And Alec was there right by Maggie at every sporting event, wasn't he?
Coaching.
Coaching most of the time, right?
Alex looking like, why didn't I just kill her instead?
Why would the state call her? What purpose did the state get out of that testimony?
Nothing. The only thing they brought up that Alec wasn't scared.
The weeks leading up to the horrific day of June the 7th, you had a family get together up at Kiwi,
We did.
and your daughter was, you're having a baby shower for your daughter, right?
Right.
You're about to be a grandmother for the first time.
Yes.
Yeah. And where was it?
When was it?
Where?
Where?
Yeah.
My daughter lives in Greenville.
Okay. And the and it was the weekend, I think, of May 21st.
I think it was the weekend before Memorial Day weekend.
Right. And I'm going to show you a photo and see if you recognize this photo. And it's defendant's exhibit 122.
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
I took that picture.
You took that picture.
I did.
Your Honor, we would introduce defendant's 122 into evidence this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Someone asked in the chat if there's some advantage to calling a defense witness
pull
as
on
the state.
122, Doug?
No, it actually gives the advantage to the defense because they get to ask leading questions and
I'm
sculpt
not
the narrative
sure,
for their own witness.
Marion, if Gary has actually seen a picture of Maggie in this trial. She's obviously the only female here.
Alec
in
was
this
a big
photo.
boy before.
And y'all favor each other.
Big
greatly,
jail
right?
photo do that to
We
you.
do.
And this was a weekend, just a couple of.
I wonder what the back of Paul's head
You
looks
said the
like.
weekend before Memorial Day.
Oh,
right?
come on now.
Do we have the parting shots?
That's Buster on the
You know, it's
left,
very put together.
Yes,
and that's Paul,
right,
and then Maggie and Alex, right?
correct.
Also, I'd want to ask, like,
you.
didn't
Take that
Alex pay for everything? I'm assuming if he's the millionaire big shot.
It sounds like she's also a millionaire big shot.
Oh.
Someone is mentioning in the chat that she recently sold a $6 million
Did,
home. Owns a vacation property in the Florida Keys.
Did you see Maggie again after being with her up in above Greenville?
I did not.
So that was the last time you were together with her?
Mhm. She, they were at Edisto for Memorial Day, and then the next weekend was my birthday, and we were back in the upstate. And then I got the call on Monday.
And you understand, the weekend after Memorial Day, Alec and Maggie went to Columbia for a super regional baseball game with Buster and his girlfriend Brooklyn.
Right,
You were aware of that?
I am.
And you mentioned that Maggie was a big Carolina fan and Alec was a big Carolina fan, right?
They both graduated from there.
And they went to a lot of the Carolina sporting events as a couple.
Yes.
Right. And leading up to June 7th, let me back up. I know we've talked about this, and I don't want this to come out the wrong way, but Maggie did a lot for Alec's mom and dad, but didn't it make her somewhat sad to go over and visit his mother because of her condition?
Absolutely.
And it was really not high on her list of things that she wanted to do.
Maggie went there a lot. She just didn't feel like she needed to go every day like Alec liked to go.
And Alec would go every day and sometimes more than once a day.
As much as he could, he did.
And but Maggie cared for Mr. Randolph, and I know she loved him. I'm talking about she would, prepare food for him and tried to spoil him, wouldn't she?
It was the no salt diet.
Right.
And they were all struggling to cook food that he would eat with no salt.
And she experimented with different things.
hopefully that he would enjoy.
cancer, right?
The whole family was taking turns and trying to provide meals.
And you know now that on the
Because like
7th, I think in
cancer
the
has
afternoon,
iodized
and we'll
salt,
establish this
or
later,
what?
but,
You sometimes
around
with your
4,
cancer treatments
4:30,
can't have iodized salt. That would be the no
Mr.
salt
Randolph got
diet.
admitted
Okay,
back
that
to the
makes sense.
hospital
I
in
was wondering
Savannah.
about that.
Yeah,
I know that now.
because you need like
Right.
radioactive iodine treatment and stuff
And
like
you said
that.
earlier that
I have a relative who
you
went through that.
expected from your conversation with Maggie that she was going to go over to Almeda and see Alec's parents on the evening of the 7th, but and you found it odd afterwards when you found out she didn't.
Correct.
But knowing that Alec's dad was not there and he was back in the hospital, it doesn't really seem that odd anymore, does it?
Probably not.
You you and Bart received an awful phone call on the night of the 7th about Maggie and Paul's death, right?
We did.
And it was from John Marmon.
Randy.
Randy.
I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier.
And one of the requests was that you and Bart go and tell your parents in person, right?
Well, I don't know that they requested, but I knew we had to do that in person.
So you did that in person.
Yes.
And then the next day, you came to Moselle with your parent.
Correct.
And Alex, was he grieving greatly?
Oh, terribly.
I mean, people have
We were all,
described him as being destroyed. Would you agree with that assessment?
yes.
And Buster was there?
Yes.
I jumped ahead, but leading up, Maggie enjoyed being at Edisto over Moselle in the summertime.
Correct. I think most people would.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it a lot more than being at Moselle.
Right.
But Alec had to stay at Moselle, or did stay at Moselle, because his work was right there in Hampton, right?
Right.
And Alec was constantly wanting Maggie to come back and stay with him at Moselle, wasn't he?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. I don't think he really liked being by himself.
But when he asked Maggie to come back on the 7th, I mean, you didn't think that was really an unusual request, because he wanted to be with Maggie.
Right.
And didn't like to be by himself.
I did not think it was unusual, and that's why I encouraged her to do so.
And you, from your conversation with Maggie, you knew that Paul was going to be there,
Correct.
right? And you know whether
We've gotten from the defense that he always went to his mom's house all the time,
Had you heard?
often multiple times a day.
Didn't know at the time.
Not
I know
weird for
now.
Maggie to not want to go. Completely normal. Not weird for her to
Anyway,
be asked, invited to the house that night, because Alec liked to be with her. She liked to be with
And you
him.
encouraged
So
Maggie to-
that ruins the
to go be
housekeeper
with
testimony,
Alec,
doesn't it?
because,
Ruins
his
all
dad
of
was
this.
in bad shape.
Right.
The marital problem thing is out the fucking window unless they get direct testimony
after,
from her to say there was marital problems.
And it won't at this point.
after Maggie and Paul were murdered,
And he naps every day after dinner.
Mr. Randolph died.
That's a habit that
2
he
days
normally
later, I
has,
believe,
which
or
would
3
explain
days.
why he would default to
So it
saying
was a
that,
very difficult
and
time
maybe
for
not mention the
everyone.
abnormal thing of going down to the kennels to deal with the
then
problem.
2 funerals, one on a Saturday for Maggie and Paul, and one on Sunday from Mr. Randolph, right? And then after a day or so, did Alec and Buster come to Somerville and stay with your parents?
Yes.
And did they stay with your parents a lot after the murders?
Yes, especially Alec.
Yeah, Alec. And to your knowledge, did Alec ever spend another night at Moselle after the murders?
He did not.
She stayed with your parents. He visited with you and your husband and family down at Key West at sometime at the end of July. Is that right?
He did.
And then he and Buster came up to Greenville up at one point in time.
They did.
And then and he was staying with his brother Randy at times. He was all over the place.
He was.
Hey, welcome, Legally Dirty Blonde. How you doing?
Hey.
Now you mentioned that
Doing good. How are you guys?
after the murders that Alex
Just here
said that he
baffling
was,
at the state's stuff.
that he was very
on the
intent on
stand? Who is
clearing
this?
Paul's name.
It's Maggie's
from the
sister.
voting act, right? And you knew that Maggie felt very strongly that Paul was not driving the boat when the beautiful Mallory Beach came to her tragic death, right?
Correct.
I mean, Maggie was adamant. She was on a mission to clear Paul's name, was she not?
Sort of.
Sort of. And she was, and you're not critical of Alex for wanting to clear Paul's name after he was murdered, do you? Are you?
I'm not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul.
And how do you know that wasn't a priority?
This is the first person from Maggie's family that's been in the courtroom, right?
We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there, and we were mostly afraid for Alec and Buster, but we didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it probably had something to do with the boat case.
Right.
And we thought that up until September.
Right.
And then things started to change a little bit.
Sure. Well, were you aware that Alec started carrying a gun after the murder? You didn't know
Alec
that?
always carried a gun.
What's that?
He always carried a gun.
On his person that he started carrying a gun. Were you aware of that?
I knew he usually had one in his car.
What happened in September that she's talking about?
I'm guessing that's when the financial stuff really started to hit.
Oh, okay.
That's my guess. Or maybe that's when he was charged. It
I
might have been
think
when
it's
he was charged.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I want to ask you just some sort of one topic kind of questions. Bubba was Maggie and Alec's dog, is that right?
Mhm.
Bubba could be a little hard-headed.
Maybe the
we've heard.
attempted suicide thing.
But
I'm sorry. Yes,
Yes.
Bubba. I think Bubba could be a handful.
But it's pretty clear that Alec could control Bubba pretty well.
Yes.
And Maggie enjoyed going down to the kennels, as far as you know, to play with the dogs.
She did.
And she was a dog lover.
She was.
And you're a dog lover.
I am.
And you'll have dogs. Well, you know that they didn't allow dogs in the house at Moselle
Correct.
because of I don't know.
Allergies.
Allergies.
Right.
And
But
See you later,
they
John.
had a big porch and there were dog beds all
So
outside
by,
on the porch and
Really?
huge buckets of water. And when I was there, the dogs were always up there at the house.
Did you know there was an electric fence around?
I did not know that there was an electric fence, but
And did Maggie and Alec let dogs in the house down at Edison?
I don't think so. They stayed mostly underneath the house. She
They
had
had
a
like
pen,
Right.
big pen down there.
So they had a dog run type thing underneath the
Mhm.
house.
Mm-hmm.
Cannot imagine not letting my dog in the house.
Yes.
And did you ever go to
South,
Edison
when it's always warm.
Yeah.
Yes.
with Maggie and Alec and their family?
Yes.
And would Paul's friends and Buster's friends welcome at
Always.
at Edisto and at Moselle?
Yes.
And
Maggie loved having the boys' friends around.
and I think you mentioned this, but Moselle was Moselle Paul's passion?
Yes.
He loved that place,
Yes.
and Alec enjoyed being there with Paul. Is that right?
Yes. He did.
One second, Ryan.
How's my dog doing? It's still annoying. That's how it's doing. We have a pug.
Oh,
Just very briefly.
your dog is probably the size of my dog's head.
Ooh.
In your own words, you tell the jury what you believe Alec's relationship was with Paul.
I think they had a very good relationship. They loved all the same things. They loved to hunt. They loved to fish. They loved to work the land. I think the plan was for Paul to take over Moselle one day. And they had a great father-son relationship.
And in your own words, can you tell the jury what do you believe Alec's relationship with Maggie was?
It was good. It wasn't perfect. But Maggie was happy. And
Oh. The worst
I think
testimony
I'm-
for him so far is it wasn't
was happy.
perfect.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
She was happy. Good
Please
Lord.
court, Your Honor. And Maggie called you on the afternoon of June 7th, 2021. She reported to you that her whole purpose for going home was to go with Alec to visit Alameda. Is that correct? What did Maggie tell you her whole purpose
Finally.
was? in
You should
going
object
home
to
and Alec
every
wanted her to come
question where
home
these guys
on
keep
June
leading.
7th?
she was
Yeah.
going home to be with Alec and visit his parents at Alameda.
It was it such a point of contention that you actually encouraged her to go?
I did.
You were asked some questions about you testified about Alec not being focused on trying to figure out who killed Maggie and Paul. And then something happened in September. Is that right?
Correct.
And that changed for you as you started to look at the motive. Is that correct? That's what you just testified, correct?
Correct.
And in September, he got fired from the law firm, right?
Correct.
And it started to come out about years and years of theft and misappropriation from clients. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
Objection sustained.
What came out in September that changed your calculus?
And objection exceeding the scope of cross.
Objections overruled.
They didn't ask a question about
We
September. She
were
offered that on her own, which
On our
is
way
a
to
little
a
bit
football
lame.
game, and we received a phone call from a friend of ours saying how sorry they.
This issue that has not been ruled upon.
Yep. Here's the problem. The motion in limine on the roadside
Ladies and
hit.
gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
They're going to try and argue that the defense kicked open the door on the roadside murders. The defense is going to argue that the defense didn't ask any questions about September, that she freely testified to that. This is a state's witness, and that can't open the door in that way. We'll see what the judge does. I bet he's going to let it in.
He's going to let it in.
We have yet to see what he won't let in. So,
Yeah. I think he sustained two objections to the state in the trial, maybe 3. But we'll see how it goes. It's very, very spicy.
what was her
The objection.
Your Honor, she was about to testify that she had heard about the roadside shooting. The state has not gone into the roadside shooting yet. Your Honor's not ruled on whether that's admissible or not. We object to under 403 as to being admissible. And substantively, that is the objection, evidence of the roadside shooting. It just opens up a whole new avenue of issues. Secondly, what she knows thus far would be hearsay, which is a technical objection, but certainly we object to any evidence of the roadside shooting.
Your Honor, at this point, of course, this is responsive to a question that was raised on.
An answer that was given, not a question that was
Mr.
raised.
Griffin, in which she testified something happened in September. So for that reason, just to begin with, I believe that door is opened as to her to explain what it was that changed at that period in time, which was the nature of my question to her. Additionally, I think if we look beyond that, there is a connection if we want to talk and have in-camera hearing about her answer and about 403 and 404. There is a logical connection between what happened in the roadside shooting and what happened on June 7th, 2021. And that connection is, of course, that the evidence will show that as the temperature increases, as there's a confrontation for Alec Murdaugh, then things like this happen. And that's what happened on September.
Like
but
this.
As it relates to this specific
in
witness,
what world?
This was a answer that came up during the defense cross. And it's fair to explore with this witness now what changed in September, which she's already testified to from a defense question.
And what was the question that
There you
prompted
go.
the response that you now indicate opens the door for this? Yes.
So in that particular question and in her response, he asked her, and he had been, of course, engaging in great detail about the family relationship and that sort of thing, and put up a picture and all the rest of it. And
they've been
asked
dead
her
for
about,
months.
her assessment at that
September.
particular time. And she went in and started to explain that. And he was specifically asking about Alec being concerned about clearing Paul's name in the boat case. And then she explained further that, and he asked her if that was any big deal. And then she went on to explain her answer. And that's when she talked about how everything changed in September. And that was what I was exploring, what
That's
happened in September,
ridiculous.
which
That's
has been
ridiculous.
testimony
Yeah, it
before
is.
this jury. And I think now fair
How would
game,
he think she's going to
for them
go down that
understand
road? It's what happened 3 months after
in
Paul's
September.
dead.
Yep.
All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that was not the question.
What was the question? That was my question to Mr. Waters, and he's
Yeah, he just didn't
explained
answer
a whole lot. I don't know if he responded to my question.
He did.
Maybe you will. What was the question that you posed that generated the response about her concern and her concerns changing?
The question that I asked related to her, I said, you testified previously that you didn't believe Alec was concerned about finding out who did this, or more concerned about clearing Paul's name. And then she says, well, it seemed odd he wasn't concerned about
finding out who did this. And I said, why do you think he was not concerned? And then she goes into testifying, well, initially we thought it was the boating accident. And then after September, we thought perhaps it's something completely different. And I mean, I was exploring her testimony on direct, and she offered up the issue of the roadside shooting. So I didn't ask anything about the roadside shooting, Your Honor. I was asking her why she thought Alec was not trying to find what was the basis of her belief that Alec wasn't trying to find out who did this.
All right, Mr. Waters.
And I apologize if I wasn't more clear. I don't remember the specific question, but
Of course you don't. Very inconvenient.
But that's the most important thing, because the key is, did the defense kick the door open themselves?
Ms. Harris, if you'll go back a bit to Mr.
All right, we're going to get it from the court reporter.
Griffin and his questioning.
I was wondering why they didn't do that to begin with.
I think maybe the judge wanted to hear the two attorneys and if they'd be honest about what happened. And I'm gonna give that to the judge. Maybe that was his goal. I think Creighton Waters is a slimy prosecutor, personally.
Solely consumed about the.
I agree.
I don't know how far that was. Maggie being consumed about the boating accident, and if it's not too far back from there on up to where you are now.
I think Legally Dirty Blonde, you had a tweet the other day, which was, if I remember right, it was something along the lines of,
take one
what,
for you to locate it.
for those of you who think Alex Murdaugh is guilty, what evidence is there to support what evidence has convinced you of that guilt? Did you get any good answers?
Right.
I mean, like, what was my favorite answer was he's a redhead, he's guilty.
Well, that's true.
Oh,
here we go.
It is true.
You need to be loud enough for me to hear you at least. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, this one. Okay. You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name. After he was murdered, are you? I am not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul. And how do you know that wasn't a priority? We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there, and we were mostly afraid for Alex and Buster. We didn't know the motive behind the killings.
Either does the
We
state.
thought it was probably had something to do with the boat case, right? And we thought that up until September.
There's no way he anticipated that September
And then
thing.
things started to change a little bit. Were you aware that Alex started carrying a gun?
Yeah, he never kicked that door open at all.
It's entirely on the state's witness trying to opening the door for the state, which is very convenient, but he didn't ask a question that elicited that response.
All right, Mr. Waters.
In my opinion.
Your Honor, again, these were in direct responses to his question as he was exploring her statement about his concern on the boat case. And in fact, the reference to September was actually in response to a follow-up question that the defense continued down that line of questioning.
What?
That answer has now
Why
come
would
out,
he
and
think-
I think that,
asking
that
about
the
the
witness
boating.
again is entitled and is fair game at this point before
That's right. So what changed in September?
what
In
she
her
meant by
mind?
that. Yes, sir. What she meant by that.
And what changed in September?
Do you want me to talk to them?
Yes, ma'am.
So we received a phone call from a friend of ours who said he was so sorry to hear about my brother-in-law. And the call came in to my husband, Bart, and Bart said, "What are you talking about? We don't know anything." And he said, "Well, your brother-in-law's been shot." And
Yeah, this cannot come
we
in.
literally stopped the car, pulled over on the side of the road, and it was just the worst feeling in the world because I thought whoever had killed Maggie and Paul had now shot Alec, and I was horrified that Buster was next. So we made a phone call to Buster, and Buster said his dad had been shot, but that he was okay. He was on his way or in the hospital at that time. I can't remember. And then at some point, and I'm not sure, I think I was in shock. At some point, we spoke with Jim Griffin that day. And he told us that, yes, Alec had been shot, that he had been fired from the law firm because he had been caught stealing money.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Again, that's her explanation. And I believe that's fair game in this particular instance to this particular witness's testimony that had come out on cross-examination. And I probably would have one follow-up. Additionally, I should mention as well, I think there's two other matters that probably we should explore while the jury's out, in fairness
That's
to
bringing
the
in
other
the
side
guy
of
who
court.
shot him.
I wanted to inquire that were in reference to cross-examination. Those are different issues. Sure. There were obviously extensive cross-examination about the family relationship, and there's been extensive evidence offered by the defense on cross about the family relationship. And there were two questions I was going to ask her about fidelity concerns, and also the Maggie and the family wrestling with opioid abuse and pill usage by the defendant.
Fidelity concerns.
Been issues
That door they may have kicked
Maggie had
open.
wrestled with and had expressed to her.
All right, Mr. Griffin.
Well, as to the, I don't know if you want me to address the roadside shooting, but that certainly, I mean, that opens up Pandora's box of 404B. They want to introduce the roadside shooting as motive. How can you have motive after the fact? And so it's not admissible. It should not be admissible under 403.
They want to admit it as consciousness of guilt is what they want to do.
But
though.
just what she says is not that harmful, but they're not going to stop there, Your Honor.
Correct.
And I did not open the door. I said,
You're probing her about Alex's fears. Doesn't Alex, were you aware that he started carrying a gun?
She
He
said
always
she
carries
didn't
gun
know.
in his car. No, but then he started carrying it in his pockets. So
What does that have to do with the roadside shooting?
her, cross-examining her to suggest that Alex was living in fear, as evidenced by the fact that he continued or started carrying a gun, not in his vehicle, but on his person. And she, in her response, says, well, I never, didn't appear to me that he was living in fear. I didn't know anything about that.
No, you got the order of those
Responding
things
to you
wrong,
until in
Judge.
September, when
No, that came after the September question.
this
or the
occurred for
September
whatever
answer.
reason. Now, with the truth of what occurred, she's not testifying as an investigator. She said she heard he'd been shot. And that gave her, changed her reason for concern in some way, whatever that might be, I don't know. Did you still have a reason for concern? Are you about Alex's safety, or did it, was it changed? Was it altered?
That day, and for some time after that, we were very concerned for the family. We felt like someone was after them, but then we started finding out about other things that have been going on in Alec's life. And
And this is in part based on your conversation with Mr. Griffin.
This is everything that has come out since then.
Did you say that you had a conversation with Mr. Griffin?
That day that we found out that Alec had been shot, we did have a conversation with Mr. Griffin, and he's
Mr.
the
Griffin
one.
told you that he'd been fired and that he'd been caught stealing money.
Correct.
That's just hearsay.
Well,
Absolutely hearsay.
what kind of quandary does that put you in? You're going to be a witness as well?
Well, that's a hearsay statement, Your Honor. Without a doubt, it's classic hearsay.
It's the basis for her fear or not having fear, which is something you,
State of mind evidence.
or fear or believing that Alex was in fear. That's something that you were probing. Aside from that issue, how about the family relationship issue, fidelity, opioid abuse, concerns?
Your Honor, with regard to fidelity, I mean, we can hear what she says about it, but the evidence, as I understand it, is 10 or 15 years ago. I don't know how long ago, but it was more than 10 years ago. There was some issue about someone that Alec had known in college reaching out to him. Maggie got angry about that. They had a
Reaching out to him 15 years ago or recently?
Yes, yes. And that Maggie got angry about it. Contacted the woman's husband, who says, it's not true. I know who she's seeing because I have a private eye on her. That led to a divorce.
You're now referring to a 15-year-old conversation.
Yes. And then the opioid stuff, Your Honor, is, I'm not sure what information she's going to share about that, frankly.
Well, you had one earlier witness read a letter about him being in rehab.
That they introduced, yes, sir.
That you published.
Well, it's already in evidence, Your Honor.
You guys would be published if it's already in evidence.
You published it over. Oh, it was already in evidence.
Those issues.
Over objection.
First of all, with the first.
You can step down for a break. Don't discuss your case. You're fine. Okay, good. All right.
With the issue of the first matter, I think it's certainly a fair question to say, did Maggie ever express to you any concerns? Were there ever any concerns and issues with the defendant's fidelity? I think that's clearly in response to the extensive evidence that's been offered by the defense.
You said, has she ever, such as 15 years ago?
Well, I think that my follow-up question would be, was that something that remained in Maggie's mind over the years?
How would she know that?
She would know that.
I think that if I asked her that question, she could express an answer to that. Yes, sir.
No. What is the answer to that?
The judge.
It was an affair that happened, or Maggie thought it was an affair that happened many years ago. They were able to resolve the issues, but Maggie still brought it up.
As recently as when?
Okay.
A year ago. She did not think
Not a
anything
year
was
ago.
going on.
Yeah,
She's
definitely
dead
not.
a year ago.
All right. Yes.
During when that event occurred, did she make Alec leave the household for a period of time?
She did.
15 years ago.
Didn't she also testify that Maggie was happy in their relationship?
I understand.
Yes.
This is ridiculous.
It was a very long time ago. I'm not sure. A very long time ago.
I think, again, I'm not trying to make it bigger than it is, but I
Yes,
think
you are.
You literally are.
squarely in front of the jury. The state's entitled, at least in a limited fashion, to offer this some testimony in this regard that
What
there-
is
everything was
probative
not
about a
perfect, as the
15-year-old?
defense has repeatedly,
She didn't say it was perfect.
elicited. And so on that particular issue, I only
She said it
propose
was
a
not
limited
perfect, but
question.
Maggie was happy.
That, had Maggie ever had any concerns about fidelity, and had those concerns continued to bother her? And that would be the extent of my proposed examination of her on that issue.
Bullshit.
All right. Anything
Things
else?
to get away with.
It's 2007 is our understanding. 2007, 15 years ago.
Well, yeah, 2007 was 15 years ago. Yeah.
And that's when it occurred.
Well, that's been established.
We're
Give me
going to
something
prior
new.
acts.
Well,
Other than repeating 15 years ago.
Judge, it's 15 years ago, though.
Not admissible under 403. Unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of this, whether it still bothered her. I mean, she testified that they weren't without their problems like all married couples, but they had a
They were happy.
good marriage. I mean, it's been addressed, and it's highly inflammatory.
That's why your questions have to not lead into things that might be inflammatory.
Oh my God.
We're going to be in recess for about 15 minutes.
His questions do not lead into anything like that. So just so the chat can understand, if you're watching and you're not sure what's happening here. So when you talk about, things about from the past, which the state wants to claim is probative and is incredibly prejudicial. So the way that it normally should be kept out because of its prejudiciality. But if the defense opens the door by talking about it, that would enable the state to come in and question about it further. The question is, what are you calling opening the door? Well, if they ask a question and the answer that's elicited by the witness is something that they couldn't reasonably anticipate is going to start discussing this topic, it's hard to understand how anyone would consider that the defense intentionally opened the door because they didn't know where the witness just went, where the witness went. And especially when it's the state's witness, in theory, if they're working with the state, they could be looking for any opportunity for that door to be opened and throw something out, which is not even really a necessary part of responding to an answer. And now all of a sudden the state can basically backdoor that information in under the claim that the door was kicked open by the defense, even though it was really it was all set up by the defense and the witness.
And then to compound that, to add in the something, so prior acts evidence, usually there's like a 10-year sort of idea where it's got to be within the past 10 years, pretty regularly, to even, because going beyond that, we go, okay, how attenuated do we get from this? Unless you can directly link something from beyond a decade ago to the current event, you're really going to have trouble getting past acts evidence in. And imagine the prejudicial impact of saying, yeah, Paul had an affair and Maggie was mad about it, but that being 15 years ago, and now he's murdered her, is the idea. So they oh my gosh, like this is way too much as far as that goes. How is this related to this issue, this affair from 15 years ago?
Yeah. If anything, I think Maggie would probably want to kill him.
maybe that bitch just kept bringing it up, right? Like, what is 15 years have gone by. I'm just trying to get away, but we don't have any testimony of anything like that. We don't know that Maggie ever brought it up to Paul. We know that Maggie, or to Alec, we know that Maggie brought it up to her sister once a year ago after she's deceased. So we actually have no idea when she brought it up at all. I wish the state would have said that, or the defense would have said a year ago would have been, well, after her passing. Does she mean a year prior to the incident? Because even a year prior to the incident, Maggie brings up the thing, that time that Paul cheated on me. I mean, that just really hurt, but I'm glad we got through that. How did she mention it? What does she mean? How is this probative of whether or not he killed him?
Hearsay? I don't understand what the exception to hearsay is for her to
unavailable witness.
But unavailable witness isn't overarching. I actually pulled up on Friday. I was pulling up that rule. It's not overarching that you could just talk about anything because she's unavailable. It's got to be something related to literally birth or death in the family or something like that. Not any topic that was ever discussed by the person that because they're dead. It's the same rule as the federal rules. It's designed, the South Carolina rule is designed to tailor the federal rules of civil procedure. I looked this up on Friday and pulled it up, and I was like, people are saying unavailable witness all of a sudden makes it as if we can just talk about anything she said. That's just not true.
I mean, it still has to be probative. Right. It still has to be relevant to the case. And I don't think this is, but I mean, that would be the hearsay exception just to get around the hearsay issue would be unavailable witness. But it still has to follow all of the other rules of evidence. But yeah, it looks like the judge is going to let this in, and that's going to kick open the door to all of the stuff about the roadside shooting. This case will not end tomorrow for the state.
No, it's gonna be here for another 6 weeks.
Oh my gosh.
Speaking of tomorrow, Nick is going to be taking tomorrow off. So I will be, and Thursday. So I will be streaming this trial in his stead on Wednesday and Thursday. I plan on inviting Andrew and whoever else usually comes in here to join me. So I urge you, the channel is called Good Logic. You'll find me there. I'm on YouTube, Rumble, Locals, all under the name Good Logic. So there you go.
And speaking of other stuff, we do have something that could have prevented all of this. Did you guys know that the leading cause of death is dying, and one way to avoid dying is to be healthier than being dead?
That's almost definitely true.
It's true. That's medical science. Is that being healthier than dead is beneficial to being alive?
I wish there was some way I can get some sort of nutrients in my body to keep me healthy. Like
Joe,
if there was only some product out there.
I've got just the thing for you. It's Field of Greens. Fieldofgreens.com. If you go to Field of Greens, look, you can get your Brick House Nutrition Field of Greens little tub here. You get some water or whatever drink you want, and you can put liquor in there if you're really crazy, I guess. And you dump the scoop in there, and you shake this thing up, and this will get you a full serving of fruit and a full serving of vegetables. Now, this isn't bullshit like juice, right? Oh, juice is a full serving of fruit. No, it's not. That's not the same. Juice is a full serving of sugar directly into your veins and is terrible for you.
That's right. Kill the juice. Don't drink the juice.
Stay away from all juice. Very dangerous. No, this is ground up fruit, ground up vegetables. It's just like eating it because you kind of are. It's just being delivered by water into your mouth. And this just has the basic health benefits of having fruits and vegetables in your diet. You know, you're supposed to have a couple servings of these things a day, and you can get that just by drinking two servings or two servings of this which you have Field of Greens. You can get that very simply every day. I eat a lot of meat and not a lot of vegetables because I'm lazy, and it's like I cook a steak and it's like, I don't want to make carrots. Carrots are bullshit anyway. That's rabbit food. So you can get that here. And one last thing to really keep in mind, it doesn't taste like you just mowed your lawn with your mouth open. It really is. It actually tastes good. It's good stuff. I enjoy drinking this, which is weird. And when they asked me if I would advertise the product, I said, none of it tastes like trash or like foliage. And they said, oh, no, it doesn't. So they sent me some. I tried it. I really like it. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use promo code NOSE, get yourself a nice little discount on it because it is, it's high quality stuff. So it does have a little bit of a premium price, but they have a health guarantee. If you drink this stuff, and you don't have health improvements after like a year, then they have some money back guarantee. You got to explore with them. I should probably get the language around that exactly right, but don't take my word for it. Go to their website, check them out. Get one of these things for yourself and try it out, because I think when you do, you'll find that you like it and you can easily incorporate it into your day. So thank you, Field of Greens, for sponsoring the show today.
Hold on.
Also, Joe, thank you very much for that wonderful lead in.
Yeah.
It was very good.
You're welcome.
It's very good. If Paul and Maggie had been drinking Field of Greens, still be alive.
This is definitely facts.
Guaranteed.
It goes well with water, vodka, meth, with anything. It makes anything taste better.
You drink meth, Joe? A lot of
You
liquid meth.
Grind it up
around?
and snort it with your meth.
Oh, God.
Inject it on in there.
This stuff smells good, but I don't think I'd want to snort it. Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh. Just go ahead and
You got to
snort it
get your
with
green
meth.
some way. So
Do you snort meth? I think you smoke meth, don't you?
yeah, you said
How do you do
I
meth?
think I don't. I think you smoke it. In breaking,
Degenerates in the
none of us
chat.
know.
How do you do meth? Anybody in the chat know about this? I've seen because I watched Breaking Bad and the one guy just sniffed like a bump of it, right? He to test it at first. The weird short like Hispanic looking dude.
right.
Both ways. You do not boof it. Stop it. Stop it. It's terrible. You can eat it, you can snort it, you can smoke it, and you can inject it. Okay, there you go.
There's no legal advice here.
You can put it in your butt. That's what everybody else is saying. You can just put it in your butt.
There's no legal advice.
What if you get a cat to eat meth and then you eat the cat? Does that work?
That's also not legal advice.
Right.
Don't eat cats. I don't know about giving them meth. I'm not sure if that's actually illegal.
Probably be funny.
Specifically, I think possessing the meth would be illegal, but wouldn't that just be disposing of the meth?
Right.
Possess?
Right.
It's just like throwing it away.
Pretty much.
I don't know.
I'm not a cat person.
And think of the improvement to cat videos that would make for.
Oh, Joe, no. Very dangerous. Very bad.
Cat on meth. That'd be so good.
Oh, I thought you meant eating cats.
No.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Or like
that's gross. No, I was thinking they always have these stupid. They traditionally like the internet started with cat videos, and that would be a wild term for 2023 to take. To have cats on meth.
Okay, here we go. I got a couple of super chats to read. Romo Drummer, thank you for a large super chat earlier. It says, watching this trial, I can't even imagine what signing up and being a juror would be like. I don't want to know. I think I would have blown my brains out in the courtroom if I was ever a juror. This trial must be extremely tiring and boring for them. Now, most jury trials don't take anywhere near this long. I mean, a lot of jury trials, you're talking about a half day, a day of time. Not all crimes are murders or like complex financial transactions or anything like that. You're talking about crimes for various moving violations in cars or thefts. They don't all have to take this long.
Well, most trials only cover one topic, not like 17 unrelated crimes that happen over the span of different years.
But yeah, I mean, this type of trial would be really, really tough to be on. And they're getting paid like $15 a day. God sucks.
I was wondering that. Damn, $15.
Oof. David says 2.5 hours behind. This accountant guy is filling in the cracks of how Paul killed these people. Another star witness from the state. Very helpful. Hauling a load to West Virginia. Have a drink for me, Mr. Nose. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. If you didn't catch the sarcasm in my dry reading, there's obviously the accountant guy offered no evidence of motive at all. Brian Elliman says, everyone involved in that affair said it didn't happen and it was a misunderstanding. How is that proof of anything? I'm so mad about it. Have my $20. I'll take it. I'll take it all day. But yeah, I don't know. Again, I haven't looked into the affair. I'm trying to only do things that's before the court. And so, but an affair 15 years ago, even a full blown affair 15 years ago, bringing that in seems very prejudicial and not probative in any way, unless the state can somehow show me why an affair 15 years ago would be actually probative to the murder, other than just trying to raise a cloud of suspicion around him generally. Very, very weird. And the box says, I've been watching the trial between you and Emily Baker, and I find her prosecutor background makes it so she believes everything is opening a door, which seems so wild. Glad we have your other voices to keep the real facts on track. And again, Emily Baker's awesome. I really, really like her. I don't think that the defense opened the door with that question. I think the state's witness opened the door with an answer that just kept going long beyond the very, very specific question that he asked her. But that's my opinion. Anyway.
Yeah.
So Legally Dirty Blonde, I didn't really get a chance to welcome you to the show. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'll tell you my real name. It's Alana. You don't have to call
Alana.
me Legally Dirty Blonde.
It's a lot of syllables more than Alana, so that's nice. Thank
It
you.
is. Yes. Joe, you're in New York too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is my first
Yep.
time streaming with you. Where in New York are you? Midtown? Uptown?
I'm on Long Island right now.
Uh-huh. I actually live in Jersey, but I practice in New York. I grew up
Oh,
in
okay.
New York. And
Are you usually in like Manhattan Court? Like
I'm
center?
usually in my own house. My objective is to practice as little as possible. That's why
I
I
like
do
that idea.
this. Yeah. Yeah. But before I was doing this, I was really New York and Kings was where I spent most of my time. Sometime in
Kings is
Nassau.
like my home. I miss Kings, like because of COVID, everything was shut down. It's just opening again. It's like a zoo there.
Yeah. Yeah. Had a couple cases still going on in Richmond, but yeah. So what type of law do you practice?
I do medical malpractice defense.
Oh. Cool.
Yeah. It's
Working on the
interesting
side of
sometimes.
slimy
it's fun.
doctors.
Pretty much. Slimy,
At least
terrible
I'm not working
doctors.
on the side of Mark Tinsley. Come on now.
Yes. When I went to law school, I wanted to do commercial bank defense. That's what I wanted to do. It's like I want to be an evil corporatist. That'll be fantastic. And then I changed my mind later. But yeah, medical malpractice defense is a very interesting field because we usually I always think of it from the plaintiff side. I almost never think of it from the defense side.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My dad's a doctor, so my mom's a nurse, so I come from like a medical family, so we've kind of like always it's just always kind of been part of my life. So I don't know. It interests me. It's pretty interesting. I feel like at this point I've basically gone to medical school, but
So I assume your clients are insurance companies, right?
and the doctors, but yeah.
I mean, the
I
doctor.
was in-house and then I made a terrible choice to go back. I'm not in-house anymore, and the billable hour is ruining my life.
Every attorney hates billables. Yeah.
It's the worst part of the job.
It is.
But yeah, insurance companies and obviously like they're like the doctors are my main clients, but yes, we have to deal with insurance companies a lot, which sucks.
Why insurance companies aren't soulless monsters? What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. I'm pleading the fifth in case anybody from my job is watching this.
That's right. Hi, insurance companies. I love you. Please pay my claims when I have them. Oh my gosh. So, have you seen anything, Alana, that has sort of, I mean, has the state given you a case yet anywhere
No.
on this?
No,
Okay.
definitely not. On that tweet that I made the other day, like a lot of people were pointing out the testimony from Blanca about the shirt, how he was like kind of trying. I actually missed that, but something about like he was trying to get her to say that he was wearing a different shirt that night. I don't know if that's how you guys took it when you watched it, but
I didn't see her
That was Friday.
testimony. I was off that day.
Yeah, that was Friday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And the other woman, Shelly, him telling her like, I was there for 40 minutes, right? And she's saying 15 to 20.
Yeah,
Like,
there's
kind of like he was trying to like make them say something different is how people took it, but I don't know if that's how you guys took it.
Oh, so the caretaker for the mom he's like, yeah, he thought he was there 40 minutes and she's like, no, he was there for 20 minutes and he spent maybe 5 minutes outside. And I don't know. I don't put a lot of stock in people's recollection of times. Like down to the minute type thing. Like that to me it's like,
and especially her, because she had given testimony or she had given a statement to the police initially that said 30 to 40 minutes and then later on she's now saying it's only 20 minutes.
I mean, I'm trying to get where we get Alec at the committing the murder, because everything I've seen, the timeline just seems, I need the state to really clarify the timeline and decrunch it for me because it seems way too fast. For what he has to do, he has a total, I think if we're being generous, he has a total of 22 minutes to accomplish a whole lot of murdering, a whole lot of moving, a whole lot of cleanup. And I just don't get that.
You know what? I'm gonna shorten that 22 minutes even, because if you think about it, he doesn't know. One of the things we were talking about when we had a discussion by the lunch break was he doesn't know he's being recorded on that Snapchat. Let's assume that it seems like he had no idea about that, because, if he did know he was being recorded, I don't think he ever would have come out and said that he hadn't been to the kennels, and which apparently he's changed his story on that and saying that he had misremembered that he had not gone to the kennels. But so now that happens at what, 8:40, 8:44 or something like that? What time did that happen? He doesn't.
8:44.
There's no clock that's starting like in some sort of dramatic action thriller where it's like counting down 22 minutes. It's like does anyone think that 2 seconds, like literally 2 seconds after they're talking about whether some animal is a chicken or not, that's when he pulled the trigger? That there wasn't at least 3 or 4 minutes in between? If you think he did it, do you not think that there was at least 3 or 4 minutes of dialogue maybe that happened between, an argument that happened or something, some craziness that happens? Because he doesn't know that it's like, oh, okay, he just got the phone now starts my 22 minutes until 9:06. So that means that really, it probably was like at least 8:50, 8:47, 8:50 before he's killed, and he's on the phone getting into his car at 9:06. To me, and then he's got to clean up, he's got to change his clothing, he's got to do something with the guns, he's got to there's just so many things, and get back to the house, which is half a mile away, which, I mean, to me, he looks like in his physical condition, that alone could have taken him easily 10 minutes. So yeah, I don't really understand the timing on this. So that's why I can't picture him. I can't understand him being the trigger man on this whole thing. That's my perspective.
No.
It just doesn't fit. There's a piece missing, and I know the state doesn't have to prove motive, but the motive piece is missing for me. And
and one more thing I should mention also, which is really important. The maid comes in and doesn't see any evidence. People are coming into the house. None of them see any evidence of blood or cleanup or efforts to clean up. And in fact, the towel she talks about is a white towel. Like, if you're going to like try and clean yourself up from a murder, a very bloody murder, the last color towel you would pick is white, right? Am I crazy for thinking that you would just?
No, you're not. And the khakis
The
too.
witness
Why would
can
he wear
testify
khakis
as
to
to
kill
her
someone?
concern.
And she
as
said
to
no
what
blood on the khakis
occurred
too.
on September 7th that changed her concern about
the witness will
living in
testify.
fear.
Oh God, he's terrible.
She cannot testify as to on the fidelity issue because that's too remote in time and would tend to confuse the jury. She can testify that she discovered that he'd been fired and that and that he had a drug problem.
What do you say? She couldn't testify as to the roadside?
Your Honor, depending on how the testimony goes, we would have hearsay objections if she's testifying as to what someone told her.
She's not testifying as to the truth of it. She's responding to why her concerns were changed based on, in part, of her conversations with you.
No, I understand that.
Agent for Mr. Murdaugh.
No, I understand that. My point I just stood to address is the family wrestling with opioid and pill use by the defendant. That is hearsay. If that's how she knows.
She had a drug problem. I mean, if you want to talk about specifically, I don't know to what degree she discovered his drug problem, opioid addiction, or whatever it is, but it's already in evidence anyway.
But it's still hearsay.
Advising the court that I will be making hearsay objections if she's testifying about hearsay.
Anything else before the jury comes?
It's already in evidence. It's not an exception to hearsay about a hearsay statement.
All right, bring the jury.
Oh my God.
I don't know where this judge got his legal education.
Sternhead Law says, share with your viewers how attorneys will get in hearsay via exceptions, but the true intention is to get the hearsay in for the truth of the matter asserted. Of course, all hearsay is actually offered for the truth of the matter asserted. You just get to make an excuse as to why otherwise it can get in. They wouldn't have the hearsay statement come out if they didn't want that portion to be said. Like, that's the point of it. Oh my gosh. So now we're going to get to hear about how this is the state. What the state's going to do is try and draw an inference that her concerns over why he's not tracking down Maggie and Paul's killers, changing
The objections overruled. May continue.
because of these things, is somehow motive for him killing them in the first place.
When we left on the break, I was asking you what happened in September that caused you to change your assessment. Can you describe that to the jury, please?
On September 4th, we were headed to a football game, and my husband, Bart,
This is
received a phone
appealable
call
error.
from a friend saying he was so sorry to hear about what had happened to my brother-in-law. And we had no idea what he was talking about. And he said, well, we've heard, he told us he had been shot. So we pulled over on the side of the road.
Okay.
We were all in hysterics. We called Buster, and Buster said yes, that his dad had been shot, that he was being airlifted to the hospital, that they thought hoped he was going to be okay. So we wanted more information, so we called Jim Griffin, and he told us that Alec had been shot in the head and that he had been fired from his law firm for stealing.
What was your concern when you heard that he had been shot?
Initially, I thought he might be dead. I had just lost 2 of the family members, and I felt like they were being targeted at that point. I felt like the family was being targeted.
Hey, there's James McCourt over
Subsequent
Alex's
to that,
head.
did your concern that the family was being targeted, did that change as well?
Over the course of a few weeks, we were still on high alert, worried for Buster. But at that point, information started coming out about some things that Alec had done financially that we had no idea about.
And that changed your assessment about what you heard about him being shot as well, is that correct? Can you answer out loud?
The shooting, that was an event in itself. The roadside shooting.
You just stated that the shooting itself, the roadside shooting, was an event in itself. Did other information come to your attention that changed your assessment about the roadside shooting at a later time?
Yes.
This is ridiculous.
He's going all into it.
This is ridiculous.
I wasn't going to go any farther.
Change that
Goes
initial
right into
concern
it.
that Alec was somehow being targeted.
Yes.
Did Maggie have a nickname for Paul?
As little
Murder victim.
what is it? Detective.
Is that what she called
Little
him?
detective?
Mhm.
And what did that mean?
She felt like that he was always looking to make sure his dad was behaving.
And what specifically was
Wow.
the concern?
Pills, prescription pain pills.
And had Maggie expressed to you concern over time about the defendant's pill usage?
Yes.
How long had that been going on?
I am not sure, but I think it had been going on for some time.
And did that concern continue up until recent times as we moved to their Maggie and Paul's murder?
Yes.
And what did specifically Little Detective mean as it related to the pills?
If there were pills in the house
Paul would
that
eat them
his dad
for his
was
dad.
taking that he wasn't supposed to, Paul was determined that he would find them.
And did that happen on occasions?
I think so, yes.
Hold on for me 1 second.
Kind of, I mean, I guess, no, this is within the scope of cross still. If this stuff gets allowed in, it's within the scope of cross, which it has been allowed in, so.
And the opioid addiction, that door was kicked open a long time ago.
What specifically
I mean, it
changed
would have been
your
outside the
perception
scope of cross if
roadside
not for
shooting
the
after your
allowing
initial
in of
concern?
everything starting in September.
The story that was initially told about what happened came to not be true.
The story told by who?
Mr. Griffin.
Alec.
Alec? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I thought they were going to go into his lawyer. Mr.
Anything
Griffin's the
further?
guy who announced by that Alec's car was pulled over on the side of the road and he was shot.
Thank you. You may step down. You call your next witness.
No recross.
Thank you,
There
Your Honor.
wasn't
State
anything
calls
for them
Bart
to
Proctor.
recross on. I mean, they could spend more time learning about Paul's or Alec's opiate addiction, or they could spend more time dwelling on the, the roadside shooting. But they don't have good facts on that stuff. Those were legal objections.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony
Are they
you give today will be
relevant?
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Is that court reporter
Sit in that
like
chair over there.
talk to texting into her mouth thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing.
Yeah, it's from what I gather, it's a dictation microphone that blocks out other sound, so she can just directly talk into it.
My name is Barton Proctor, Proctor.
Proctor, good afternoon. Very quickly, tell the jury, are you Marion Proctor's husband?
For 37 years.
37 years. And obviously, over the years, being part of this family, have you gotten to know Maggie and gotten to know Paul and gotten to know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I have.
I don't want to belabor the points, but in the aftermath of Maggie and Paul's murder, were you also privy to some of the conversations that Alec had that your wife related to this jury today?
Yes.
How?
And
How are you
ultimately
privy?
heard the same
Through your
thing
wife?
in those conversations that she related here today?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review what's been
Entered into evidence as states 297, the kennel video?
I have heard it.
May I have the computer input, please?
It was on there.
For the record, I'm going to play states 297.
Again, how is he privy to those conversations? Did he hear them from his wife? Because that would have been hearsay and cumulative. Here comes my favorite line. Eatsy chicken.
Quit, Cash.
Hey, he's got burns now. Blah, blah.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a kitty. a chicken. Catch. Quick.
Do you recognize any voices on that video?
I recognize 3.
Can you tell the jury what voices you recognize?
I recognize Paul Murdaugh. I recognize Maggie Murdaugh, and I recognize Alec Murdaugh.
And when you say Alec Murdaugh, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the jury, please?
Yes,
Or
sir.
describe him?
He's wearing a blue blazer and has his glasses on his head.
And how sure are you?
100%.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Entirely cumulative testimony. Fantastic.
Yep.
Hey, Mr. Proctor. Were you ever shown a blue raincoat by any SLED agents?
Yes, sir.
Why are they bringing this up?
It's outside the scope of
And
direct.
was that blue raincoat shown to you and your wife Marion, who just was here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir. It's a picture.
A picture of the blue raincoat. And did you recognize the blue raincoat?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you ever see Paul wear it? The blue raincoat?
I'd never recognized it before.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Say, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, not super helpful, but I mean, they've known them forever, so I guess they would spend a bunch of time with them. So technically, I guess they would have seen it. That was
Have
a
another
weird
witness today?
Your Honor, as you're aware, there was a circumstance beyond any party's control. No, because of a circumstance beyond the party's control.
Very good. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no more witnesses available today. And this is Valentine's Day. So we will recess.
We go home and talk about this with your spouses.
At 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
What a short day.
There we go. I'll remove this. If anything happens in the court, I'll bring it back up if they have something after the jury leaves. But I don't know what to say. That last witness was really weird. What was the point of that?
I don't know.
Fourth witness to confirm that it was his voice, I guess.
Yeah, I think it was filler because they didn't have anyone else to bring.
No, actually, no, I'm lying. I know exactly why they brought him.
Mr. Waters, the jury's gone. You can further explain if you'd like. You can further explain.
The issue with the scheduling? Yes, sir. There's witnesses that are coming forward. There's a unavoidable, unfortunate personal event that has arisen that unfortunately has affected that witness's availability, Your Honor. And so that's why we had requested, we are late in the day, but had requested a recess for the day. Your Honor, I will say that with the side of the road issue has always been out there. And at this point,
not always been out there.
There is some admissibility as to that, particularly a statement of the defendant related to that, in which there's actually a few statements, but there's one statement in particular. I don't know if Your Honor wants to proffer that at this particular time, since we have a little time available outside the jury's presence. But I do think that at some point that's a bridge, given developments, that needs to be crossed.
Yes, sir.
We've prepared a memo. We would be prepared to argue that motion, but we're not today. So we expected this to go through, no motion to be argued today. I apologize to the court. but we would prefer not to go forward with it today.
You said you're preparing or have prepared a memo?
Person preparing.
They wanted that witness in case the wife didn't open the door. I mean, that's the whole problem, to bring in the redundant witness of her husband who's privy to the exact same
Stop the
conversation.
jury and have them come at another time if need be, 10 o'clock, 10:30, whatever.
Done with that. We were hoping, we were not anticipating it coming up at all.
Can you all don't leave with the jury yet? If you can find out, are they gone or still here? You have them hold for a moment.
Well, this just got weird.
Yeah, what's going on?
We have completed the memo, filed it. Your Honor has it on the 404B issue. There's a section on the roadside.
Has it been sent to me or being sent?
It was.
Your Honor, it was filed well before trial, and it's a consolidated memo. It addresses all the 404B stuff, the financial evidence that you've ruled in. And in the section of the memo, we do address the roadside shooting. We point out that it's after June 7th. We point out that he's been indicted for insurance fraud. As a result of that, attempted insurance fraud, their theory of motive is it is just another way for him to gain sympathy when financial situations turn badly for him. But we point out that he has been indicted by Hampton County grand jury for insurance fraud for attempted suicide to obtain $12 million of insurance for his son Buster. And so we argue that it's not motive, and it should not be admissible under 403 as well.
All right, and I'm happy to talk about all of that and review what's been submitted overnight, and review whatever the state may have for me to consider, and to hear any more argument about it in the morning prior to ruling. I've had them to stop the jury from leaving to find out how much time you all might need tomorrow morning, because otherwise I've told them to be here at 9:30. If they need to come at 10 o'clock, 10:30, start proving.
Your Honor, I don't think this will take 30 minutes to argue that. We prefer to argue it in the morning simply because we haven't looked at it. And while Mr. Griffin is an extraordinary advocate, I'd like an opportunity to.
Want the jury to come in at 10?
10 would be great.
I would say 10:30 to be safe, Your Honor.
Why I'd argued against that. I'm trying to think of a reason, but I really can't.
So we're going to have the jury come in at 10:30 tomorrow morning instead of 9:30. Thank you. All right. In the interim, however, if you all have something you want me to read overnight, early in the morning.
Rules of
Happy
evidence.
to receive it.
Yeah, maybe that one.
I have what was previously filed now.
Maybe some Supreme Court case law.
Defendant's memorandum in opposition to motion in limine evidence of other crimes and bad acts. And I've ruled on a majority of this already.
We may polish that up a little bit tonight, and if so, we'll email it to your law clerk, and she, I'm sure, will get it to you.
Page 9 starts the roadside shooting discussion.
Your Honor, in the reply also touched this ground as well, but we can do the same thing.
Middle of page 9 through the top of page 12. So you have about 2.5 pages that you might want to, if you want to supplement it, it'd be fine.
Thank you.
If you want to. And how about from the state's perspective?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I think I just lost my glasses. Put 'em up.
Boomer.
Sounds like my mom.
Your Honor, if you look at our response in opposition that was filed on December 8th, we, on page 19, in the factual recitation, we talk about specifically the shooting on the side of the road in response to the confrontation with Chris Wilson. And then, of course, from that point on, and prior to that, there is analysis, general analysis on 404 and 403. I believe our reply, which I'm trying to put my hands on, also addresses those issues. But we can also polish up some things as well for Your Honor. There is, thank you, Mr. James. There is, starting at page 15 in the reply, it is addressed as well, the reply to their response or in that particular series of filings. It's in there, and again, we can polish that up. There is, again, there's a recorded interview and a recorded statement that we certainly can provide to Your Honor for review, that ultimately we believe they're statements of the defendant, of course, that we believe would be admissible under the theories as argued there.
And what is the state's theory of admissibility of the roadside shooting?
What does it matter?
Yes,
You're going to
Your
let it in
Honor,
no matter
as
what they say.
We argued back in December and is argued in those particular briefs. What we see is a chain of circumstances that are connected for an extended period of time that particularly highlight and start in June 7th. We've gone into, obviously, Your Honor, moving into the financial situation as it went into July and the efforts to shore up that particular money, the loans. Mr. Burney testified to that today. But of course, Mr. Murdaugh, there's already been evidence admitted that he was $192,000 short and that Chris Wilson covered that. The evidence goes on that in that particular interim of time, and again with the state's theory, that he's able to do his best to try to cover things up in that interim period. But then everything comes to a head, as already been testified to in September 4th. Chris Wilson, of course, has also already testified that particular day on September 4th,
months after the murder,
he finally got the defendant to agree to meet with him and confronted him about that 192, which again is right at the heart of the Ferris fees, which are right at the heart of June 7th, 2021. And had that confrontation with him. The admissions that were made have already been testified to. And then with a short period of time in response to that, that the side of the road shooting happened. You've already heard testimony here from Ms. Proctor that, of course, the initial reaction of everyone is, oh my gosh, the real killers are back. And that's precisely, under the state's theory, the effect that the defendant intended. And there will be, from these recorded statements,
what does that go to motive for murder?
Evidence offered
Months earlier.
that was not true, and he had told lies, Your Honor, about that particular. And that would be the recorded statement that we would offer about when he admitted that he had been untruthful to law enforcement about the circumstances of that shooting. I don't intend to go into great detail about that.
Yes, you
I'm
do.
just trying to get from point A to point B and then get out. I'm not trying to use the term that I've used before, gild the lily.
The statement that you referenced, that you say you want to put in, a recorded statement?
That's correct, Your Honor. Yes,
What's
sir.
the length of that recorded statement?
I
16
don't know
hours.
off the top of my head. I think it's less than 15 minutes, Your Honor.
No, it's longer than that, no more than 30. Mr. Griffin and I were there when he gave the recorded statement. We called them to give the recorded statement.
And the gist of the recorded statement is what? Mr.
Your
Harper?
Honor, okay, so Mr. Murdaugh had somebody shoot him in the head on the roadside to have a $10 or $12 million insurance policy paid to his son Buster. Now, he believed it was suicide contestability cause, so he had somebody shoot him in the head. No question they shot him in the head. No question the intent was to kill him. He fractured his skull, had a brain bleed, was airlifted to Savannah Hospital. It didn't kill him. He intended to die. And the recorded statement, he immediately went to detox because he was planning to go to detox anyway. Mr. Griffin and I went down to
Except for
Atlanta.
the whole murder,
We met him in
being
detox.
dead part, right?
Been through a horrible experience, shot in the head, and then detox. And we informed him the police were looking for whoever shot him. And he, at that point, said, look, this is what happened. And I don't want them wasting, and literally he said, I don't want them wasting resources trying to solve this shooting when those resources could be used to find who killed Maggie and Paul. We picked up the phone. We called SWED. We put him on the phone with SWED to have him explain exactly what happened. This wasn't a result of a SWED interrogation. This was a voluntary statement. So they quit wasting resources looking for, and he told them who shot him in the head, and a guy named Eddie Smith, who was his drug dealer. So that's.
And you all have brought his name up a couple of times through cross-examination. Is he on the state's witness list?
Yes, Your Honor.
Of course. Come on. They're itching to get
Right.
in.
One aspect of that, and I think this is what highlights the relevance and the connection with this particular case, is that in the wake of the side of the road shooting, Mr. Murdaugh's initial claim was that some unknown individual had a flat tire, and some unknown individual, supposedly under the guise of stopping for help, then suddenly shot him in the head. He went so far as to draw a composite artist to draw a composite photograph. Again, I'm not trying to get into too much with the detail.
Well, it should be accurate. He'd know exactly what the guy looked like.
The immediate effect of that is that he's been targeted by some unknown individual. That was a complete lie, and that's the point of that.
What does that have to do with the
issue
murder?
here is that Mr. Murdaugh lies. I mean, really, are we at that? I mean, we've come $10 million through lies, and now this piece of evidence becomes relevant because it proves he lied again months after the murder. There's no, he didn't do it, and I think they will concede he didn't do it to get some sort of sympathy. He did it to be dead. That's why he did it. And unfortunately, Eddie Smith at 4 feet couldn't shoot somebody in the head and kill him. He meant to.
Unfortunately.
That's what Mr. Smith would say.
Mr. Smith has given no less, I'm set up to cross-examine him, I know this, 6 different explanations.
I love this drama.
Than
This
any
goodness
other event
lawyer.
you ask him about, from wasn't there to I was there and I saw Alec, he'd been shot, to I was there and I tried to stop Alec, to yes, I shot him in the head. But the fact of the matter is, the cross-examination of Mr. Smith is something I'm looking forward to. Now,
Don't say that.
Particular event had nothing to do with what happened on June 7th, other than he lied about something else. And 404 unless there's a specific, it's not motive. I mean, I don't understand what the 404, 403 analysis would be on this. I know what the 403 analysis is. The prejudice outweighs the probative. The 404 is what of the 4 things that 404 is admitted for, which one is this?
Your Honor.
I know you all want to argue it in the morning, so this is just a prelude to tomorrow morning.
Two things. If Mr. Harpootlian wishes to stipulate in front of the jury that his client is a liar, the state's willing to accept that stipulation.
And not go forward with this?
The second thing is, Your Honor, is that what actually happened on the side of the road is not what's important to this particular case. What is important, Your Honor, is that it's in reaction to the confrontation with Chris Wilson about the Ferris fees that came to the head on June 7th, 2021. And it's about what the defendant said, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant as he was trying to change a tire, and went so far as to do a composite drawing, and it created the effect, as this investigation had gone on
later.
Oh my gosh, the real killers are back to finish the job. And that's precisely what he intended. And he ultimately admitted that was a lie. So the circumstances of what happened on the side of the road are not what the state is focused on.
He intended to
what
be
is
dead.
important
That's
is
what he
what the
intended.
defendant said, how he attempted to use that, and that it was actually a falsehood. And and you heard Ms. Proctor testify, it had that exact effect, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back.
But I think the state will concede his object on the side of the road was to be dead. That's what the act was, to kill himself. Now, what happened after that? After he was taken to Savannah and had a brain bleed and a fractured skull, and when he came out of all that and realized, I'm not dead. How is that relevant to June 7th? Your Honor, we can beat this dead horse a little bit more in the morning, but allow us to give you, I don't know, this crazy idea of giving maybe some more raw to look at.
Yeah, call State for Caldwell. There's a case I sent.
Is this the sole purpose of Mr. Smith's testimony, or you have other things to talk with him about?
Well, he's on the witness list. I didn't say necessarily
not
that
the
we're
answer
calling
to the
him. What I'm
question.
trying to do again is to limit the presentation to just what's relevant to this particular trial that we have here today. And so I would have.
We're talking, discussing now this motion excluding testimony, but who's your witness to talk about what you're arguing?
We would have a law enforcement witness come in and testify as to the circumstances of that statement. And again, I'm trying to limit it to what's very focused to what's relevant to this trial, and that is the intended effect that he had, his reaction to the confrontation and the symmetry between June 7th and September 4th.
The intended
Do you have
effect he had is
anything
to
in addition
die.
to what you all provided a couple of months ago, seemingly?
We have those two documents. We don't have a written document prepared at this time, but we can certainly work on some additional discussion this evening, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, well, we'll reconvene at 9:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
All right.
All righty.
Well. Welcome back, Steve and Sean. How you guys doing?
What evidentiary train wreck did I just walk into?
Oh my gosh.
The state is trying to get testimony related to the roadside shooting for the very limited specific purpose of something that they won't actually state what it is.
To show that he's a liar, which is character witness. This is the most ridiculous thing in the world.
Also,
yeah,
I missed. I guess right after I left, there was something with the sister-in-law. What happened there?
Yeah. So this is what kind of happened. The sister-in-law, as a witness for the state, kicked open the door to this roadside shooting, to the opioid abuse, and to a claim of infidelity from 15 years ago.
And she basically,
no.
the defense asked kind of just a question, and then she answered, but then she kind of rambled for a few more sentences and said, well, but then I said this, and then and she just rambled, and then she said, but we changed our mind in September, something like that. And then because the state witness rambled, not responsive to the question, they're saying the defense opened the door with their question, which is freaking garbage.
I mean, you've got to control the witness up there, though. I mean,
but it's a hostile witness. This is the typical.
I know, but that's just jump in front of them. I mean, if you have to literally jump into their mouth,
South Carolina, we're not in New York.
There was no way. In my opinion, that they could have foreseen her getting to the spot where she was.
Okay.
And she's like,
that's fair.
Yeah. She's like, so yeah, I mean, we all were worried that, she said that she was concerned that Alec seemed more concerned with clearing Paul's name than with finding out who actually killed Paul or Maggie.
I remember that part.
And then she said, it just seemed like that should be his priority. And then she said, and then in September, things started to change.
Yeah. I remember that part.
That was the kicking open.
Of the door. That's not kicking open a door at all.
Exactly.
Oh, Jesus. I thought she actually talked about like he was out stooping and stuff. Of like, okay, well that's not. No, that's not.
After they sent the jury out, then Waters said, while the jury's out, let's also talk about the fact that I want to talk about his affair and his opiate.
Oh, that's weak sauce. That's weak sauce.
I guess Emily Baker is another person on those YouTube or
Who's
something.
that?
They're saying that
She's someone on the interwebs.
somebody, I don't know who it is. I never
Someone.
seen her,
Stop
but,
it, Joe.
but they're saying that she's saying this is the best state day ever. That's what
Well,
they're
I mean,
saying.
it probably was the best day for the state ever.
Oh, really? What happened today that was significant?
I mean, they're going to get in. They've got in evidence of infidelity. They've got in evidence of opioid abuse. They've
I didn't
got
think they got the infidelity in.
Yeah, I don't think they got the infidelity.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so they got the opioid abuse, and now they've got this roadside killing, which is definitely going to come in. I can't see any way the judge keeps this out. He just let it in. I mean,
Yeah,
he
he did.
just let it in through the testimony of her. How is he going to now go back and truncate it? He hasn't done that on any other issue.
So there's an additional murder, or who killed what?
Paul, Alec,
This case is
do
unbelievable.
you not know about the roadside shooting?
Okay. I mean, South Carolina, I'm assuming there's a lot of roadside shootings.
So in September,
There's a lot
following
in Ohio.
there's a murder on June 7th, right?
Yeah.
In September, on September 5th,
Oh.
Paul pulls over on the side of Alec pulls over on the side of the road, and a guy drives up and shoots him in the head.
Okay, the murder.
Right. He hired the guy to shoot him in the head to try and commit insurance fraud to get away
Yeah.
from the suicide clause of his insurance policy.
Mm-hmm.
And,
So,
and the hitman missed it. Didn't kill him.
Yeah, he just grazed him and skull fractured him a little bit. But so now the state wants to introduce that as relevant to the murder on June 7th.
I'm surprised that they didn't bring up Caldwell, because there's a South Carolina Supreme Court case directly on point. I'm sure that'll be in the memo. And there's a third element there, the third factor that is not accomplished. It says this is not to be let in. They're focused all on prejudicial effect over probative value, which is true. That's also objectionable. But there's actually a case directly on point about bringing post-crime suicide attempts in and how the court should handle that. And it seems like nobody's even bringing that standard up.
Yeah.
Oh, what was the third element? Do you remember?
I could look it up again. I sent it back a couple days ago, and I looked it up again and put it in the chats. If you
Also, somebody said in my Discord the guy who did the shooting was on like Today or Good Morning America. Is that true?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Okay.
Okay, State v. Caldwell.
Look up South Carolina Supreme Court.
I got it pulled up here.
Yeah, there it is. And look down a ways. There's a 3-part test.
Pre-trial issues, voir dire, jury selection, qualification of jurors, change of venue, preemptory strikes.
No, keep going.
Guilt phase issues.
Oh, people are saying yes. Cousin Eddie was on Today.
Hold on, let me find the test.
How the
Maybe
hell?
this is a different.
Might be a different one. Look up suicide.
Oh, in the document.
Well, in the that's the case. It might be a different Caldwell. This is 88. Now this is like 2018 case. This is not the case.
Okay, just a second. Let me State v. Caldwell.
Shoot, I'm going to look up to
2008 or
This is sponsored by
2018.
Lexus Texas.
Don't open up my Westlaw right now.
Ew.
Oh, here we go. Nope, that's 1990, 1957. United States versus Caldwell.
I think no. It's South Carolina State.
Jeez. Caldwell versus the state Georgia.
Hold on a second. Supreme Court.
How do you not have this? You have everything.
You guys continue to talk. I'll find it.
I found Caldwell v. State as
I think
well.
I found it. No, that's not it.
All right.
Sorry.
Probably the wrong name. Hold on. I'll find it. You guys talk. I'm bothering you. I'll look it up.
Yeah. What's bothering me now? Now I'm looking it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, I have to run, but I want to wait until we find this out. I'm waiting.
Yeah.
All right.
While Steve finds it, I'm going to read some chats. Lancelot 652 says, geez, Waters and Binger should get together and have a competition on who's a bigger dirtbag. Ben Faber says, did they go over how he came across the bodies and why he went down to the kennels when he got back from his mom's? Yeah. Simple answer. He went to the kennels because he got home and his wife and son were not at the house. So he's like, oh, well, I'll go back down to the kennels. And that's when he finds them. That was on one of the videos, I think, the body cam or whatever. And he hasn't testified to that, but that's what he said at the time. Steve, I'm very disappointed in you right now.
All right. You were going down that case, and let me see here.
Okay, I'm looking.
It might be. It's not Caldwell. It's this case. I've got it right here. Hold on. Yep, here it is. Okay, it's not Caldwell. It is Cartwright.
Cartwright. I thought so. I thought that's what you wrote, but you said Caldwell and threw me off.
I'm actually working elsewhere. I'm working on other cases.
Okay, Savvy Cartwright, South Carolina. Here we go. 2018. All right. Here we go. Factual procedural history.
There's a 3-part test down here in the body.
Attempted suicide is evidence of guilt. All right, so arguments, analysis. All right, so evidence is relevant if it has direct bearing upon, tends to establish or make more or less probable the matter in controversy.
Keep scroll. Sorry, there it is.
Here it is. Okay, so the 3-part test. A jury could reasonably find that a suicide attempt occurred. The defendant was aware of the occurrence of the alleged crimes at the time of the suicide attempt. We got that. And an unmistakable nexus exists by clear and convincing evidence linking the suicide attempt to a guilty conscience derivative of the offense for which the defendant is on trial.
Don't have that.
Right. That's a problem because the evidence seems to suggest that he is attempting the suicide to relieve the burden maybe of the financial crimes. You can maybe argue in the financial case, but certainly to give Buster a financial leg up through the alleged insurance fraud. I mean, that's what it seems to me. So how do we get a clear and convincing evidence standard for a nexus of... and
that language is pretty tough. Unmistakable
nexus, which would tend to indicate that if there's another logical, reasonable reason for the connection or of a different nexus, then that would be sufficient to overcome that.
You would think,
because that would be mistakable. Then, like you could mistakenly think he was trying to pay Buster out a life insurance policy and end all of his woes in one shot, right?
You would think. Yeah, I think they fail on element 3, and so it's not in. It's an and. So the state must show all 3 of those things, and they can't show element 3 and fails. They don't get it in according to that law. And that's Florida Supreme Court of South Carolina from 2018. So that's the highest authority you can get directly on point. That's the test in South Carolina.
Let's see.
Good find.
The final issue regarding suicide attempt evidence is whether the trial court should charge the jury on such evidence. Wait. We have carefully canvassed the law in other jurisdictions. We conclude the trial court shall not provide a limiting instruction. Yeah. Oh, that's something different. Okay.
So the key is that test, because the issue, and this is, you could get buried in cases, but I'm surprised the defense hasn't brought that case up directly. Now it'll be in the memo. We'll hear it tomorrow morning, probably. If they don't, I'll be disappointed because this defense team has been great. And so we'll see.
Well, we don't know how well they've been in their legal arguments.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they've lost every motion in limine that they've brought up. They've lost every objection, just about anything that involves a legal determination. They've lost. That may not be reflective of their quality, actually, though. That might be reflective of the judge's predisposition in this case. But
one of the questions is that I have that going through this that strikes me as a difference from Florida, I should say, is that it's so Wild West here. There's basically, and there's no contemporaneous objections.
Yeah.
It looks to me like Florida, and I don't know this, but it looks to me like South Carolina allows for basically standing continuing objections that you don't need to contemporaneously object in order to preserve. Because if they do have to contemporaneously object to observe, then they are not doing it. They're waiving a lot.
Yeah, they keep
But
saying we maintain our prior objection.
right. Well, but they say that occasionally. They'll say that occasionally. I mean, in
Sure.
Florida, they've gotten so tight. It's ridiculous. I don't like the Florida way. I'd prefer it this way because it does interrupt the trial. Interrupt the trial. But Florida has gone so far as that you have to specifically object every time it's brought up. And if it gets brought in once, it's like, oh, you waived it. Which this whole waiver thing is so overbroad. And I've got an article not yet written on the whole issue of the legal fiction of waiver, because the legal fiction of waiver is a tool by which appellate courts don't have to address real injustices. It's a legal fiction and they love it. And they, oh, you waived, ha, ha, ha. This whole gotcha lawyering judging, I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's what this entire case has been, is gotcha lawyering from the state. We've seen twice now where the defense has allegedly kicked open the door in ways that I definitely do not think the defense has kicked open the door.
And I want to say that just for the record, Nick has agreed to be my Valentine today.
I have.
Oh,
That's
isn't
beautiful.
That sweet?
Okay.
Only if we can spoon.
All right. So
Who's the
take
big
that,
spoon?
chat.
All right.
All right, gentlemen, I have to run, but
well,
it was
thank
a
you,
pleasure.
Alana.
Thank you for having me again.
Bye, Alana.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully I'll be back sometime soon.
Of course. Have a good
Bye.
one.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh,
That was the wrong button. All right. I'm going to read through these and then we can go to our respective Valentines.
Yeah, I'm gonna bust out also, but
Yeah,
I will
outta
be
here.
covering. Nick is taking the next 2 days off. He's a slacker. I will
That's
be
right.
here. I will be covering it on my channel, Good Logic. I'm gonna be inviting you, Steve,
Thank
you, Sean, to join, as well as Andrew. I don't know how to get in touch with you, Steve, to send you a link.
Here, I'll
Like,
put an email in the chat.
yeah,
You
I
have-
emailed you last time, so I just wasn't sure if you got it. I don't know if you
You
got
have
that.
to send him email because
He's
Well,
like
he's
he's like,
a
li- he's like
communist.
living in 2007 or something.
yeah,
right.
What's wrong with email?
literally everything is wrong
yeah,
with email, Steve.
yeah.
What's
Oh
the
my
what's
God.
the alternative to email?
I don't know.
Just text.
Apparently, that's how Alex had infidelity with his wife back in 2007, and that's the last time anyone used it. So I
It's
don't
true.
know.
Yeah.
It's really
I hate
It's really
cell
bad.
phones, man. I hate cell phones. They're like stress balls. It's like
Join
always
my
right there
Discord
ready to
then. I'll-
stress you out, you know?
so I can't text it to you. You're saying okay.
I keep waking up on top of my cell phone. My cell phone I would wake up with my cell phone on top of me. Like I'd be reading it and then I'd fall asleep and drop it. Now I just like set it down and then roll on top of it on the bed. It's perfect. I don't even care anymore.
All right.
Just join my Discord,
chat
guys.
me
Even
into,
better.
See you, Joe.
I will see you guys. Take care, my
Joe.
friends.
Peace, brother.
Yeah, use my CompuServe account.
Use your Netscape.
God.
Are you running it through Netscape right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Netscape. Hey, Netscape was
Steve,
cool
did
back
you-
in the day.
Did you get one of those free computers back in like the early 2000s where they signed you up for 3 years of CompuServe internet, but you got rebates to get your e-machine computer for free? Did you ever do that?
No, I didn't. I didn't do that.
Oh man, I had to sell those at Circuit City. And every time someone come in, I want that free computer from the ad. I'm like, please don't do this.
Oh, Circuit City.
Please
Are
don't.
they still around or did they go bankrupt?
There is a Circuit City. I believe it's just an online store now.
Can I hate on them for a minute?
They altered the
Hate
whole
on them all you
stores.
want. Oh my God. I worked there for 3 years. I hate it with a passion.
I applied to be I applied to Circuit City. Hold on a second. Sorry. My glasses are ready. Aren't you glad? Now the world knows my glasses are ready. Yeah,
Your
so
service is state of the art.
I went into to get a job at Circuit City, and I love high-end audio. If you don't know, I love high-end audio. So I'm like, I'm going to sell high-end audio at Circuit City. And then of course, what do? They say, no, you're young. You need to be in like the gadget department. And so like they wanted to put me in the gadget department where you sell lots of crap. And I'm like,
Yeah.
that's not me at all. I'm like, forget that.
It was
So,
awful. I worked there for a little bit too
ugh,
in that department.
that sucks.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
no,
when I was
thank
trying
you.
to Murdaugh myself. Hans B2 says different size of buckshot. Number 4 is 21 pelletish. AA Ron, the head could have exploded from the brain matter in a situation called hydroshock. It's actually hydrostatic shock.
Yeah.
What happens is
a
if
real thing.
yeah, if you have a fluid that basically puts a container under pressure, and then you introduce sufficient force to the fluid, it will cause the fluid to break the, I guess, the tensile strength of the outer shell that's holding the fluid together is hydrostatic shock. And they didn't get into testimony effectively about hydrostatic shock with the medical examiner. And I don't think she explained very well her position, but that certainly can happen. It's what happens when you get particularly like high velocity rounds hitting heads, because they should just, in theory, just punch right through. But sometimes it causes like some bursting. And it's gross.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes it looks like a deflated balloon.
Yeah. And that's why you get exit wounds that tend to be much bigger. It's because the bullet, it enters, the head, which is full of water. It enters that, and then that water gets the force applied to it and ripples out. And before it has a chance to kind of recover, because the head is inelastic.
And the water doesn't compress either. Right.
It just bursts open. It's gross. It's gross. So that certainly could explain it. Although I don't think that, what's interesting is I don't think she didn't even try to explain how that could happen. She said that the pellet fractured the skull, the lower skull, and that somehow would have caused the brain to launch out of the head. But she didn't explain it was from the hydrostatic shock. And fracturing the lower skull doesn't seem like a water-based rippling effect to me, but maybe.
I don't know. She wasn't very good, but
she was terrible.
They didn't completely crash and burn today.
Who,
So
the
it was
state?
better.
I don't know. I don't think so, but I didn't see anything that drew me. I mean, I don't know. I was pretty weak. I thought I didn't like anything the state did, but
I thought what they did, but
I thought everything they did was was turned around by the defense to be pro-defense.
I think so until the very end.
Which one? Which witness?
Why the sister?
Really?
Right, getting that September stuff in, I think I think that's a win for the state.
Well, they haven't gotten it yet.
I think they're gonna. I mean, they got her testimony on it, right? They got her testimony about the roadside shooting, and then the stuff changing her mind or whatever. But we'll see what happens next. Tanny Simmons, so she's giving me crazy psychiatrist from the Johnny Depp trial. I think vibes. Just answer the question, damn it. Yeah, she didn't want to do that. Pam Ronning, the energy would be kinetic, which is 1/2 mass times velocity squared times the number of pellets. But that energy dissipates very quickly as the pellets spread out. That's the other problem with it. And I think they were trying to get to that. But, again, the way she was describing that shotgun blast to the neck is it's a shotgun blast from 4 feet away, over a meter away. And how much force is carrying, plus a significant amount, according to her, of the pellet and the kinetic energy, the overall total energy of the pellet system, if you want to look at it from that sort of physics perspective, is going to dissipate as it rips through the shoulder. I mean, anything that hits here is going to very quickly lose energy. That's how birdshot works. It's more of a punch over a surface area than worried about puncturing. So that's why I think there may be some credibility to the defense's theory that the shot came from the other side and rather ripped things off this way. But
I'm just very much looking forward to the defense case, because their experts, I think, are going to be right on task, right on point, and they're going to explain it a lot clearer. And the defense theory will come into clarity. And I'm looking forward to not only that expert, but also I'm looking for Tobin and Blau. I'm looking for, or the Tubin testimony. I'm just looking forward to everything the defense has got, because this is just such a train wreck, and they're so scatterbrained on the no pun intended, on the presentation of the prosecution evidence. It's just depressing, because the state should be organized. Their job is to provide clarity, not muddiness.
Right. Mark Phillips says stuttering Stella is not doing well for the state. Martin Peterson says this expert is contradicting herself with every answer she gives. DZV Titan, her testimony is just her flailing and screaming, "I'm not incompetent." Also says, didn't even take her out to dinner first. IFAD says John Wick is a study in brain matter expulsion from all sorts of different pellets and stippling. Those movies are more credible than this expert. Ryan says, morning, Ricada. Could you give a small toast for a fellow YouTuber, Thick44 from Neebs Gaming, who sadly passed away yesterday after a 2-year battle with brain cancer? Yeah, I will do that.
I should get it. Well, we don't have too much more time. I'll refrain, but I'll give you a toast. I'll share in the toast. I don't know how much longer we're going to go, but
let's see. I'm not going to go too much longer. I got Valentine's Day with the family, so that'll be fun. To Thick44 from Neebs Gaming, a content creator, working on doing the same thing we all do, which is providing infotainment, information and entertainment wrapped into one. Cheers to him and his family, passing away after a 2-year battle. May he have peace from that fight, and a restored wholeness in his passing. Cheers.
Right. Prayer for you.
Chris Clement says, can the defendant choose to leave the courtroom during such graphic testimony? Would that negatively impact him if he did choose to be outside? He likely has to be in the courtroom in this type of case. I don't think.
Well, I don't know. I think he could choose to not be there.
I think that you'd require explicit that having to be laid out on the record.
Well, that's okay.
And
I think
his
he
right
could
to be there.
Yeah, he could do that. I think that if the defense really wanted to do that, they could probably do that. It is torture. I mean, I would say that this is a horrible. I have sympathy for the guy. Sitting there listening to his wife and child being killed. I did a little poll. I don't know if you saw it when we were chatting, and that witness was up there, and he was breaking down. And I asked who thinks that this is creating sympathy? Who feels sorry for the defendant here? And most everybody, like 9 to 1, was basically that they did feel sorry for him. So that witness she was so happy about testifying about their wounds and the graphic nature of their wounds, and he's just breaking down. I mean, she had no understanding or gentleness towards.
Well, I mean, have you seen Independence Day, Steve?
No, I don't watch that movie.
Okay,
No.
I mean, well, they show up at. You remember when they find the doctor at Area 51, and he's like, "Oh my God, the alien spacecraft's all working now," and in the meantime, billions of people have died because the aliens have showed up.
Yeah,
she doesn't get out much. This is her doing her thing.
No, I get it. I understand it. I just don't think it plays well in front of the jury.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah.
Let's see. Roro Mad says, I surmise that the defense questioning regarding the gas was to try to show that the shooter had to be close. Alex was cleanish and had almost no time to get clean based on our timeline. I agree.
Right.
I 100% agree.
It was already established he would have been close because he would have, whoever it was, ambushed Paul, and then whoever did Maggie was right on her heels shooting at her. So I don't know why they hadn't introduced that. We all agree, kind of understand whoever did this was right there.
Yeah, that's why, to me, that's why the state's expert being so frazzled by the possibility of the shot coming from a different place didn't make sense. But man, she did not want to admit to that at all.
Yeah, like I said, it's going to be the defense has clearly got an expert on that issue, and they're going to bring something in, and it's going to rebut it. So we'll see.
Yeah. That was clearly a setup. Scott Bain says, great coverage. Thank you for those interested. Bronca has an excellent series on the art of cross-examination on his channel. Check it out. Amy M, welcome to Paralegal Status. Deccan says, happy Valentine's Day, chat and manly panel. Hey, happy Valentine's Day, Deccan. I gifted you an established title in Scotland, my new lords and ladies. Enjoy. I love you, boo. 100. Thank you. Gunnar says, defense wants this in, thus no objection, right? Adam Trapp says, I'm not racist. I have a black Mercedes. Della Sandor says, you guys are my faves for any trial, smart as F. And I'll be right back. 1 second. Talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves. So what's upcoming for potentially criminal?
Not a whole lot right now. I just got done covering the abuse. I'm trying to get a hold of the reporter this happened to. He had the head of the Ohio National Guard and then a bunch of police officers bum rush him out of a press conference the governor was holding. and it was just absolute horse shit what they did to this guy. And then they charged him with resisting arrest and trespassing.
Hmm.
It was
is where jurisdiction is that?
It was here in Ohio. It was
Okay.
here in Ohio. They were covering the train wreck where
right.
everything's getting killed and dying.
Hmm.
And
Horrible.
oh yeah, well, yeah, and it's interesting because they start off by saying, "You're being too loud. You're being too loud." He's like, "No, I'm not." And by the time all the police get around him and start yelling, "You're being too loud. You need to leave," it's finally when everybody's turned around and watched them make a commotion. Like that's when they're finally too loud. And the governor was giving a press conference. He's like, "I had no idea." He's on the other end of the basketball court. He's like, "I had no idea what's going on." He's like, "I didn't think there was a problem." And then he says, "Whoever did that was wrong." So it's very interesting. Very interesting.
Now, what else? I mean, do you have a grift, or do you have like a product, or what do you sell?
I don't have, no, I don't have any. Trying to come up with a couple things right now. Trying to figure out if I can do a Sarah Boone edition luggage, but that's really hard to find somebody on right now.
I have a very good idea that I'll put in the private chat for you that I need you to talk to you about. But so what do you have upcoming?
Well, that was going to be the upcoming thing. For right now, that's still the upcoming thing. The Crumbly, Ethan Crumbly's parents, he's the kid from Michigan who shot his school up. And it was interesting because that was the one where all the school administrators had the parents are saying, "You need to take your kid home. He's dangerous." Yet nobody thought to check his backpack that day. And that's the day he comes in and does his thing.
And then the administrators agreed to let him stay too. Just apologize and stay.
Yes. His parents have appealed to the Michigan Supreme Court about whether or not they get charged with manslaughter. And the Supreme Court agreed that, yes, the appeals court needs to address this issue. So they're having oral arguments on March 7th. I'm trying to figure out if those are going to be in person. If they are, I'm actually going to go out and try to see them. Or if they're just televised, I'm just going to try to cover them. So that's the next big thing for me.
And where do they find you?
They will find me at Potentially Criminal on YouTube, Locals, BitChute, Rumble, and on Discord if you have the heart for it. It's not an easy place, guys. So be careful if you come to Discord. Wear a helmet.
Well, anyone using Discord probably is already wearing a helmet, to be fair. But that's a different matter. Okay, sorry about that. Ryan Boudouin says the presentation of state witnesses and the overall presentation is so out of whack and all over the place. Pathetic waste of state funds here. 200 Watt Studio says first in, first out is a game on Grindr.
That accounting was talking about that.
Big Rig 0485 says I didn't know William Montgomery was also an accountant. Combat Turkey says Nikki, I heard you want this smoke. You know what? Fuck you, Combat Turkey. I'll kick the shit out of you, stupid bird. I'll rip your feathers off and shove them up your cloaca or whatever thing you have.
Cloacia.
I can't pronounce bird garbage. I don't care about their stupid anatomy. I'll kick you into the next goddamn century. Stupid fucking turkeys.
Well, that's like one of those. I'd like to have just a clip of Nick. What was the first sentence you said? Is like, "F you, what turkey?"
I don't know.
I don't know what. I don't even know. It's like people with these names. Part of it, I think, they chat you just so that you can read out their stupid names that they come up with.
It goes back to a thing I said we were talking about bird fighting or something. Like, I'd fight a turkey. Turkeys aren't scary and kick the shit out of a turkey.
Just grab their little gobbler neck, right?
Now there's a combat turkey in chat talking shit. What's these hands?
I don't know. Wonder what kind of world we're living in. You ever see the Megadeth video of what is it? The song "Anarchy in the UK," and it's got the turkey and it's like smoking and drinking TV. It's a cartoon turkey, and then he gets out and he's got the guns and he starts blasting everybody.
No,
combat turkey. That's what I think of.
Sounds awesome. Let's see. Vince Glor though says Tim Fool only allows members to chat now. Don't Take My Kidney says I already missed the dog hose guy. Yeah, that guy was great. He was really good for the defense too. Isaac G says Attorney General Alan Wilson is in there, Joe. Oh, so the Attorney General was in the courtroom today. Aaron Larg says tell Joe Alex Murdaugh chased Bubba back to the house at 8:44. Did he? I mean, that I don't think we have verification of that.
Yeah.
The law offices of Dewey, fuck you, and how says we take gross offense to that, Mr. Gosney.
What's that? Which one was that? Was that? I think that was when I was ragging on the PI lawyer. That guy
probably.
was so slimy. Was he just like a caricature of every PI
Tinsley?
lawyer?
Tinsley
Oh my
was a
gosh.
scumbag.
Yeah, for some reason, this case is getting more entertaining as it goes. I don't know. Maybe it's that we get into it.
We're getting past most of the boring forensic evidence. The state keeps trying to slow it down with all this financial crime. It's like, no, just give us the juicy, salacious murder stuff. That's what we're here for. Give us that.
Right. Well, they started going. I'm like, all right, go. And then it's like, and now we have another financial accountant, like, oh gosh, kill me now. Right.
Let's see. He was saying that the law offices of Dewey, fuck you, and Hal was saying that in response to your criticism of chat names.
Oh, chat names. Well, no, it's just funny. I think sometimes people come up with these chat names just so that you'll read them,
Of course.
That's the whole point. I get it.
John Basinger says the more logical part was the rejection of the settlement offer. So someone came after Paul. Maggie was collateral damage. Corn Pop sent a banana and then a face with no mouth. And then he says, find Steve's knife. You got the serial killer.
Yeah.
Rocky says, can't single out one piece of evidence, must take it in totality. Time frame is much too short for anyone to kill and clean up without a trace. Appears two shooters revenge for the girl's death. Cards 96 says, this trial has gone on so long, I've forgotten testimony from the first week. Out of an abundance of caution, I'll hold my questions till the end. Lucas says, if I was asked the last time I hung out with my best friend, I would say last week, even though I ran into him at the store yesterday. There are different events in my mind. Jojo says, my husband always calls me first and sometimes 2 or 3 times. Then he finally texts. I respond, why don't you just text me? I'm usually busy and don't have the time for a phone call. Because maybe he likes your voice. I don't know. I'll tell you the reason why I don't text my wife first, why I will call her first normally. If I need an answer now, I call her.
Right.
Because if I send her a message, that little notification come up, she'll read some of the message, part of the message, maybe all of it, and then she won't answer the message, but it won't show read either because she just looks at the notification instead of going into the damn app. So then it's like, did you see this? I don't even know if she saw this. I need to know the answer. I'm sitting in this damn store line. I need to know if she needs me to buy another, whatever, like another, does she want soda? What does she want? What the hell do you want? Do you want coffee before I drive home? I don't know. Just answer the question. And she won't always text me back. So I'll try and get her on the phone because then I can directly ask questions. Bam, 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 get answers and then get off the phone. But if I send a text like, oh, well, I got your first text, but then, I decided to get in the shower before your second text. Oh,
Yeah.
That's why I do it.
See, I don't know. My life is such that I'm not really sure what it is that I really need to know immediately.
Everything, Steve.
I don't know. We live in this world, back in the day, it's like, I'll wait till I get home. We used to write letters. You know what I'm saying? We'd write a letter and then maybe
now
a week
you write
later,
a letter. You write a letter that's short and it gets there immediately.
Yeah, but it's not everything. It's like now everything has to be funneled into this one form of communication that titillates us at the moment. Let's have a little, slow it down, buy your wife a glass of wine and some flowers on Valentine's Day. Slow it down,
I Can Cook says Lady R is a smart woman. Keep Nick chasing you, lol. That was Maggie's theory too, but Paul, or Alec decided to catch her with a 300 blackout.
Ooh.
Why you running? Shannon 7 says, what I love about this panel is you are a great example of friendly debate and discussion, something that is lacking these days. Oh, that was when Joe was being absolutely wonky in his stuff. I almost threw him off the panel. Corn Pop says, spoiler alert, and he also sent another sticker. Amazing Wireless 2 says, Joe needs to change his name to Not Good Logic. Rocky says, great lawyer friend of mine, Bobby Lee Cook, would eat the state alive, died 2 years ago and won over 80% of his cases. Delisandor says, can't believe Poot doesn't know proper objections, repetitive instead of asked and answered. Could this be on purpose for appeal? No, an improper objection would not help you for appeal. So I'm not sure why he would do that intentionally.
Well, theoretically, there's ineffective assistance of counsel, but this is one of the most competent counsel teams I've seen in a long time. So I don't think they're going to get that.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Delisandor says, as a layman / juror, state hasn't proven their case. Brian Schultz, playing devil's advocate is critical. I appreciate Joe even when I disagree with what he's saying. Make an argument for something doesn't mean you actually support it. Salty Hard R Brainwater says, anyone know where I can get some hard R salt? Only that one tech seems to know that. Vince Clortho, welcome to Paralegal Status. Stephen Cooper. Hey, Nick R., just a heads up. If no one saw it, there's a marathon the day of the meetup, and Las Vegas Boulevard will be closed 2:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. Just trying to help with the planning.
Really? Is that true?
I have no idea. I don't know and I don't know anything about Vegas, so I have no idea.
We decided
to
anything. Well, I'll be there, and we decided to move to the convention hotel or the convention. You're having a convention, Nick.
I
What
guess.
do you call it? What do you call it? The hotel that you're going to be doing the thing at?
Ahern Hotel.
The Ahern Hotel. When is that going to be?
February 26th.
Really? How do I actually get to, if I wanted to go there, if I was like not me?
The link is in the description. You can check it out. You can buy tickets. We've sold, last I checked, 147 tickets, so it should be relatively busy, and there should be a lot of people that you can meet and hang out with. It'll be good fun. The Magus 93 says, Ricada Law, will you be mine or will you be my Valentine? The trial is dragging time, but you and I, we can drink wine and snuggle till the end of time.
Nope, you've already been committed. I got you before that chat came in. Ha!
The Magus 93 says, Joe, so every time I text my girl I'm going somewhere, I'm creating an alibi. Yeah, I just don't see it. The Z-Man 84, you're telling me that guy ran faster than NFL players. I mean, to fit the timeline is really tough. Based on that one person's timeline and what their inferences were from that timeline, it's like 13 seconds drive to the house. It's like, no way does this guy do a 13-second quarter mile in a truck on grass. Like, that's just not happening. XSSFD it says, relationship wasn't perfect, but what marriage is perfect? Z-Man 84, I would put money on the state telling her to kick the door open after all the slimy shit they've done already. Possibly. Il Sarto says, people that look like Alf shouldn't joke about eating cats. But I like cats. They taste delicious.
Wait a second.
What?
Was that an Alf impression?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rude. Was that an Alf impression? Oh my God.
It was an attempted Alf impression.
Let's hear yours, Steve.
I don't do Alf impressions.
Well, and maybe those in glass house. Well, maybe those homeless shouldn't throw stones at all.
Yes. But I have done a Nick Ricada in Vegas song.
Yeah, I know. I need to listen to it.
Yeah, well, it's okay. If everybody wants to hear the Nick's Vegas song, go to my Rumble channel.
Fuck Fight Weld Pipe says, imagine having the Honorable Stephen Gosney, potentially criminal Bronca, or Joe as your public defender, and you come across them streaming for 8 hours on Rumble instead of working on your case. Lol. That's right. No one can have any outside activity.
Yeah, all I can do is type. That's all I'm allowed to do, apparently.
That's true. He also says potentially criminal is the type of public defender who says, honestly, but I think it is in your best interest to take the deal. It's the best deal I've ever seen. You head to jail. He heads to Rumble. Are you a public defender?
No. I mean, if the court says, hey, would you take a court appointed case? I take them. So
that makes you a public defender. I've heard. That's what I've understood.
I guess. Yeah.
Red 1777 says, there was once a guy named Nick whose wit was clever and slick. He had a smile so bright that made everyone's day light. With his humor, he made everyone click.
Oh,
hey, a
good.
limerick.
That's good. Very good.
Here's another one. He says, here's another one for dear Nick. His wit is sharp as a stick. He's a man of great class, always ready with a quip or a sass, a true gem, but sometimes a prick. Accurate and fair.
No lies are detected.
Jensen Zeiger says, the Field of Greens was as smooth as extra pulp OJ mixed with cottage cheese. No, it's not. Come on. It is similar to pulpy orange juice. That is true, the texture wise, but it's not mixed with cottage cheese. I mean, come on. C Mason 2325 says, at what point do they file an interlocutory appeal? This is ridiculous.
Ain't happening.
Yeah. Interlocutory appeals are rare in criminal cases because most, as Steve explained the other day, most things can be remedied properly on appeal of the final judgment.
Theoretically, that's what they
Yeah.
say, at least. Yeah.
Right. Exanter sent the Taylor Shabusiness footage, which I'm going to probably cover tonight on the show.
I sent that to you as well. Yeah, it's interesting.
Because she attacked her attorney. That's going to be a case to watch, man. Ask Steve what his opinion of the bassist of Dream Theater is from Mulgara.
Yes, he plays a Music Man, bongo bass. I'm not, everybody loves Dream Theater, and I'm not dissing Dream Theater. It's just a little bit, that was kind of the window in time when I kind of was not listening to new music so much. So I'm a Rush guy. I listened to Geddy Lee, Sting, Iron Maiden, Steve Harris. Those were my guys. And then, the Dream Theater came a little after me. And I know everybody that's like, whatever you say, I like Rush, they say, oh, listen to Dream Theater. And I appreciate them. They're great musicians, but I just never tuned into them.
Have you seen that dude who plays drum riffs with one hand? Like
No.
really, really difficult ones, like Toxicity's intro, one-handed?
No.
I'll send you some of his videos. He's so good. It's like, and he sits there, he's like smoking, just looking all calm, playing with one hand. It's like, come on, dude.
The drummers have just gotten out. The mind-blowing, speaking, and since we're in the Murdaugh trial, the level of skill of the drummers nowadays are just crazy. I mean, if you had taken some of these drummers and put them like 20 years ago, they'd be the greatest drummer of all time. And now it's just like they're one of a bunch of them. I mean, there's some of the drum machines they have. There's so many of them. I could talk music all day. So
Yes. Salty Hard R Brainwater says, anyone know where I can get some heart? Oh, wait, I read that one. There is Only War says it was Buster. Paul slept with his girlfriend. He finally got fed up with being tormented regarding his sexual orientation by his family. Maybe Alex is falling on a sword for his remaining son. Nicholas Starrow, Union Rep Labor Law, says, after every bad witness, they call some financial stuff to remind the jury Alex is a bad guy, or am I wrong? That's there you go.
There you go.
Here we go. Fuck Fight Weld Pipe says, I'm assuming you, Sean, reminds me of a public defender I had who tried to put me in jail for 10 days for missing court after I wrecked my Harley and broke my back. But then he also says, I love all of the panel, especially Sean. I'm only kidding. Nick, can you tell Joe to bring Charlie on tomorrow? I can send him her info. I don't know if he will bring her on or not.
Yeah, there's the whole Gosney Charlie meme. They like to torment me with to do with that.
Rocky says, James lost me at journalist. Corn Pop sent a sticker. Bill McPherson says, Nick, have you seen the Murdaugh Murders podcast on YouTube? Nope. It covers this case since last year. If he's found guilty, it's because of the family corruption, not the murders. KF Joy says, watching Maggie's sister makes me wonder how much the state DA has poisoned Maggie's family's mind on how Alex did the murders with their 1 + 1 = 3 evidence. Ben Ogle, has anyone brought up the fact that Alex sounds to be farther away from the recording? He could be at any building down there and within shooting distance of the kennel, but not at the kennel. Irish Wristwatch says, behind a bit, but I got shot by a 50 caliber muzzle loader and it didn't knock me over. Yeah. Again, bullets have penetrating force. Even pellets and round bullets have penetrating force. They don't have the type of kinetic energy transfer that it knocks you over.
No, but if it did knock him over, you're still alive. That's impressive.
Yeah. Get hit by a muzzle loader. And he's chatting. Thumbs up to you, buddy.
Yeah.
Forrest Booth says Emily Baker seems very biased on this case. I have no idea. I haven't watched her coverage. Again, I'll just restate for the record. I like Emily very much, and she and I are good buddies. I'm hoping that when one of my meetups that she'll be able to come out and hang out.
Well, all of us here are having a bias too. I mean, we're not in favor of the state, so
yeah, we're
we've all got
clearly
our
defense
baggage.
oriented.
Yeah.
Tina Lewis says they will not let this man have a fair trial, literally capping on his rights to a fair trial. Sickening. Literally crapping on. DCV Titan says, once again, diversity higher. Vince Clortho, women never forget anything men do wrong. Martin Peterson, this judge is bought and paid for by the state. Obscure Destination says him being tired of Maggie bringing it up isn't cause to kill his favorite son, though. No, I was joking about that. Like, first of all, we've no testimony that Maggie ever brought up the infidelity from 15 years ago to Alec. We only have testimony that she brought it up to her sister, and we don't have any context as to why she brought it up, what those conversations were about. And maybe the conversation is literally, man, I feel so stupid not believing Alec 15 years ago when I thought he was cheating on me, and it turns out he wasn't. Like, we don't know anything about it. That's why I just don't think that testimony was relevant at all. And apparently they excluded it. So Chris B says, you want to take a bump of those greens. Oh God, that sounds horrible. Things going in my nose just sounds nasty. I could not do the nasal drug thing. Ugh.
There's a nose joke here somewhere, but I'm not quick on it.
Well, I mean, I can't do it because I would do all of it at once every time. That would be that's the nose joke.
Just to fill out. Yeah, I don't know.
But just in like thinking about it, like anything touching like the hairs inside my nose, like I sneeze really easy and stuff like that sounds terrible to me. But
see, this is why you give the chats. The chat will it'll be like a cascade of nose jokes now.
Yeah.
Because they're putting like Nick with the nose snorting something.
Here in the private chat, I sent you a link to that guy's YouTube channel, the one-handed drummer. I mean, he's not a one-handed drummer. He just plays drums with one hand because it's awesome.
Well, it's like the guy from Def Leppard. He lost his arm in a car accident.
The Def Leppard guy had, but he had pedals to play some of the other drums than just bass. He had almost like an organ keyboard set up for his feet.
Sure.
This guy just plays one-handed, and he has a double bass kick. But
I saw Def Leppard open up for Ozzy with Randy Rhoads on guitar.
Oh God, that'd be awesome.
High and Dry tour, very cool.
Let's see. Big Rig 0485 says FOG and to never stop texting will keep everyone alive. Field of Greens, yes, that's true. Isaac G says I have meth prescribed for my narcolepsy, desoxin. There you go. Do you put it in your butt? Matt Roofer, thank you for the donation. Nancy Jennings, a question that has been asked over and over among us. Did Maggie have hair in her hand? According to one of the photographs, she apparently had hair in her hand. No one has asked anything about it. There's no forensic testing of it. There's no mention of it anywhere else.
Yeah, what is that? How can you throw that little detail in there and then there's no follow-up? What is going on with this case? It is a weird case.
Yeah, I have no idea on that one. Becky Z says, I'm a new huge fan of your show. I'm also from Minnesota. Do you still practice law and take clients? I really try not to. Currently, no clients, and very happy about that. My fiance is going through some BS right now. How do you decide which trials to cover? What's after Murdaugh? I decide which trials to cover largely based on a function of my daytime availability. Can I commit to this? I picked this one thinking, yeah, I got 3 weeks. I can probably do it. And now that's why I'm going to be missing the next 2 days, is because we're over that 3-week window where I had a clear schedule. And I've got some other obligations, but yeah, I try not to practice law or take clients personally, because it just takes way too much time out of, and I broadcast way too much.
You couldn't take on a client. Come on. I mean, who are you fooling? Could you imagine Nick doing going into court like with this? That would be kind of cool though, to see you just have, that would be part of your YouTube thing. The client would have to sign a full or open waiver.
Yeah, I mean, I had clients while doing this, because even when I decided to stop doing law and do this full time, it took years to wind down all of the stuff that I was wrapped up in. And then, someone comes up to you with a really good story and you take a case, but I've learned really effectively to just say no to it now. I would have to charge so much to make it worth my time. And frankly, what I would have to charge, I'm not really qualified to charge that much. It would be bordering on unethical. So I don't do it. I rather refer people to counsel that can do that. And I love my place broadcasting. 200 Watt Studio says history books will show that Dr. Dickenballs is the destroyer of Jack Murphy, and you are here. Casey McClory says, for me, there's enough butts and pieces to, I think bits and pieces to cobble a case together, but there's so much doubt I'd have to ignore to vote to convict. Admiral Nelson says Hennessy just released an upgrade for the GT500. I've seen Hennessy's GT500 upgrades. Very tempting. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Do you know who Hennessy is? No. Not the liquor. He's a guy who does
the tuner.
Yeah, they tune up cars, and by tune up, they like basically replace the guts of a lot of cars, put in superchargers, twin turbos, and they make them ridiculous, like 1,000 to 1,200 horsepower monsters. They add better aerodynamic shit on there and better brakes. Like they make the car just a whole lot better, but it costs like as much as the car, in addition to the car itself.
Yeah, like Roush. I think Roush does that for Mustang. Is that true?
Something like that. Yeah.
Something like that.
I've seen a company that does that. Yeah. DCV Titan says, new theory. Your damn dog keeps killing the chickens. Blam. Dad, what the fuck? Oh, hey, Paul. Blam. Brian Miller says, this judge should be removed from the bench. I don't know about that. It's just really unfortunate that for Alex that he's got him. But who knows? Zenothium 15 as Borowski 15 years ago isn't relevant, and only 5 less than you're trying to make it this trial. It's not coming in. Now move on to a relevant question. Now, I'm tired of this. Bojangle says Emily Baker is celebrating right now. Lol. DCV Titan. Where'd this judge get his legal education? Same place as Daryl Brooks. Steve Luxembourg says, has anyone except me come to the conclusion that the voice in the Snapchat is Paul turning his head away from his phone to say it's a chicken and not at all Alex? No, the it's a chicken line is Paul. That's there. Alex is in the background saying something else. He's kind of muffled. But the it's a chicken is Paul, I believe. Spider Custom says, do they not have time limits, or is that just rules certain judges make? Yeah, judges are in charge of managing their own courts. And this judge has been very permissive. Bitter Sweetheart 46 and 2 says, no motive here, just like the prosecution. Just want to wish you a nice day off tomorrow. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Crystal Fuller says, just got my book, Steve. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks for buying my book at stevegosney.com, the only place you can get it.
Civilly Disobey says, thanks for giving me something to watch during chemo. My Valentine supper will be at home, taking it easy. Oh, man. Good luck with the chemo. I hope you're weathering it well. I know that can be kind of a wreck on your stomach and make you feel very, very sick. So hopefully that goes nicely for you.
She can get through it. My mom just got through it. You rang the bell and it was a celebration. So, and she's recovering well and everything went well. So just pray, get your strength, stay out of crowds because your immune system's down. So
RP says, Oompa Loompa Doopity Dalf. You've got a Twitter. How about Ralph?
That's good. I saw that earlier.
That was a good super chat. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Magnum North says, I lived in Minnesota for 34 years. By the way, Tim and Jeremy should have a mud fight. Oh, wait. Salty Heart, our Brainwater says, I don't know what Steve is saying about the chat names. Seems legit to me. Magnum Norris, welcome to Paralegal. He also says, good luck on the Whistle Pig recommendation, or good look on the Whistle Pig recommendation. That 10-year is my life sauce. Yeah, Whistle Pig 10, fantastic. I like all the Whistle Pigs I've tried, and they're all a little different. Jonathan Prezio says, the Alec Murdaugh case is research for Steve's new Charlie and Steve show. Lol, that popped into my head, and I can't stop laughing.
Yeah, it's the instigator. See, that's what you got. You got a bunch of instigators in the chat.
They just like to laugh and get reactions. Missy Lania says, I think Necro Granny is fantasizing about dissecting Dick Poon to get through this testimony. Oh, gross. Johnny K198, it's amazing the evidence some people want to hang this guy on, even if it's true crime gossip not brought into court, which is saying a lot with what the judge is letting in. I don't wish a trial like this on anyone. Pedos really push the boundary, though, but they should really ask themselves if they would be okay with it and not with that retarded if you have nothing to hide bullshit. Yeah, if you have nothing to hide is a legal myth because you have something to hide. The thing
look at this guy. He cooperated to the nth degree. They went overboard. He talked to him bunches of times. He's trying to
Mhm.
help. What more could the guy have done to cooperate? And they're still trying to crucify him.
Yeah.
Remember, the thing you have to hide in every case is what the state is accusing you of. Not that you did it, not that you did anything, but the
Yeah.
state has something that they want to
Yes.
put onto you. You have to,
Yes.
go ahead.
They are undoubtedly convinced he did this, and there's no way you could convince them otherwise. So there's nothing he could do to explain it away at this point.
Correct.
There's nothing he could have told those cops either.
Matt himself says Nick R, 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 Nick R.
Wow. Hey, Matt
There you go.
himself is going to be on my stream. I'm going to do a pre-Nick Rick a Rumble stream on Thursday at 8 p.m. And Matt himself, just strategy, is going to be on there. He's going to be one of my guests. So
Well,
come
good.
by.
Don't let him
8
say Nick R too many times.
I'll tell you, it might be a stutter.
Stormcrow 900 says, "Can I get a toast? Childhood friend of mine passed away the other day. He rolled bad on the genetic lottery and suffered from some motor degenerative disease. Last I saw him, he couldn't walk, move arms, and barely talked. He was 35." Stormcrow, to you, to your childhood friend, again, may the passing of this life be a passing from the trappings of a broken body, but the opening of a healed soul. Cheers to him. Cheers to you. All right. Rockahora says, "Oh shit, Vegas meetup is on Rock and Roll Marathon Day. Shouldn't interrupt the meetup, but we'll make traveling this trip beforehand a pain in the ass." The Magus 93 says, "Nick, oh, they try to rhyme and they try to dine, but none come close to our love so divine. Leave Steve, join me. We can have drinks and double team Charlie Peace." Oh, Jesus Christ. Lord of the Reese says, "Steve, what's your opinion on the band Tesseract?"
I love Tesseract. They're awesome. Great band. Gent. I like gent, thrash, and some speed metal. So if you were going to like category and classic, of course, classic Priest and Sabbath and stuff. But yeah, if I thrash originally, Tesseract is insane gent.
Matt himself says, "The collab we need is Rackets and Emily Baker on stream together discussing this case. I'd love to see legal arguments that argue each point." Emily and I are both very busy. I love doing streams with her. It's been a long time. So maybe at the end we could do that. That'd be fun. Gonzo says, "Do you think if the prosecution attempted to get Psycho admitted as a visual aid showing a way Alex might have plotted the murders, the judge would allow it in?" Yes. At this point, yes. Gonzo says, "I figured it out. Paul had found Alex's house of cards and was blackmailing him for hush money. Alex raged and shot Paul in the chest and approached him. Paul then said, 'Oh, you're approaching me,' to which Alex responded, 'Oh, course, can't repaint the ceiling without approaching.' Unbeknownst to Alex, Maggie witnessed the whole thing. Alex then proceeded to do what he needed to get a 1-month extension." Yes, that's probably it. Jim Tussing says, "Hey, Nick, can I get your very best Valentine's Day toast to your handsome panel today? Love what you do." I mean, hold on. I guess one last toast.
Well, look
here.
at you, man. You're right on Johnny the spot. You haven't tried my rum yet, have you?
No, but I know exactly where it is.
Oh, well, okay. It's coming. Well, when we do the book release sometime, my second book coming out, we'll do a big stream and you can try it.
There you go. To my very handsome panel, happy Valentine's Day, gentlemen. May all of your Valentine's Day plans be without issue. May the food be wonderful and may the company be exquisite. Cheers to you guys.
Well, I don't know. Some people may take that wrong. I mean, don't you want your Valentine's days to have issue? I'm just saying.
I don't know. Missy Lania says, "Sorry if you've answered this, Nick. The judge's son died in January and said son pled guilty to financial crimes. Does that cause any basis for defense to bring up on appeal?"
Really?
It's possible. I guess they could have motioned. I don't know if they motioned to recuse this judge. They would have to have made the motion. He would have to, deny recusal, and then they could appeal that recusal. That one might have been an interlocutory appeal, though.
Yes, if they had moved to disqualify the judge and he denied it, then that would be an interlocutory appeal.
Let's see. Not a Robot 101 says, "Are they sure it wasn't a slug? The shooter might have had enough time to find it and take it with him. If the stupid coroner who mangled the scene Didn't just flat out discard or miss it. Garand Thumb's video shooting slugs on dummies has an effect similar to the described Paul wound. I mean, they've recovered pellets from inside of him. They're pellets that went through the window and lodged into the tree.
Mhm.
I think that's their determination there.
Yeah. Those videos, though, Grantham does are very good.
Johnny K198 says, I don't know that one dude hung himself and shot himself in the chest with a shotgun, or all those others with crazy suicides, or the one guy dying from an ulcer they found his head a few days later. Mena, Arkansas has some weird stories. Yellow Flash, the pedo, oh my gosh, says Steve Gosney is an S tier Ricada Law Stream guest. Jensen,
S tier, is that good or bad?
that's top. That's like the top tier.
Oh wow, thank you very much.
Jensen
You're an ST chatter.
Jensen Zeiger says the transition to the people plug, not the product. Okay. Ryan PD 911, Ricada Law, with concerns of the hydrostatic shock, the defense is the defense going to argue that Paul was also shot with a 300 blackout? No, I don't think so. The defense wants him shot at close range for whatever reason. And even if it's just to cast, shade on the credibility of the medical examiner, and again, the shoddy examination, it's worth it for them to do that, or the shoddy investigation, I should say. It's worth it for them to do that. But the other thing is, the closer Alec is to the body when it's shot in this grisly, gruesome fashion with an exploding skull, the more we get to ask, where is all this viscera that should be on him? Where is this? How do we account for this? So that's, to me, that's why they're going hard on this one. Who's Your Data says, why are witnesses allowed to stay on the stand while counsel makes arguments for admissibility while jury is out? Can't the witness deduce from the arguments what they need to say to get their testimony in? I mean, at that point, the legal arguments are being made and the judge is going to either admit or deny. I mean,
but it looks to me like a lot of these witnesses are in the courtroom. Like they've even been saying, well, you heard what that last witness said. That's really unusual, especially a big case like this.
Mm-hmm. Protocaster says Stormcrow's friend sounds like Charlie and I Can Cook had a baby. Cult of Personality says, how long until the MSU shooting is memory hold? I have no idea. I just heard about it today, but I didn't.
Yeah, that already got memory hold pretty good already.
Already? How many people got killed? Do we even know?
And there's just like one, but it's a shooting in Lansing, Michigan. It's like dog bites mailman, news at 11.
Yeah. Johnny K198 says, for any conservatives or libtards who like sucking the state's dick, remember that in the closet ladybug Binger and the OG obviously gay Binger. Ryan PD 911 says, Ricada Law, I'm flabbergasted how everyone on this stream can have a different take than Emily D. Baker. I checked her out and she's celebrating that this coming in and that it should rightfully be admitted. Just shocked. The lawyer, no, don't be shocked by this. Lawyers disagree all the time. That's why they exist. We exist to disagree with other lawyers. So that was the weirdest thing when I started this up. People were like, well, this other lawyer disagrees with you. I was like, yes, there's two lawyers in every case and one of them disagrees with the other. That's how it goes. I mean, sometimes you have bigger teams, but simplifying it down, that's the issue. Half the lawyers on any issue will disagree with the other half. So, it's perfectly fine to have different opinions. And you should probably listen to Emily Baker, who spent a decade as a prosecutor in Los Angeles. I mean, she's very qualified to make any of her legal stuff. She's very, very smart. And she's got the experience to back it up. She just has a different perspective, a more prosecutorial perspective than us. We have a more defense bias. And I gravitate towards that defense bias on this channel because that's where I live. Fuck the state.
And we could be looking at the Elijah or the Cindy Watson lawsuit, and we could all be looking at different things and arguing over it. There's always a way to look at something differently.
Correct. Two more. Johnny K198 says, I didn't watch Joe last night because I thought it would be a true crime short bus sideshow going to the Circle Jerk Circus. Think I called it. Love you, Joe, but damn, you literally beating yourself in an argument. And then Reformed Convict says, this bitch's brain done popped out on the floor as well, per Dick Poon. So there we go. That's all the chats. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being on the show. I really appreciate it.
So you went through Rumble and YouTube chats?
Rumble, YouTube, and locals.
And locals. Boy, you're a machine.
Yes. That is, but that's what we got. So I got to wrap it up. I've got Valentine's Day plans with the family. Guys, check out stevegosney.com. Check out Potentially Criminal on YouTube, Rumble, BitChute, Locals, especially. All of the YouTubers who are on this panel today have their links in the YouTube description. So you can check out over there on YouTube to follow them on YouTube. And then I also added Legally Dirty Blonde podcast to the YouTube description as well, because her podcast is on Spotify. So you can check all of them out. And I encourage you to do so. Everyone on this panel has wonderful insights and different perspectives on different cases. And no one of us can cover everything that's out there. There are all sorts of legal issues constantly every day that people are looking into. So unless my panelists have anything else to say,
Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Good night.
Happy Singles Awareness Day if you don't have a Valentine.
Yeah,
there you go.
Reach out to those singles and give them love.
All right, guys. Have a good night. See you next time. I'll announce if I'm doing a show tonight. I think I am. But if that changes, I'll announce on Locals and Twitter if I'm not. Catch you later, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes better, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law